starting soon screen or actual stream assets, I just say, all right, go, 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 go.
Do you have a link so I can tell people I'm here?
Absolutely the fuck not. 1 second. Let me, hold on. We're now going to stream me pulling up my own Twitch link.
Unless.
Mute the tab.
It's a very strange level of vanity.
I've sent that to you. I've re-full screened you. That should unfuck any of the things. Hello, Dark. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Helios. Thank you for reporting for Goondi. Also, you're on the committee, right, Ian?
Yes, I believe I've been inducted into the what is it, just the Gooning Committee?
It's the Gooning Reclamation Committee. Thank you very much. Right. Notably different from the Gooning Committee.
Reclamation being a very important word.
Yeah, they are our sister organization, but like if you hated your family.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh, gotta really debate those familial ties right now.
Yeah, the Gooning Reclamation Committee, which is taking the word gooning back. Vasigo's asking, is it just mirrors Galadriel, just a lesser version of Nadu, and went under the radar for a long time? Now, Vasigo, thankfully, we have one of the best CEDH players in the world to dissect the wrongness of that statement. Ian?
Huh? Is it me?
Galadriel is just Nadu?
That is definitely an opinion one can have. Absolutely. Is that the kind of official sort of claims that we can take in for today? No, I mean, Galadriel's like, it's pretty cool. I would definitely not call it Nadu. It is limited to 1 card draw per turn, so it's pretty fair.
And Vasigo, are you talking Light of Valinor or are you talking Lothlorien? Because I noticed that Lothlorien has the, like, whenever you scry, you can reveal top and lands go to field tapped. Is that the part that you're calling Diet Nadu?
Oh, I was talking about.
Yeah, they are talking about Lothlorien. Yeah, they're talking about. So Ian, let me hit you with this crazy card. 3 mana. Whenever the ring tempts you, scry 3. Whenever you scry, you may reveal the top card of your library. If a land is revealed, put it onto the battlefield tapped. Basically, also wins the game with Shuko, is my feeling. Chubbs McFats, thank you for the Twitch follow while we short circuit Ian's brain. Welcome to the doghouse.
Okay, so it's not Elven Queen, it's Lothlorien. Whenever the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than this commander, scry 3. Okay, whenever you scry and reveal the top card of your library, if the land comes in tapped. Okay, so it's kind of like Nadu in the sense that it has the words "look at top, put in land."
has the words. It is also a 1 mana green blue creature. Have you considered that?
That is true. That is true.
It is also a Simic creature.
In the sense of like, if you put it in like an Excel sheet and said like, "Hey, compare the amount of words here." It would do that. Now, power level wise, I don't think Excel would thrive in this comparison.
But the fuzzy matcher on it's like Nadu because it's a card in the game. Focus on the second effect. You can definitely break it. So Vasigo, as somebody who normally plays really bad Magic, I'm not going to disagree that you can push this effect to its upper limit of like how many times can I jingle these particular keys and what type of benefits can I get. But let me hold on. The entire time Nadu was legal, I was in a medically induced coma. That is what I thought. So the really, really big differences, or God, one of the titanic differences is Nadu comes to play untapped. That alone gives you infinitely more you can do. Like not like sure you go like, oh, Amulet of Vigor, but even though it's not like tutors exist, mulligans exist, you can try to get down to the combo pieces. Every single piece you add to whatever your breaking it combo is begins to stretch the bounds of reality. Oh, this is a good time, Ian. I haven't debuted the girlfriend test with you, so we'll do that.
Oh, okay.
Also, Gord, Big Sill, and Martian Centurion, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So what I call the girlfriend test is I tell people whenever they're describing a combo or a commander synergy to me, I say you build it out like the sentence, I have a girlfriend, and that's your commander or the immediate card. And every single card after that is you adding a phrase akin to like, and she's a model, and she goes to another school, and she knows Bill Gates.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And so if you have a 2-card combo, it's like, I'm dating a girl, and she is a model, which is like, yeah, that could happen. That could
Did you date a lot of people at like other schools? Is what I'm getting. Like,
shut the fuck up. But I have so many people who like tell me about, you know, like, oh, I've broken this card, and then they submit to me, I have a girlfriend who's a model in Canada. You haven't heard of her. She only models very niche, like, wacky waving inflatable arm tube men dolls for car dealerships.
She's a cosplayer. She's never been paid to cosplay, but she does do it. You know, like, got it. That kind of vibe. Okay, so Galadriel, hypothetically, is the girlfriend in this scenario. She's much like my ex, Nadu. However, missing the integral part where this lovely girlfriend puts card in hand, and hand card good for win game, in opinion.
Quote! Greatest CEDH mind of our time. Hand card good win game. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm really gonna try and minimize any intelligence I have for today.
Perfect. Okay, so now that we have done the ritual, oh, never mind. God damn it. This is why we always vamp, because I have my, or no, we can just do a ad break in 10, because I run manual ads to get around Twitch's diabolical ad manager. Unfortunately, Snail made a hand card good win game video 2 weeks ago. No!
Damn it. Shit.
No! God! Fuck! Have you met Aldo, Radlin, CEDH Hub? Thank you all for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the Doghouse. Let's get into the topic for today. I have with me Comede Ian. I'll hold for applause.
Thank
you. He is one of the greatest competitive EDH tournament grinders and coaches and comedic minds of our time, and he has joined me today to talk about how hard different commanders make your butthole clench. What we are going to be doing today is a clenchability tier list for the top 16 commanders post bans as told by EDH top 16. So the tiers we have today that we communally determined were Diamond Producer for the top, Deep Clench, Kegel King, Trickle Down Economics. I'm sure we all understand what I mean by that. And then Trusting Farts. So these are commanders where you're just letting it rip. Everything's going to be fine. What could go wrong?
I will say, I'm completely... You sent me this tier list last night, and I read Diamond Producer like 8 times, and I was like, Diamond Producer, like it's a Twitch level, and I was like, oh. I was thinking it was the softest tier, but then I realized, no, we're producing Diamond.
Because of butts! So if anybody in chat ever has a question about what's going on during the stream, the answer is because of butts! I painstakingly made hand-edited little graphic squares for the partner commanders on this tier list. So some of the arts will be mildly unrecognizable, but we will be reading off and referencing them in order from EDH Top 16. So if you are at any point confused about which commanders we're talking about, you can go to EDH Top 16, sort the time period to post-ban, sort by popularity, and we're going to do roughly the top 16 here. If we come in way under time, maybe we tack a few on. If we get totally derailed, which has never happened once on this stream, we may not make it all the way to the top 16.
Yeah. And that doesn't seem like the two of us. The two of us are very succinct.
We are very, very, very on task. And people say streaming is not a real job. He made little icons. Exactly. I had to use clipping tool to cut half of an image multiple times and copy paste them into PowerPoint before using clipping tool a second time.
Holy cow.
Holy fuck. I'd also, to give my audience more immediate context for how Ian is as a person and as a player, I was looking through this list and I was like, wow, I wonder if any of these are actually going to like throw him because he's a tournament grinder. And I was like, oh, it's so funny to me that Glarb Calamity's Augur is not only CEDH relevant, but in the top 16. I wonder if he's ever even seen this. And then I go to the motherfucker's like latest Instagram post or something is like, just won a tournament with Glarb, fun little guy. I was like, you bitch.
Dude, Glarb honks. I'm not gonna
lie. Glarb honks.
Glarb kind of honks. His moistness is too strong.
And Tario, describing what the decks do that can differentiate them amongst themselves is going to be one of the main talking points about each commander. I'm sure the answer will be nothing for Tymna Crom, and then we might get some interesting answers lower down the line. Chubbs McFats, get 'em. Thank you for the subs, my friend. Chubbs McFats, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars very much. Oh, we also have a random Smasher pass, which I'm going to persistent petitioners, Ian. Yes or no?
Oh, I have to check all the arts because I don't want to write him off on the.
True. Okay, we have one where they appear to be all pinatas. That's pretty good.
Ooh,
there's one where they're. Oh, hold on. I direct your attention to Secret Lair drop either 595 or 598.
I'm so glad you brought those up because those were exactly the ones I was going to bring up.
Different strokes for different folks, but both folks are stroking.
Yeah. I think 598. I don't know if I would smash everyone, but I definitely would at least definitely hang out with 598. 595, I feel like gives me some weird energy. Definitely pass on that one. The rest of them though, I'm open. I'm open to it. You know.
God damn. Perfect. We're off to a great start.
Is that normally a smash to pass acceptable answer, which is like I'm open to smash? Is that?
Oh yeah. Under
cool.
Under duress, but like I'll investigate. That's a totally real answer.
As a pansexual person, I feel like that's the vibe. You know what I mean? It's never like very few knows, and more just like we'll find out.
Spellbreaker wants a rant about Yurico. So here, I'll pop off, and then Ian, you can tell me what an idiot I am. I wish Yurico wasn't bullshit. I have the same problem with Yurico that I have with Satoru Umezawa, is that I love ninjas. I am a shitty little ninja lover. I love Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I played the video games. Any game I could be a ninja in, I wanted to be a fucking ninja in. And so I get into Magic, and I'm like, oh, there's a ninja deck. That's so cool. And then I look at Yurico, and I'm like, what do we do? And they're like, you top deck tutor Birkin bags and other things that cost $5 million, and then you hit her one time. And I was like, what about the ninjas? And they were like, go fuck yourself. What do you want ninjas for? And Satoru has the same problem where you don't even do, it's just like, hey, we put a broken as fuck ability on a ninja rather than we did anything with ninjas. The best thing about Yurico is I have a Satoru the Infiltrator deck that is ninja. I hesitate to call it kindred because ninja's like a job, so it's a ninja union, and it's not particularly good. So it's like solid 2 in the WotC bracket system. If I ever want it to be better, I can just 1-for-1 put Yurico in the command zone. Deck's good.
I really do like describing like kindred as far as occupations as a union. That's good.
It's a union.
Yeah.
It's just it's a convention of all the guys who
that makes me kind of dislike Najeela less. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Najeela and her union. She's a union boss.
Najeela is just Dana White, which actually makes me dislike her more now.
Well, damn.
Yeah, we have the Warrior Union. Okay, now that we've done the necessary State of the Goonion address wait for a WoW stream, Ontario, you little mess around.
Hell yeah.
Oh, there's a Tarkir teaser. Ian, how breakable, scale of 1 to 10, how breakable do you think the line, whenever you cast a turtle spell, untap this creature is?
The sad part is there is a reality and I really hate that. If that tap ability that it probably has on top of it is good enough, we can really break the turtles, you know.
There's 42 turtles in this fucking game. Many of them one drops.
Yeah. However, one of my favorite cards is a turtle, which is Meandering Tower Shell.
Meandering
Not
Tower.
for CEDH, obviously.
No. You said it's for CEDH. You said everything on this stream
Direct
was
CEDH
canonically.
This card canonically meanders. It's actually some of the best flavor into Magic of all time, in my opinion.
Wait, exile it when it attacks, comes back to the battlefield, tapped and attacking at the beginning of the
combat. It literally goes to attack and then goes, I think I'm going to get
15.
It is an ADHD turtle. Like
15-minute break. 15-minute break. Fuck these guys.
Yeah. It literally meanders. It loses track of what it's doing. It sort of wanders off for a little bit. And he's like, oh, I was supposed to beat that guy up. Oh, sorry, man. Apologies. Bonk.
I still have Island Walk. Fuck you. Okay. So before,
exactly.
All right, now before we do the official start, we have to run a 3-minute ad break so that we have no pre-rolls or mid-rolls for the duration of us doing this fuck-ass tier list. So non-subs, I banish you. Subs, we're going to talk whole.
Talk hole?
Mm-hmm. We're going to talk whole.
Cool.
How do you feel about the 1998 movie Holes, Ian? Sorry, 2003 film Holes.
Crazy enough, I think I only ever saw bits and clips of it when I was a youth, and then as I've grown to an adult, so many people idolize the film that I've sort of taken a counter Holes stance where I just don't watch it, and it's kind of funny having almost no context on it.
Oh, fucking beautiful. Amazing. Next scheduled interview question. How do you feel about Licids?
Licids? I do not know what a Licid is, I will say.
It is
sounds familiar, though.
One of my viewers is particularly in love with all things that are old and disgusting. They're like one sentient mothball. And Licids are a collection of 1/1 and 2/2 shitters that have the ability to turn into enchantments that then attach to creatures.
Yeah, they all do. Like, there's like a mind control one, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they're like, I mean, they're kind of cool, right? Like, I guess I have no emotional retraction from Licids. They are. How do you spell it? Because I look.
Licid.
Licid. Okay. Oh, it's because they're not pluralized in the card. I looked up Licids.
Oh yeah. My bad.
Yes. No, that's not me, dog. Okay, yeah. I mean, the art for these is all kind of based because it's a bunch of people just trying to do their job and then just getting face suckered from Alien. Like, they're all just clearly trying to just go about their life and then just.
They like explain to me, what do you think the job of the tiger on nurturing Licid is? When he got face huggered,
Well,
what the fuck?
Clearly a humanoid tiger, right? That man was like in the middle of like a prayer or something, right? He was like, "Hey, man, dear Tiger Jesus, I'm out here with the boys." Like all tiger prayers go. It's like, "Hey, I'm trying to celebrate my love for you, Tiger Jesus, in your holy," and, basically.
Ah, that's the sound I make when I get hit in the chest with a face hugger.
Yeah. Well, because they didn't do their job well, right? It's like they're clearly face huggers. They're supposed to be, not hitting your chest. But it's raw tiger muscle, probably.
It saw that 8-pack and it was like, I know where the fuck I'm going. I know where I'm going.
Face? No, thank you.
DeLawman, thank you for the Prime sub for the second month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. All right, we're T-minus 20 seconds. I'm also hearing Tarkir has, whenever a creature you control enters, if you cast it, destroy that creature.
Ooh.
That
kind of hot.
That has to have like the sickest payoff ever, right? If it's forcing you to...
Oh, yeah.
You can only make tokens or you can only directly reanimate.
Yeah, reanimate, cheat in from hand.
Oh shit! Hold on, Hashaton tech. I know you're an enjoyer.
I am an enjoyer of his good scarabness. I think he honks, but it doesn't say everybody. It just says whenever a creature you control.
Yeah, it's just so it must have just like the freakiest the freakiest bullshit ever. What if it's like a token quadrupler? What if it's like if you would make a token,
it's
make
gotta
4,
be something absolutely buck wild, right?
make
Just
4, but you don't get spells anymore.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe it like doubles ETBs or whatever, right? Because it's like they enter and it doubles ETBs, but then it's like, but they also die, right? Like you can do the stuff, but get out of here, you know?
Revolving door. That's the name of the. How do you feel about giving all your spells delve? Honestly, I think that's positive evolutionary pressure. I think that is probably good, depending on the colors that's limited to, whatever thing that's on in Tarkir. That's like, I doubt it is. I'm going to talk out of my ass, but I doubt it's going to be priced appropriately to break anything.
Yeah,
but it's probably going to key jingle like, hey, your graveyard can be used for things. It's like a fucking 5 cent per bottle recycling stipend thing, trying to convince people to pick up their goddamn litter. Because I think still like 80% of Commander players view the graveyard as like the abyss from which you never return.
That's wild, right? Like I feel like there's been this narrative for so long that's like, but think about it like this, it's like a second hand. And it's like, all right, there's not that many recursion pieces, like relax.
All right, now the ad break's over, we can actually get into the tier list. So we're gonna start with Tymna and Crom, or as I understand it, every CEDH player's sleep paralysis demon. So Ian, tell me a little bit about the average Tymna Crom experience.
Yeah, the average Tymna Crom experience is like, Tymna Crom has been called like the through line of the format, or in my opinion, the milquetoast of the format, right? Like, it is just the most doing stuff commander pairing right now, right? It's got your Underworld Breach, you got your Thassa's Oracle. I think when people think of high powered magic, right, when they think of like these broken things, they're like, oh yeah, Thassa's Oracle, it's Mountain Consultation, Underworld Breach, right? Like that's Tymna Crom ad nauseum, etc., right? And so yes, not Tim Necron,
beloved founder of CEDH, Tim Necron.
Yes. Praise be his name. And so the pairing is really solid, right? Like the idea is that you sort of just play 4-color good stuff. Green doesn't really need to be there. And back when Dockside was in the format, green was considered the worst color at the time. And now it's much more looking like red has breach and deflecting swat, and that's really every positive we can say about it.
That's all you need. What are you talking about?
And so yeah, it was just this beautiful 4-color pile, and it still works, right? Like it's still very much doing putting up results. It's not as crazy as it was when Dockside was legal, but yeah, it is generically, you have these 2 great card advantage engines in the command zone, and then the rest of your cards are just kind of good. Like they just do good stuff.
So is this because I don't actually know which deck it is, but I know there's a deck referred to as Blue Farm. Often
that is the Blue Farm. Yes.
All right, this is the Blue Farm. So my next question is there any, has a Tymna Crom player, after the framework was established, have they ever made an interesting decision in card choice, or is it all just like, oh well, my favorite counterspell is this one, and so I slot in that one? Up.
Yeah. No, I think 98% of Tymna Crom players are within a 6-card variable. Like, if I'm being frank, like it is a very, I don't know why that deck in particular, people are really afraid to innovate. It took one of the most fundamental bans of all time to really start making people look at the deck and go like, well, we could try some different cards. Like, it is, yeah, this is why I call it the milquetoast. It's not even because the archetype is boring. I actually really like Tymna and Crom as a partner pairing, right? I just think the particular ways they've been built are literally just like, well, this one won a tournament and I don't feel like putting in effort, so Control C, Control V, but I want a copy enchantment instead of steal enchantment. I know I'm innovating here. All right. Like, nice. Like,
hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so then the next question, I think we need to establish how stressful these commanders are, is They're the most popular by far. They're 7.2% of the overall meta, even if that doesn't reflect an individual tournament. If I'm sure there are known Tymna Crom pilots who could make you sweat because the pilots individually are better. If you had never met a Tymna Crom player, if they showed up in a dead mouse like helmet and you had no idea who they were, are you beaten up at all? Are you at all worried, or are you just Are you watching for the card, or are you watching for the player?
I feel like to really, well, you can have, and I've seen this before, players who have no idea what the fuck they're doing play Tymna Crom and still succeed with it, right? So that's why I think I can't put it anywhere lower than a deep clench, right? But I can't ever call it a diamond producer because I know for a fact I can see people sleeve up this deck and bring it and be perfectly boring with it. If it was like the 50% deck of the format that also could really just crash out super hard, I think it would be a little bit of a different conversation. But it's a 50% deck that you can really beef it and still do well with, you know? So for that reason, I still think it's a deep clencher. Where you're tense, you're clenched, right? But at the end of the day, it is not going to fully change how I play the game, right? Like, it is not going to fundamentally shift it. It is because I know, like, oh, hey, there's another mid-range deck in the pod. Like, sweet. Like, they'll probably help me interact at some point. Until they don't.
So it's like maybe Guitar Hero on a hard difficulty setting where the chords are always going to be the same. So you're not watching out for any freak shit to happen. You're just like, oh fuck, they're gonna go good card, good card, good card, good card, good card until I keel over and die.
But at the same time, right? I think it takes a good player to excel with the deck because it is so understood and so predictable, right? I think there's a lot of Tymna Crom players who show up and perform, but there's also a lot of Tymna Crom players who show up and do perfectly average or below average. And that's what keeps the deck sort of fair, is that, like, you do, like, you can stumble into a win, but it's not perfectly free, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the first contingency anybody ever plans for is, what the fuck do I do about the Tymna Crom
exactly
player?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. That makes sense. Then let's move on to Tymna Thrasios.
Yes.
I'm noticing a fucking pattern.
Yeah, Tymna is good magic card, fun fact.
I've heard tell card in hand make good, win game. Yes,
you know, and I really feel like those were some wise words shared by a very wise individual. And card in hand in good, make game, win, probably very easy, I think. You know,
yes, big easy, big easy if true.
Big easy if true. That was it's actually the name of my band from high school.
That's the stream, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, catch you next time.
Okay, so since we've already covered this, I'm going to go out on a fucking huge limb and say probably pile of pretty good cards. So what would convince somebody to trade red for green? Or trade Crom for Thrasios?
Yeah, it's so the dynamic between those two decks, right? And like the reason that there's a delineation there is because Tymna Crom's much better at not caring about its board state, right? Like, for example, if there's a board wipe, a Toxic Deluge, a Cyclonic Rift, whatever it is, Tymna Crom recovers disturbingly well, right? Because both of their win conditions, Underworld Breach and Thoracle, don't really care about having a board state, right? So where Tymna Crom is, as I said, like kind of like this middle pattern of the format, right? Tymna Thrasios has a higher potential ceiling, but they have a lower floor, right? They're the deck that they suffer really bad for the board wipe, right? If you hit them with a Toxic Deluge, suddenly their Gaia's Cradle doesn't even make mana, right? Like that's kind of the downside you see there. Whereas, and sometimes it's not as fast, right? Red does help with those types of things. Although Tymna Thrasios is capable of winning on turn 3 like everybody else, right? And also plays Oracle Console.
Oh
right?
yes, like all of us who can win on turn 3.
Just winning on turn 3, like we all know. No, but I think TNT, also known as Tymna Thras, is definitely, like, it has the higher ceiling though, right? Like Tymna Crom can do so many cool things, right? You can have situations where you have like a Seedborn Muse and a Thrasios and a One Ring and just do like like war crimes every single turn, right? Whereas Tymna Crom just really it peaks out at like that 60% ratio, or Tymna Thrasios can get way up here and just sort of over the top dominate people, you know?
Okay, so are you getting more or less worried about the Tymna Thras deck the longer the game goes on?
The longer the game goes on, that's a tough one. That
like,
is
I'm trying
really
to think if they like I'm imagining a situation of, because obviously, you know, some fucking felons are going for the turn 1 win attempt. A lot of people are capable of winning for turn 3, but they're trying to pick their moment. If the game gets into a situation where it's getting grindier because everybody or almost everybody has like shot once, but the shootout has ended up with all of you laying on the floor, clutching your knees and going, ah. Are you worried about the Tymna Thras player laying down one thing that is like, hey, I'm in control now?
I think, like, if you compare it to Tymna Crom, apples to apples, I think Tymna Crom's better in the early game. Tymna Thrasios is better in the late game, right? As I mentioned, that upward potential, that's where Tymna Thrasios does thrive, right? Whereas sometimes with these mid-range decks, you go like, yeah, they're pretty good most of the time, but then you hit the end state of things with a lot of these late game decks like Sisay and stuff like that, and those decks just absolutely whomp Tymna Crom. Like, one of the reasons Sisay was even playable last format was how good of a Tymna Crom matchup it had, you know? So, that being said, I think Tymna Thrasios has that late game lockdown a little bit more, you know?
Okay. So would you put this as just comparable to Tymna Crom and Deep Clench, or do you feel...
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna put I can't say the name of the tier without laughing. I think I'm gonna put it in Kegel King.
Okay.
And because of the reason that I think Tymna Thrasios is more skill intensive. I think you have to be a better pilot to do the bare minimum with that deck, whereas Tymna Crom, you can, as I mentioned, be utterly incompetent and still win a game.
So you're more confident that if the Tymna Thras player is just like checking their phone, they are going to trip over their own shoelaces, where the Tymna Thras player might trip over their own shoelaces. The Tymna Crom player is like setting a Fruit Ninja high score and top rating.
Yeah, okay. Exactly.
Yeah, all right. Also, Snowman, SW, and Broken Beats, thank you for the Twitch follows. As you were saying, Ian, sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're good. I mean, like, they both have the capability of just being like, oh, Grand Abolisher, Thassa's Oracle, console, haha, I win the game. But I feel like, you know, at the end of the day, Tymna Thrasios is like, oh, I have to plan when I play Dorks, when I play all these things, like when to tap for mana, how to best, you know, do all this stuff. Whereas Tymna Crom is just like, all right, I play the thing that draws me cards. Now I have 8 instants in my hand. Is that enough to breach? No? All right, I'll wait the next turn.
Crazy. Holy shit. Have you guys heard of Mystic Remora? I think I just I just discovered a card.
Why does nobody talk about this card?
All right, well, I'm going to resent the implication that green is in any stretch honest, but I will defer to your greater experience, and we will move on to Kinnan Bonder Prodigy.
Hell yeah. I will say it is very funny. You know, there's a lot of these like truisms that we know about casual, like green is busted, all of that kind of stuff, and it really does get flipped on its head in CEDH, I think, because wherever you hit that like fairness threshold, it just it goes out the window, you know. So like a decks like Chulane or Hullen, right? That was one of those cards that like absolutely wrecked casual commander, right? But in CEDH, it's considered like one of the good guys, you know. Like it's a very weird space. Same with like Derevi, right?
Well, it's just like fighting. My understanding is that fighting with creatures on board is coming back a little bit post ban, but even still, compared to casual, it's like moving from medieval warfare to drone strikes. Like nobody's. Like green takes over casual because you just go like, I cast Cultivate. This is a legitimately good card for me to cast because I can play 6-drops. And in CEDH, it's just like, oh, I play thing, draw me card, have 8, haha, die.
Yeah. Have card in hand, good, win game. You know. So the wise words they continue. You know.
my amateurish understanding of how Kinnan works is, you mulligan desperately for a mana rock that goes infinite, you go infinite, and then you play the entire director's cut of Pacific Rim on people. Is that about how it goes, or does it get more complex than that?
upsettingly accurate, I will say, you know. I think, you know, depending on the board state, right? Sometimes you slowly you know, introduce a couple trailers of Pacific Rim and everyone's like, wow, that's a lot of kaiju, and you're like, and also here's infinite mana, you know. So it really depends on the state of the game, but yeah, you can definitely, like, you know, roll out the whole movie as early as turn 1, or not as early as turn 1, probably turn 2 is probably the earliest you can realistically do it. There's probably some permutation at the turn 1, but that's very, very, very hard to ever quantify without someone cheating.
Okay, so for Kinnan then, is most of the skill in you as a pilot determining when you try to zip bomb people with the movie? Because it feels like a thing that even at casual people could almost, I'm not going to say totally deal with, but like when the combo tries to go off, they're like, here's an artifact that taps for mana and has a mana cost to untap. Isn't that crazy? And then if you shoot, you know, either thing when the other thing is on the stack, or you counterspell whichever thing is going to turn it into the infinite mana, you just play the extremely incorrect buzzer noise at the Kinnan player. And this is it then CEDH, where everybody has extremely efficient interaction.
Yeah,
And
I will
so,
say creature interaction is, like, funny enough, criminally low in CEDH, right? Like it's one of the weird ironies of the format where people are so ready to battle it out on the stack, but then sometimes when it comes to, like, hey, they just played a big guy, everyone's like, yeah, that's really freaking blows, huh? All right, pass.
shit.
Yeah. Which is the very fun dichotomy. Yeah, like sometimes it's really funny. There's like this old truism that, like, if people are operating too much on that axis, there's actually this, like, old joke that a casual player can come in and just absolutely dominate a CEDH pod, because sometimes they just play so many big things that you're like, oh, we all just shin kicked each other out of the game, and now he's attacking me with a, is that 8 power? I can't stop that.
God damn. This will come up in some of my deck roasts where I'm like, you could beat a CEDH deck, but you wouldn't beat a precon. Where
Yes.
it's like very like, yeah, hey man, you have a tremendous curve to just like fart damage, but you have like no redundancy, you have no card draw, but like, yeah, you do get that 1/10/10.
Yeah.
We also have a question.
Farting damage is exactly how I love to play the game.
We also have a question from Ballistic Gremlins. Isn't that most of the skill for CEDH? Generally knowing when to combo.
Oh yeah.
As the expert, I'll say yes, but there's also like a scale, because as we already talked about with Tymna Crom, Ian has said you can fail upwards. You can be a like trust fund kid with Tymna Crom, even though there's still a very high skill ceiling. So relative to what we already talked about, where's the like floor for Kinnan? If you are just like a bungling idiot, like if I were to pick up a Kinnan deck and attempt to mulligan to like, I think this is probably a playable hand.
So you've inadvertently walked into the biggest hot topic of Kinnan, which is it is the biggest skill ceiling, skill floor deck in the format by far. It is like the other decks that have that level of power, like Kinnan can be better than the best decks of the format, right? It also can be so horribly bad that you look at the person playing it and go like, why are you doing the things you're doing? like it's just it can really look rather atrocious, especially listen to all you prospective Kinnan pilots out there, please consider not just activating Kinnan the first second you have the ability to do so. Please, like you can wait.
No, you can't. Don't listen to him. You can't wait. You have to do it now. You have to do it now.
Me want zoom go. No put card in hand. Play big thing on board.
So with Kinnan, because so many of the flips are I play Pacific Rim, does that give it like, do people have more flexibility on like, ooh, these are my, do you get more pet kaiju cards, or they're established like these are the 10 kaijus with good effects that are CEDH relevant?
There are definitely, there's the there's the Pokemon team, the Pokemon roster of standard of Kinnan flips, right? There's the quote big flips archetype that everyone's like kind of agreed upon, right? Like actually no matter
grab.
No, definitely not mirror shell.
No, like mirror, like I think like mirror shell crab. If we could just hear me out, my contribution to the Kinnan Discord.
Yeah, actually, I would love nothing more than here. It's just I'm gonna double check Stifle to make sure I know exactly which really cool card you're talking about. Could please, I wouldn't want to. Oh, okay, it is exactly what I was
thinking. Look at how
thinking.
fucking big this guy is.
He is a big boy for sure.
So yeah, the ones I know, the only one I know is Hullbreaker Horror. That is the like, sleep paralysis demon of casual EDH, but is there any Kinnan deck that would be like, no, I don't need him?
I think that everyone's capable of making dumb choices, right?
We can all make mistakes.
We can all make mistakes. I would consider that a quantifiable mistake. I think there's 4 uncuttables from any Kinnan deck. It's Hullbreaker Horror, Tidespout Tyrant, because they're the same card. One's just slightly worse and slightly older. And Consecrated Sphinx, because draw card, put in card in hand, very good, happy time. And Seaborn Muse, right? Seaborn Muse is absolutely busted. And then think if 1 Kinnan flip good, 4 very good. Good math.
Yes.
But yeah, those are the untouchables, I would argue, for that archetype. That and mana dorks, but I don't think we need to get that hyper pedantic.
So then, since the skill floor and ceiling is really, really high, on average, or in your mind palace, how many turns do you think it takes you to identify whether the Kinnan pilot you're playing against is drooling onto their sleeves or not?
2 to 3, yeah.
2 to 3. Okay.
Yeah. You can tell, there's a couple things, and this is a good, fun little actual lesson out there. You can tell people by play patterns, by physicality, all that kind of stuff, right? For example, if, maybe they had cards in hand that could interact with the table, and then they tap out to activate Kinnan. Hypothetically speaking, that's one of the...
In main phase.
Yeah. No, you think I'm joking. This happens all the time.
People tap out for Kinnan in main phase too?
Yeah.
There's no...
But what if they get a Seedborn Muse?
Shut the fuck up. I am an idiot. I am a whole idiot, and I would never... But it's instant speed, Ian.
Oh, I know. I joke that Kinnan's paid for my wedding. Trust me, I know that you can activate it at instant speed. Listen. That being said, yeah, I've seen a lot of people who are like, "Oh, I could hold up this one counter spell, or I could flip and potentially hit a thing," right? But not to mention, okay, this is a passionate subject, so the ankle weights are coming off right now. Perfect. Not to mention the fact that there is an entire reality where you flip into something so good that the entire table goes, you have to die. Mm-hmm. And now you're tapped out and can't even protect your greedy move, right? That happens so much. I've seen someone literally just be like, all right, cool, raw Kinnan flip into a Hullbreaker Horror. If it gets back to me, I win. Anyways, enjoy a full turn cycle where you all get to talk about how much of a problem I am. Have fun.
Welcome to the collusion zone, dumbass.
Yeah. Buckle up.
Okay, that makes sense. And is that generally a new player thing, or are there people who have cut their teeth in the scene who are just unabashedly tapping out, being like, you gotta have it, despite the fact that historically everybody has it?
I think it's traditionally new players, and especially because Kinnan as a deck is very digestible, right? As a concept, right? You have an infinite mana combo, you flip into some big stuff, it gets you some value, you go to win the game, right? It's, as a concept, a very easy deck for people to understand, and a deck that often gets, because of budget and stuff like that too, pushed onto new players as far as I said, ease of digestibility. It also doesn't feel so spiky, you know what I mean? Kinnan feels cool. You flip into big stuff. There's all these big payoffs. There are people who mainline this deck because it feels different and unique every time, as opposed to people who there are Tymna Crom specialists, right? But they're the They're the
But fuck them. I'll listen.
Yeah.
My job on this stream is to say all the things that Ian can't say because he is a beloved and upstanding member of his community, and he doesn't.
They're the dry toast people. They wake up in the morning, they have a cup of black coffee, some dry toast. They look in the mirror, they go, "You piece of shit," and then they walk over and go to their 9 to 5. And then at the end of the day, they come out and they're like, "I'm playing Tymna Crom again." Does anyone have?
They hit a breach line. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This is the first thing I've felt all day.
Okay, so then is it fair to say that Kinnan both occupies Trusting Farts and Diamond Producer, or do you think that on average it veers towards one particular tier list?
I would, by law of averages, I feel like you have to put it in Kegel King, right? Because it is specifically, like, if you could cut the picture of Kinnan in half and put one in one in the other, I would 100% agree with that assessment,
Then, okay, Mango, when you cut this up, here it is in Trusting Farts. Here it is in Diamond Producer. I'm sure in post that will work. I'm going to put it in Trusting Farts just for no reason. I don't hate Simic. But I'm just going to leave it down there. But I do think we should where we can, we should try to give respect to like these very big splits in how bad it could be. Because I'm sure there's some games you get put in where 2 turns in, they flip main phase 2, hit a Mirror Shell Crab, and you're just like, okay, I'm on cruise control with respect to this player now. Versus...
I don't want to hear you say fucking Mirror Shell Crab again until the end of the stream.
You're gonna be fucking in for it. You're just lucky Hashatan didn't make top 16. I would have had some crazy crab tech.
I honestly, 17th place. Let's put a Hashatan in there. Let's spice this up a little bit.
Okay, so now we have Rograkh, which my exposure to CEDH is mostly like memes and the scant Reddit thread. I know people hate this motherfucker. My understanding is he is the like meth smoker / crack sniffer of the format. Is that correct, or is the internet lied?
You would be hard pressed to disagree. Yeah. If there is, well, she's so crazy, because like I find this, it's a deck that I truly loathe nowadays, but I was also the first person to ever make top cut with this deck.
Oh my god! Oh
yeah.
So these are the skeletons in your closet.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is and I thought it was so fun. I had a great time playing it. Yeah, but boy, different time CEDH, huh?
How things change, how we grow up, how we look at old photos of ourselves and be like, huh, I was kind of doing nasty things there.
Yeah, I was a bad boy, and I get that. Yeah, no, Rograkh is, if you think that it's weird that there are social interactions in CEDH, then this is the deck for you. God. This is the beep beep zoom zoom deck of the format. And here's I'm gonna sort of bury the lead here. I'm gonna put it in Diamond Producer, right? Because there's sort of 2 effects that happen whenever Rograkh is in the pod, right? And I will say, of any deck, like if you can argue of any deck that shapes this format, Rograkh is up there because legitimately pre-game conversations happen when that deck is in the pod. People going, okay, we got to respect this for the first couple turns. Just so everyone, like, let's all be responsible, right? It happens all the time, even to known players, even people who are like, hey, I'm just gonna go for the risk study plan, like we don't gotta do the whole turbo thing. They still go for it. They still have those conversations about like, hey, pregame, this is the turbo deck that's gonna try and win before we even have an opportunity to set up. Let's make sure we're paying respect to it, right? It's a really fun deck to play. That's the worst part about it. It's a blast, right? But the problem is it's a bit of a skill ceiling, skill floor kind of deck. But 2 things kind of happen. Either A, they're really, really good and they will just put you in the ground, hence full diamond, right? Or B, they will consistently be validating decisions because it advances their plan that just absolutely send the table into King Makes Suicide mode. And to be honest, that part's pretty high up there, right? And so, like, I think when you see a lot of, like, consistent grinders and players experience this deck, a lot of them get frustrated by Rograkh because it feels like sometimes it's not even really a manifestation of, like, who's the better player in the pod. It's more just, like, who either A, people they had the natural multiple pieces of interaction, or B, the next person in turn order wins because, Rogsai jammed and everyone had a great time stopping them, and then the next person goes like, all right, well, I had this win condition. Everyone's exhausted because Rogsai killed themselves on the final fortune turn. Cool.
Yeah, never pop off first is one of the other like adages I've heard about CEDH, and Rogsai is the person being like, I am gonna go first, but I'm so fast that maybe I will just kick you in the dick before you can respond to me.
It's super fair. It's like, it's you hear someone go, never pop off first, and then the Rogsai pops up with a line of cocaine in its nose, and they're like, sorry, I didn't hear you. What was that? Like,
I just finished popping off. What's going on over here?
Is this turn 1 necro okay? Is that okay? Can I have this? Please, 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 please.
please. So, in your estimation, has Rogsai then gotten worse as time's gone on, or has it stayed stagnant? Because that sounds like the type of deck where as the like community develops and the resources develop to get better at CEDH, one of the first things you learn about is the Babadook shaped Rogsai player standing in the back of every LGS.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's weird because it's had a roller coaster path, right? So deck started out, people were not ready for the turn 1 deck of the format, right? So like hence me being able to top 4 the first event I ever went to with it, because I like pretty sure that was a weird tournament where you could do, as long as there was still time left in Swiss, you could just keep re-queuing for wins. And I think I went 4-1 during that Swiss period because I would just like, leave, go into another game, win that game, leave, go into another game, win that game, right? Just over and over and over again with Rogsai. And so like at that time, the deck was such this like, oh no, people can't win that fast, really, can they? And then it did, right? Then over time, it started becoming like the quote top 16 deck of the format, meaning you would beat the Swiss up, but anytime people were taking the round seriously, like in top 16, top 4, the deck would just get absolutely honked on, right? Like people would just not be able to do anything. Then Wizards said, how about we introduce a lot of cocaine into this format? Do you want Flare of Duplication? Do you want a second Necropotence? Do you want things like that? And right before the ban, it was starting to look like Rogsai was just naturally going to get more broken cards until it was the best deck in the format. Then Mana Crypt and Toxic.
And then they cut its fucking toes off, and now it just kind of stumbles around. Okay.
And honestly, I like legitimately, had you asked me like 8 months ago or 9 months ago, like if that would fix, in my opinion, CEDH, and I would never have said yes, right? But legitimately, I was very worried about the Nexus the format was going on, because it was really just like Blue Farm and Rogsai were the best decks, and it was really hard to justify anything else. It was getting hard, I should say, right? To justify other things.
Oh,
in
sorry.
comparison. It was
getting hard?
Yeah.
I have a Vine boom that I played. You can't hear it, but the stream, they got it. That's for you all.
Hell yeah. And then the bans happened, and now Rogsai occasionally shows up and does things, but right now it's a lot of mid-range decks that all have really good answers for things, and so they're like, hey guys, I'm here too, and everyone's just like, oh, sorry, 1 sec, we're just gonna push, just like break the baseball bat.
One sec. So is it the official Rogsai seal of submission to cast Silas Wren? Is that the official I've given up, do to me what you must?
There's two kind of angles on it. I think there is a public perception that Silas is you really just being like, well, it's been fun, boys. But there is a secret second Silas, which is just like, I'm just gonna keep putting cards in my hand for long enough, but they won't attack me because I got a death toucher. Ooh, I'm such a bad boy. And so like that's the second secret Silas.
I've got such a smirk.
Yeah. Ooh, you don't want to attack me, your creature will die. That'd be such a shame, wouldn't it?
That is also 100% the voice this guy would make. I think that's
Silas?
That's the best Silas voice I've ever heard.
Oh man, it'd be so bad if someone came and attacked me. I'd give him a little death touch pokey.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I could not agree more.
Okay. So we have Rogsai as the big diamond producer. Let me go back to the meta. Yep. And next we have one you've talked about shortly. Sisay, Weatherlight Captain.
Hell yeah. Sisay.
What the fuck does this deck do?
You don't like Trade Binder Typal? Come on.
God.
It is the deck that makes, and this is why genuinely people really, really adore uh, a lot of things, right? Like it is, like Sisay is a deck that takes some of those random things that you're like, wow, why did they ever print this random legend? It's never seen play anywhere, not even in its standard format. I have no idea what this card even does, and realistically speaking, it's a waste of ink.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sisay goes, well, but if you could tutor it out of your library at instant speed, it would be pretty good, wouldn't it? And you're like, Sisay, please, like, go back to bed. You've been malnourished. You're lacking sleep. And she's like, no, no, no. It can win at instant speed with 6 other cards. And you're like, Sisay, please, please, please. You're hallucinating. Like, but they're not. That's the craziest part.
So is Sisay the home for people the CEDH home for people who want to exist in magical Christmas land of these sort of ridiculous combos that have no hope existing anywhere else?
If it makes you sad that you can't play Planeswalkers in a multiplayer format, this is the deck for you. Like if you're that kind of player, Sisay, I mean, because like one of the main combos is literally just you go from Amanatu, the Fate Shifter, a precon commander, into Nicol Bolas God Pharaoh, a 5-mana uncastable legendary Planeswalker, into Oath of Teferi, a 5-mana enchantment that allows you to double activate, and that's considered one of the best win cons in Sisay. To be clear, that is one of the cleanest wins available in this archetype. I cannot stress that enough.
The one, which Bolas is it?
God Pharaoh, I believe. No, the 5-mana one, Nicol Bolas Dragon God. Is that Dragon God?
Probably Dragon God. I'm not. I just know that Free My Guy, he did that shit, but I was rooting for him. It's the each opponent who doesn't control legendary creature or planeswalker loses the game. Yeah, that's huh.
So yeah, specifically because he can take activated abilities of things, right? So Amanatu comes in, flickers whatever permanent would make a Sisay amount of mana, and then Nicol Bolas comes in, flickers whatever permanent would make a Sisay amount of mana, and then Oath of Teferi comes out and goes, well, now you can do that twice, and then so they flicker each other infinitely. You flicker whatever might have, and you just every card in your deck, you're just like, all right, play that for free. Have a good day. And yeah,
have a sick one. Yeah, been nice knowing you. That's horrible. That is one of the most.
Oh, that's the cleanest line. Yeah, I cannot stress that enough. And it's not the cleanest line because everyone's an idiot. It's the cleanest line because, upsettingly, it really is the cleanest line.
It's just
like, it is upsettingly good for how bad it is. You know what I mean? Like,
well, because you look at it on the face and you go, okay, it's WoBurg, which in like a thing that I understand about CEDH is a lot of, or maybe a thing that I don't understand well enough, is there's a lot of jokes about like, oh fuck, these two cards kissed and now they went infinite. But there, in my estimation, is a meaningful difference between infinite colorless and infinite colored. Is that true, or is it just like, same soup, different bowl?
Oh no, it's entirely meaningful, right? Like a lot of the infinite. It's one of the reasons why Thrasios is such a dominant commander, right? Is because it's this card advantage engine that allows you to get up to 4 colors in a lot of different spaces, but specifically has an infinite colorless draw your deck combo, right? Or outlet, I should say, attached to it, right? So the closest thing we get to that in many colors is the party Tazri, right? Which is, I cannot stress enough, so much worse.
Yeah, so I look at WoBurg and I'm like, oh, what the fuck are you doing playing Triomes? But then it really, like, what fucking...
If you can avoid playing Triomes, do that for sure.
Yeah. Well, I've had 5-color decks where people submit them to me and they're like, oh, it's all proxied, so I went all out on the mana base. And I'm like, not really, because they cram it full of OG duels and still end up pip screwed because of how difficult it can be to hit WoBurg off of only 2-color lands. Yeah. And so it seems like such a casual hill to climb of oh fuck, I need to fix WoBurg, and then here's a child, here's a dragon, here's a bald man, die.
Yeah, yeah. And that's where things like, and the reason these combo pieces exist, like Bloom Tender, Favor Elder, right? These things that can individually tap and make you that Wooburg sauce that really fit your formula. But the reason Sisay is so good, and the reason why, like, despite it kind of having this, like, comically ridiculous description, is because at the end of the day, right? It's a deck that has many opportunities to win without ever putting spells in the stack, right? You just play a mana dork at one point, and then at some other point you play a legendary creature, and Sisay gets a little bit bigger, and you're like, all right, whatever. And the next turn you're like, oh, if they play a land drop, I straight up die. Did not put that together. And they're like, cool, all right, land drop activate. And you're like, we can't counter that. That's like, I don't have a mirror shell crab.
Exactly.
Honestly, it's very funny. The only time I've considered ever playing Mirror Shell Crab is specifically when I was like, oh, Stifles are really good in the format right now.
It's enough to me that you were forced to consider it at one point. So for Sisay then, if there's so much just like buffoonery going on,
yeah.
Does that make Sisay more flexible, or are they locked in on like, because these paths are so weird, they're also very tightly controlled, or can you just get freaky with it?
So when Dockside was legal, it was probably the most adaptive deck in the format, because the amount of different intricate ways you could like sneak in a Dockside combo were nauseatingly powerful, right? And it had all these mana dork lines as well, right? So it had the duality of like, if your opponent's ramp too hard, great, I'll just punish them with Dockside. And if they try to play it slow, you're like, cool, I'll still win with a Bloom Tender, right? So it lost a little bit of that zip when Dockside went away, right? Like, it was the best Dockside deck, bar none, and with like very little contention to that claim, right? And now it's more the case of the deck still performs well, and it still has alternate lines that exist, right? But like, there are lines where you're like, okay, if you need a legendary creature that taps for mana, and then you need Marvin the Murderous Mimic, and then you need Iorith of the Healing House, all completely unplayable cards. But if they're all together, and this is kind of the problem with like, I think modern Sisay, they're still like, it's still showing up, still putting up good results, right? Like, it's double top 16 in the most recent 278 player tournament, right? So it's like still very respectable, right? But just playing a whole just heaping pile of garbage, which makes it way less flexible than I think it was at one point, right?
Yeah, they're playing dog shit Exodia, which is which once you get it, oh my god, but until you get it, you're at a distinct disadvantage to like Tymna Crom, who just gets to go, I don't know, Mystic Remora, do something, and you have to go, okay, Bloom Tender, but I don't have Sisay, so this is a like 2 mana Llanowar elves. Please be nice to me. Then a follow-up question I have is, for my own edification about CEDH, is it ever worth, or do you ever find yourself with like reasonable opportunities to just try to like kick sand in the baby's face, which is something that I'm faced with all the time in casual of these decks where they're playing maybe a different iteration of dogshit Exodia, where it's like the individual setup pieces don't look particularly targetable, but I know that God, when you lay the second one down, my only answer is to like farewell or just shake your hand and shuffle up again. And now it's obviously like pod dependent, but have you run into pods where you're like, oh, it's worthwhile for me to just punch this child before they learn how to walk?
Yeah, I got you. Sisay does catch a lot of that flack. I always say the worst matchup for a Sisay player is a Sisay player who's not currently playing Sisay, because they have the superpower of being able to go, oh yeah, I know this deck intimately well. If they get one more mana, they're able to untap and then activate and then get this whole chain of things going. And your opponents go, ooh, that sounds scary. And then that player is like, well, I'm actually playing blue farm today. Mystic Remora. Like,
did somebody say Flusterstorm?
Yeah, exactly. And so like Sisay is definitely still extremely powerful, right? It's just It's a little more susceptible. And I will say chat has definitely done a really good job of calling out the fact that Agatha's Soul Cauldron did really give that deck a lot of life, right? That's a card where, even if they do sort of remove your anus from your body, you still can be like, all right, I'll grab Agatha's, and now my Sisay is a Bloom Tender. You didn't expect that one.
Now my Sisay has the activated abilities of my removed anus.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
They never expect you to staple your anus onto a living creature.
The forbidden jutsu. So then, would you say?
I know someone's gonna clip that.
another question I had about CEDH, because I've never been to a CEDH tournament. I've played, I think, single-digit CEDH games in my life, and I've generally had a good time, but never been in a tournament setting. Is this a knowledge check? And on top of that, do knowledge checks exist? Because I'm sure people know their own decks intimately, but is it considered like, is it illegal, or is it like bad form to be like, oh fuck, I'm gonna look up Tymna Crom lines so that I have an idea of what the fuck this person is doing? Are you expected to be like,
well, you're never allowed to look up stuff mid-tournament, right?
Okay.
Like, or mid-game, I should say. Mid-tournament, you definitely can, right? Like between rounds, nobody's going to stop you Googling, like, how blue farm work?
Mystic Remora top 10?
But specifically, when you sit in a pod and you go like, oh, and this is, shout out to a mutual friend of each of our shows, Veggie Wagon, who showed up to a CEDH tournament, his first one, playing Elsha, and every single round sat down and goes, hey, this is my first tournament. How do these decks win? And then the other two players would go out of their way to be like, oh yeah, they win this way. Mm-hmm. And so he sat down with perfect information because he was able to go, hey,
how blue farm work?
How farm blue?
How make wheat? Yes. Okay, so then so I'm assuming Sisay's position on this tier list changes depending on how intimate you are with Sisay. 1 second.
Yep.
Fine, boom. Thank you. And so for you, where does this fall in the tier list now?
Yeah. So there are three. Chad actually pulled up the just absolutely miracled the right answer there. There are 3 absolute knowledge checks in the format. It's Magda, Sisay, Tymna. I do think Sisay is the best of those 3. And so depending on I know personally, I love Sisay. I'm very familiar with the lines. I respect it enough at all times, I feel like, where I can go like, all right, dissect the line, dissect the line, dissect the line. For me, it's only probably about a trickle down. If you do not know, and this is the tough part right now. Mm-hmm. If you have no idea what Sisay does, you should be clenching to make multiple diamonds because you are probably already dead.
Yeah, breaks the ceiling because the axes it's playing on are so different than the axes like the typical combo setups are playing on.
If you sit there with a Flusterstorm in your hand, you go, well, at least I have interaction for Sisay. You have made an error.
You've lied. Okay.
Yeah.
Then speaking.
And so.
No, go off.
No, I was just gonna say, I think it sits somewhere in the middle. Is the TLDR there because of that existing space? It's kind of like Kinnan, right?
Okay, yeah, but your brain's so big, you let a little bit slide down the leg. The rest of you smoothies, you better clench hard. And now we'll move on to the other knowledge check, Magda, which is, I'm presuming, how bad did the bans hit Magda? Because I know that the Godo players all went into medically induced comas to try to imagine a time where their deck still worked. But was Magda impacted by the bans, or did it survive?
People really thought Magda was impacted by the bans. And Dockside was a line of convenience for Magda. Magda did not care. Magda's doing fine. I will say, because the game slowed down a little bit, Magda's getting a few less cheese wins, right? Because I think a lot of people were like, all right, we got to be ready for the turn 2 Nas. We got to be ready for all these things. And Magda would be like, oops, made 5 treasures. Did I win?
Whoopsie poopsie.
Yeah. It's definitely another knowledge check like we talked about. But like, as long as you don't let them activate Magda when you have an artifact dwarf on the battlefield, you're okay. I think the biggest thing is, though, because everyone's slowed down a little bit, it means people are playing a little bit more of that targeted removal, right? So, you're like, hey, I'm about to go to combat and get all these treasures. And they're like, cool, Magda dies. And you're like, you saw the line. Right? Like,
you saw my devious line of
yeah.
cap equals ramp.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
We have a question on YouTube from Spicy. Y'all might have covered this, but how playable are Stifles in CEDH? Which I know you mentioned how there was a time period where you thought, oh, these are really good right now. How playable are Stifles in the present meta?
I would, if you are a newer player, I would consider Stifles about 2% playable, if I'm being 100% honest. Stifles are really, really, really hard to call and predict correctly. And people might be hearing that and be like, you just stifle the Thrasios Oracle trigger. They exiled their library. That's not how most games go. Like 99% of CDH games, like the people who assume most blue farm games end with an Oracle consult are probably dead wrong, right? So Stifles are insanely impactful when used extremely surgically, right? When you have to use them at the right moments, in the right times, in the right windows. But realistically speaking, they're often not super fantastic. There are times and places like this metagame, I could see someone slotting in one spicy stifle effect, but you have to make sure, like, stifle itself, pretty bad card. Very easy to counter, really easy to interact with, basically worse than just playing a dispel, right? I know some people are looking at the new one from Modern. Is it Consigned to Memory? Where it's like, it stifles...
I think it's called Mirror Shell Crab is the new...
Oh, right. Yeah, so it's this really cool crab, and you can channel it for 3 mana, and then it's kind of like a mana leak or a 3 mana stifle. And I fully endorse it as a professional CEDH player. And if anyone asks any more questions about Mirror Shell Crab, it will be, of course, why not play that card?
It will induce screaming. We also
328
Crash. Thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Don't mind me, just waiting till my warty son Gitrog shows up. Just built him, but Wallet still hasn't forgiven me for Chains of Mephistopheles. It's so cool to get YouTube chatters from 2010.
It's the time capsule mode is really powerful,
because God, he's so far down. God, he's not only not today, I think he's like 40th or something. He is
Listen, there are Gitrog devotees out there, and I know you are all there, and I know you've made many a sacrifice to your large frog god. The thing is,
the thing about him is,
and I will say, there's one pilot who made a top 16 and a top 4 with it in recent history, and it has not put up a result in probably like 2 years since that point, in any tournament of a reasonable size, I should say. There's gonna be people who are like, I top 4 at a 20-person local event in the middle of Missouri. I don't care. Like it's not what I'm talking about. Like it is one of those things, right? Like we're talking about like events with like 80 plus people, right? Like and so Gitrog has sort of emerged from the swamp and he's kind of hanging out, but it's one pilot, so I'm just willing to believe that pilot really knows their thing. As
long as you don't sit down against Jeremy, you're cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, so for Magda, then I guess let's walk it through the same framework of, is the deck list itself flexible? And I have my own anecdote I want to share where somebody posted on like the CEDH Reddit talking about Magda, and they were like, here's this tremendously shitty 1-drop I'm going to troll my next CEDH tournament with, because I think I can trick people into believing it's Magda relevant, but it's actually just like hot ass. Like it was just something with Mountain Walk, and I don't remember, there was like one other dwarf that Magda actually plays that this person said, oh, if anybody asks me about it, I'm just gonna offhandedly say, oh, it's a second angler dwarf, which is not the actual dwarf. And this card was not a dwarf. is the important part. It was a 1 mana red thing that had Mountain Walk and fucking no relevant text. And but so does Magda have actual swaps, or is it just like, hey, get every 1 mana dwarf, cram that shit in, then try to find one single good, get deflecting swat, and then a Bible?
Yeah. No, it's actually one of the most techie decks in the format. Funny enough, it's even more techie than Sisay, right? Like Sisay has access to every legend, but Magda has access to every artifact, right? Like that is a lot of cards. You know, being able to tutor any artifact in the corresponding magic dichotomy in red, obviously you can't tutor like blue artifacts, right? But that's a lot of artifacts, right? Like that is a lot of cards that you can just rip out of your library, right? So like obviously there's some crowd pleasers, right? Like there's Portal to Phyrexia, right? Basically a giant board wipe on an artifact. That one's a classic Magda staple. God Pharaoh statue, everything your opponents cast costs 2 more, and then they get pinged at your end step, which is not the part that you play that card for. But the problem is you have to, as a pilot, sort of navigate the no, this is a good tutor, I'm helping, as opposed to the no, I go win at instant speed now thing. And the problem is people do be clenching, you know, and respect, like you should be clenching with Magda, but also there are times where Magda friend, no bad guy, interpret as bad guy, lose game because kill Magda.
Yeah, this is definitely a card where I look at it, and as somebody who is unknowledgeable of the actual lines, I would reflexively assume that the first activation was going to remove my anus from my body.
Yeah.
So is it like they'll
Depends.
typically require multiple, or they'll require some type of like ominous setup piece to turn that first activation into just your hosed?
If they have an artifact that is a dwarf, right? So like an automaton that changes creature types or something like that, that is when you need to be afraid, right? Specifically with artifact dwarfs, because then they pull out 1 card and can win instant speed. That part's pretty good. However, if that's not the setup, or if you have a conversation with the pilot who's about to tutor and be like, hey, I need you to get an answer here and not go for the win, because I can stop the win, but I'd rather you answer the problem, right? That's a much more navigable situation, right?
Okay.
That's sort of like some of the nuance there. But Magda also famously was one of the first decks to ever 7-0 a tournament. When it was like just coming out, because people just didn't know what it was capable of, right? And so every single round the pilot would just show up and then just clean house. And it was really funny because in their winter interview they were like, hey, like I honestly was expecting to go for my grind plan in all of these games, but people just kept letting me resolve the game winning tutors, and I did that. I was like, okay, yeah, fair enough.
I think this also gives us an opportunity to dive into what I understand to be a hot topic in CEDH, which is being a shitty little liar, which I have no feelings about. That is just the technical term.
Being a real giant piece of shit.
Yeah,
is the
being a real
way of
dumb asshole. Anyway, so if you're talking to the Magda pilot, like obviously they want to win as much as they can. If they're saying, hey, I'm going to sack these treasures, I don't have the robo dwarf who kills you, I'm going to go look for something to save us.
Yeah.
And then they get the other half of the combo because they have like the robo dwarf in hand, and they just hope for the best now that they've gotten through that first Magda resolution. Does that happen a lot, or are most people dealing in good faith and being like, hey, let me do this, I'm going to get XYZ thing, and they get XYZ thing?
I would say on average I am generally inclined to trust the average CEDH player to their word, right? I think lying in CEDH is commonly understood as a giant faux pas, right? I'm also plugging a YouTube video because they were like, it's 7-0'd, and that is the video breaking that down.
Here, let me copy this to the YouTube chat as well, so that the YouTube chat can see it. There we go.
So I am operating under the assumption that everyone has a fool me once counter, and whenever I play, because I do this enough, right? Like where I would rather just hold people to their word, and if that is not the case, I just never make a deal with them ever again, you know? And I play enough of these things that is a consistent basis, right? Like, I very recently, not to flame anybody, but I had a tournament with a player who I had a great deal of respect for. And I was like, hey, I can tell the way you're wording what you're saying right now rather ambiguously. I'm going to ask you to clearly say you're not going to do this thing. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, okay, cool. And then they did the thing they said explicitly they weren't doing. They didn't say explicitly. The thing I clarified that they were not doing. And they won that event. And I was like, okay, cool. We play a lot together. Don't ever expect me to make a deal with you again. Right? Now, most players, as I said, especially most people who are at the top of these leaderboards, most people who are doing well consistently, right, realize that it's not a good long-term strategy. I've had many people come up to me and be like, hey, by the way, that player who I was playing last round lied to my face. Don't trust them if you play against this person with this name playing this deck. And I was like, base.
With this shirt on, yeah.
Yeah. So the question, it really is like, first of all, I mean, there's a question of morality and ethics that you as a human being need to figure out where you align with that, right? And I'm never going to impose my own system of that on other people, right? Community-wise, it is well understood that it is a faux pas, and that people are just not going to want to engage with you if you are someone known for lying, right? Like, it is just a part of the format. Right. Are there people who are willing to stoop to that? Absolutely. Are there people who are good that are willing to stoop to that for a reason that they definitely don't need to? Yeah, unfortunately. And so it's a matter of your own personal perspective with it. But I am always, and as someone who's lost hundreds of dollars because someone lied to my face, I guarantee you I've won thousands of dollars by trusting people first, you know?
And so I guess pursuant to that is Fae speak generally accepted, which I'm using that term in very much the Dresden Files assumption of Fae speak, which is like, I'm going to, and you've already talked about that instance where you clarified what you felt was ambiguous wording. Is ambiguous wording that attempts to leave things open very common, and is it like a generally, you know, the less tense the situation is, the more you let people get away with the like loose bounds? I think you know, there's definitely, once again, a level of like camaraderie and understanding that you really have to read the person, right? I say half of the time I'm playing this game, I'm playing the role of a psychologist, right? But I do really think that there is a line for example, if you were like, hey, I'm not going to win on my turn, are we good? And I go, yeah, if you're not going to win on your turn, we are absolutely good to work under X, Y, and Z condition, right? And then you set up infinite mana and then a flash enabler and pass. I'm like, man, I really should have said that better. Damn.
You know, that's on me, dog. You're right.
You
did not win on your turn.
Damn, now, you did trick me.
And so there's also a clarification that I've done, especially with decks that can make infinite mana nowadays, right? Where I'm like, okay, you're not going to push for a win on your turn, meaning you're not going to set up a win on your turn, right? Like, just to be clear about that. And people are like, okay, yeah, you got me. You know, like, but that's one of those things, like, if you're about to, like, get someone with a cheeky kind of, like, if face speak, as you mentioned, right? And you get called out on it, being like, I was probably going to be a little shitty about it. Yeah, you got me.
Rumpelstilt's getting your way through.
Yeah, like that is widely accepted as like an understanding of the format, right? I think in general, like especially in very tense situations, 9 times out of 10, when someone does try and do that, though, I find that there's usually a reason that the person was trying to strike up a deal in the first place, and it blows up in their face, right? For example, I played a game where that exact thing happened, right? Person goes, okay, I'm going to set up this line, and I'm not going to activate it on my turn, but I'm going to put a lethal combo on the board and then wait till your turn to activate. And I was like, okay. Well, the reason I asked you not to play it on your turn was because I had one counterspell, and this next person wins if I use this one counterspell. So now I have to use the counterspell, and we're going to die.
Right.
And so, like, that is often when people try to get too mustache twirly, as I've come to call it. My favorite thing is saying, I love when I play. There's this like middle tier of CEDH with like people who've won a little bit and who play 4D chess so hard that someone else just walks through the open door. It happens more than you might think, right? Which is why you see like a lot of players who are performing consistently. Usually if they're like, no, I'm going to do this thing, it's like, yeah, they're probably just going to do the thing that they're going to do, right? Because the people who are like, yes, you can see my diabolical machinations. It's like, no, but I was bringing that up because that person has lethal on board right now. Are you going to not deal with it? We're dead. We're dead. Do you understand? We're dead. Are we dying? Okay. Good plan there. Good 4D chess. Like
tremendous plan. Hey, look, your butthole's on the opposite wall.
I will never forget. I was in a tournament in Florida playing with one of another very good player named Wounded Satellite was in the pod, and he has such a reputation for like sandbagging interaction that the player in second seed, player one, this was a finals match by the way, like all the money was on the line. The player goes, hey, I'm going to put this winning spell on the stack. Player two thinks about it for a second and goes, yeah, I'm just going to pass. I have nothing. I pass. And Wounded in the back is just like, yeah, I don't have anything. The spell resolves. And we just died. And the player two was literally like, he has a reputation for always having it, so I just passed.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah. So and it was like he was looking at like a Fierce Guardianship in his hand. He was like, oh.
So I think that's a perfect pivot point because we've had a lot of people in chat asking follow-ups about this, and I want to hone in on Ancient Relic asking, I'm really competitive, and if a lie would get me in the last win into top 4, would that be bad? I get mad when people don't play optimally, so is this an issue? And I'm going to get out my little soapbox and talk about being personally removed from the whole thing. An important part of CEDH is social capital. As Ian's mentioned many times with playing the role of a psychologist, like your social currency is a very real thing that you spend, and why he says like trust people first then don't make deals after. The Wounded Satellite example is perfect in like Wounded Satellite has social capital surrounding the sandbagging interaction thing, and it warps the way people will play around them regardless of what like the reality of the board state or the stack is. And so if you do it once, maybe you get away with it in a small tournament, but what will happen is, because nobody loves to yap and complain at the same time like a commander player, and nobody loves to talk about, or nobody loves talking more about why they should have won a game but didn't because of some absolute rapscallion who fucked them over, than a commander player. I'm not even going to make a like competitive versus casual separation there. It's all of us. We love to do it. We love to do the like, well, if you lose the game as a special action, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck and talk about why you would have won. And so if you do, phase speak, if you do an ambiguously worded deal and utilize that to, sneak a win, they probably go like, damn, I will press you for more specifics next time. But if you make an explicit deal and then do the opposite of that explicit deal, people are going to like, they're not going to, whether or not they morally judge you, it is optimal for them to assume that you will continue that behavior in the future, which is deleterious to your ability to make deals in the future. Because you are no longer somebody that they're like, oh, well, if they won't uphold their end, then if you ever need something, and if you want to be a tournament grinder in the aggregate, you're going to need things a lot of the time. Like there's going to be a lot of games where you can't, you can never singularly control the table, and you have to work together to some degree. And so if you burn your social capital to get into a top 4 once at the cost of everyone else going, okay, well, now if they ask me to like use interaction here or let them resolve the specific thing, I'm going to assume like they're not going to, some people might punish you out of spite, but the optimal player who has emotion totally removed is going to be like, oh, they're lying to me. Not as a moral judgment. They're just going to be like, mathematically, they are likely doing a fib to gain advantage, and I should not uphold my end of the deal if it is not strictly advantageous to me, which in the long term is really bad from a career win rate perspective.
Yes, right. That's why I tell people all the time, like, if your goal is to win one tournament, don't tell a single fucking truth. like lie your ass off. Absolutely pop off king, right? But don't expect that when you show up to the next major event, or like it better be worth like $100,000, which I please never make CEDH tournaments worth that much money, because there's so much that goes wrong with collusion, etc. Anyways, but the point being, yeah, if that's the kind of move you want to make, it will work once. And maybe even it'll work twice if you happen to go to an environment where enough people don't know who you are. But guess what? People talk, bro. Like, if you want any sort of consistency, like I just hit 20,000 subscribers yesterday. If you think I was lying to people's face, oh my God, do you know how much my comments would be filled with like, oh, well, you don't know anything, you're a lying piece of shit. Like it would just be roasted constantly, right? Like, yeah, even when I was doing face speak, people still got on my ass about that shit, right? So like, it's if you think lying would be something acceptable, absolutely not, right? Like, yeah, it's just not.
Yeah, like
it is not happening.
A lot of people really quickly jump to the. I'm also going to put us in an ad break while we tie this up so that we can get through the rest of the tier list without ads. So if you got banished, I am sorry, but we will be back. But a lot of people really like immediately jump to the emotional, moral implications of it, when just mathematically bad bet to not be trustworthy. Yeah. Over the course of a career versus the course of, like, as you said, hey, one tournament, do not ever, don't tell people your real name, don't tell people lie about what deck you're playing. Fucking say you have all basics, like it's
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't even, it was my first time, and also my name is George Stephanie, like, and I love slow play. Like,
I'm serious, me and MTG.
Yeah, I did. There was a tournament I did go, they had name tags, and I wrote normal guy Jeff.
Normal guy Jeff.
People kept coming through all week and be like, "Oh my God, are you a comedian?" And I was like, "No,
no."
It didn't work.
Is it bad to be extortionate? And should you try to lie your way through being extorted by removal and lethal damage? So are you talking about, like, I have maybe kill on player, not kill on board. I use my one kill on player to strong arm somebody into using their interaction the way I want. If that's what we're talking about, Ian, what do you think of that?
There's a lot of these little micro scenarios that are like really case by case, and it really, really depends on context. Honestly, I've thought about a series of like breaking down situations and like what's the social faux pas and things like that. But I would just take it as a series of like, do you think you are explicitly violating any sort of social understanding, social contract, or even rules, right? Like you have to remember that there are rules that govern how these things work, right? But for example, like on matches where people have, like for example, draws. Like sometimes there are situations where like two people in the pod want to draw, one person doesn't want to draw, right? Recently, it was revealed by judge clarifications that everyone, including players who are eliminated, have to agree to a draw, right? So some people in the past would be like, oh, well, we'll just take out this player and they'll agree to a draw, right? But if you're that player who's now under the gun, right, you can go, I will not accept a draw under any circumstance. It's a bit of a different thing, right? And then, the counter argument to that is like, well, then they can just take that person out and all of them could take game actions that don't do anything for the rest of the game. Well, that's called stalling, and that's how 3 players get disqualified from the tournament.
And that's how you get exploded by the judges.
Yeah, that's how you not only lose that round, but lose any chance of doing anything for the rest of the tournament. So, there's a lot of ambiguity with these scenarios, and I highly recommend, like, folks just do your best to take, well, first of all, there's very commonly and publicly available rules that you can definitely go through and check. I highly suggest folks do that. You have protections in place, things like that. And if you're ever curious, if you're in a CEDH setting and you're like, this feels weird, I feel like this is maybe a collusion thing or something like that, there are these lovely people called judges, and they're there to exactly prevent you from doing something stupid. So feel free to enjoy. And sometimes they might show up and go like, there are no rules in place about this scenario. And then that becomes a question of, what do I think this will do to my social capital, and what do I think this will do to my spirit at the end of the day? Like, do I feel like this is worth it? And that's a whole different conversation that's mostly based on you, lovely viewer.
Yeah. All right. Now that we are back from the ad breaks, let's attempt to meander back to the task. Where do you feel Magda falls on this general clenchability tier list. As you said, also a knowledge check.
Yeah.
So for your knowledge, personally.
Yeah. Of like, if you had to rank the monocolor commanders on this list, right? I would say of the monocolor commanders, it's probably one of the few diamonds, right? But given the context of the entire format, I think it's a high trickle down, you know, where I respect the deck, and I respect good pilots on it. But if you know what you're doing, you can dismantle it with a certain amount of grace, right? And it's a little bit easier than a deck like Sisay, for example, at potentially displaying some of its weaknesses, right? Like I know some really, really brilliant Magda pilots who just lose sometimes because they're playing mono red, you know?
Nice.
It doesn't mean it's not a good contender in the format. I've actually been one of the deck's like biggest advocates of like, hey, this deck keeps showing up and putting up work. We have to respect it. But doesn't mean I'm gonna be like, oh man, Magda's in the pot.
Yeah, it's like, hey, nice fire diamond, bro. I'll talk to you after I finish top 4.
Oh my god, yeah.
Okay. After that, we have who we talked about a little bit earlier, Yurico, the Tiger's Shadow, which I think is... I've actually played with a Yurico CEDH deck, and it made me deeply sad because it was just very much... Or at the table I was in, it was very much I had to mulligan to a 1-drop unblockable creature, a counter spell, and then just fucking prayer. And just... me draw card, hope win game.
Yeah. I think I've lost to Yurico once.
I'll just slide that in Trust and Farts then. I'll just slide that.
Yeah, ever. To be clear, I mean, I do mean ever. And yeah, because they just had Natural Thoracle with double protection. I think the deck is a great learning deck. I think it's actually because it is relatively straightforward. Like it's how you would build the casual version, right? Except for you have Thoracle Consult in there, and then sometimes you go like, I'm going to combat. Maybe I should put something that costs 15 on top of my deck, so it hurts them for 15. Yeah, you don't have to rewrite rewrite history to figure out that line, right? You don't have to be a rocket scientist. Yeah, sometimes it's good. The thing is, the deck is very hard to socially maneuver. I think you need a really, really smart pilot to make it work, and I think those are in short supply of pilots who are good enough to make Yurico work and pilots who are willing to take the time to make Yurico work.
Right, like if you're good enough to make Yurico work, you'd probably rather win with a deck that's more well-positioned, which I think your remark is making me consider the interesting dichotomy of in casual Commander, each opponent effects are really highly valued because life totals are so high that attempting to chip down 120 at a time really bad. But then you get into CEDH, suddenly hitting everyone symmetrically feels really bad because you have 3 people with rocket launchers that you would prefer to not all point at you at the same time. And
they have rocket launchers, and also then you immediately kickstart the fire under them, which they go, oh, we're on a clock. I have to make rash game actions and cannot justify waiting, which is where Yurico thrives. And this is, if you are a prospective Yurico pilot out there, I will throw out this nugget for you. Do not tutor the big thing to the top of your deck until it is killing them, because I see this happen too many times. And if it flips incidentally, sure, whatever. Congratulations, you got the high roll, rock and roll, right? But the Yuricos I've seen succeed, they flip over a ninja, they flip over maybe a 4-drop every once in a while, they flip over one of their 7s, they're like, oh, finally, a good hit, right? And then eventually, they're like, all right, and now it's the last turn, and I have a Vamp Tutor and 3 counter spells, and I'm going to put this card on top of my library, and you're going to get domed for 15, because everyone's at like 12 life respectively, right? That's the successful pattern. But if you fire off that 15, everyone goes, well, now we're all at 12 life, and we've got to bury this Yurico player or win in this turn cycle. And it's up to you which one it is right now.
Very interesting. It is funny to me that both the 2-color commanders we've looked at are big number he. Even though they are on doing it in totally different ways, they are just on big number simulator. Make brain happy chemical. Yes. Yeah.
It's either Cheatin Kaiju or spell cost many mana, but not as many mana as look like spell cost. Yeah, this is reduced for every spell that's been cast this game. That's at least a few. Okay, I see this. This no actually cost 8 mana.
So moving on, we have Biggest Stinkus, or Tivit, Seller of Secrets, which I know that he was presumed dead on arrival once Jeweled Lotus left us, but is not hurting as bad. Like the rumors of his death were greatly exaggerated. So how is he living post-ban?
The thing is, pre-ban, you'd have to go like, oh man, I can't dump all these artifacts and enchantments because there's a dock side, but right? And then when that went away, it's like, yeah, I can't get the turn 2 Tivits, which were always usually the wrong thing to do anyways. Instead, I can now just play, like turn 2 Smothering Tithe, which gets me a turn 3 Tivit with counterspell backup. Turns out it's pretty good still. Like, it turns out getting a 6-drop that then refuels mana and gives you card advantage is still a really good thing to have in the command zone. And also, by the way, it has a 1-card combo in case you're concerned that you weren't able to win the game fast enough. It's not the fastest deck in the format, I will say. Like, a lot of people adopt the traditional control role with it, right? But Tivit still slaps. Like, it's still... Esper is busted, just period, right? Esper is the best core right now because you have your silence effects, you have your black tutors, you have your blue interaction. Really hard to mess with that. So it's hard to really mess with the Esper colors, and Tivit's just like a nice little cherry on top. Just like, oh hey, you want a 1-card combo? You want a big flying beater? Ward 3? Get out of here, Bowmasters. No thank you.
So Tivit is more of you're not rushing to dump Tivit, but Tivit is like, hey, what if I let you out of purgatory by killing you with the Sphinx? Is I've tenderized
absolutely.
you all enough. What if I finally just came down and went slap, 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 and then you died about it?
Yeah. And the best part is it's got a really good creature deck matchup, because a lot of the times you don't play too many creatures of your own, and you're like, yeah, I'll play like Grafdigger's Gauge and Curse Totem and all the things that say, creatures, I don't care what you do, I'm just gonna honk you with a big Sphinx. Like, sorry.
Sorry about it.
Oops, sorry. Like, yeah, that's Tivit. Tivit's definitely the deck's like, oh, I play Toxic Deluge and Supreme Verdict, sure, might as well like honk, like goodbye.
We also have a message from Def Cat, my producer, who's in the doctor's office right now. So if we could get some smattering of get well soons or 07s for my producer Def Cat. He says hi to you, Ian, and asks about Yisan Wandering Bard. I already told him that his fever must be too high.
Yeah, I really hope you get your Yisan fever figured out soon, man. I will throw a little love towards Yisan. Yisan was one of the decks that one of my best friends picked up when we were first learning CEDH together. It did get a major upgrade to Marvin. Marvin actually made that deck pretty considerably better from where it was pre-Marvin, but still it's Yisan. He's doing his best, but it's like the grandpa meme where you're like, yeah, grandpa, Yisan's still viable, and he's like, no, it's got a new doll. It's like,
it's a 2-drop.
Yeah. Okay. He's a little toy and he scratches his face, and he can be Yisan too.
So for Tivit then, if it's control, that feels maybe stressful but on rails. So where does that fall on these tiers of how it's going to develop and you just don't like it?
I think it's a trickle down deck, right? Like, I think in the sense that it's a very solid deck, it's very respectable, and a really good pilot can show up and make good results with it. The only time, actually, I'm going to put it in Kegel, because here's why. Because as someone who really likes creature combos, there's a lot of times where there are Tivit players who may not be the best Tivit players who show up and they go, I'm going to stacks out all those creature decks. Here's my Curse Totem. And then the Blue Farm player goes, cool. Oh, man, you really showed them. Anyways, here's my Underworld Breach. And so Tivit does a really good job sometimes of taking out 2 players and not 3 players in the pod. And that's why I'll Kegel it, because sometimes I go, please don't be that kind of Tivit player.
Sometimes you're going to fuck this up. Not in such a way that you win, but in the perfect way for Jeremy to come through and get their win.
Yeah, Blue Farm Jeremy, absolutely always out here, just ready to be like, thanks for the Curse Totem, brother.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, so after Tivit, we're back to the partners, but in a new pairing. The Sacrificial Goblin Child Rograkh and Thrasios. So the only Teemier deck I think we have in this top 16 popularity. So why no draw card, make good win? Why give up, make good, draw card, win good?
Uh, 0 no cost mana, 0 free good. Yeah. No, Rograkh is really, really solid. It's very explosive. It plays the mid-range kind of thing that Tymna Thrasios does, but like starting on turn 1, right? Like, for example, I played against a pilot in the last tournament who ended up going undefeated until the finals match on Rograkh, who went turn 1, play Rograkh, play Gaia's Cradle, use the green because I have Rograkh to play another mana dork. And I was like, okay. And then followed up with a 1 ring on turn 2. And I was like, oh, so we're dead. Yeah, cool. Sounds great. That's where Rograkh comes in. This is another ceiling floor deck, though. I've seen a lot of players, like, this is another one where I would vehemently cut it in half, and then it's either a big, airy, trusting fart or full diamond, because I think Sam Black has won every tournament he's shown up to. I mean, and of course, he's Hall of Famer Sam Black, right? But this year, he has literally gone undefeated with this Rograkh list. So,
and
you know,
are, to harken back to the original pilot discussions we had, are Rograkh players making a lot of unique card decisions, or is it all down to mulligans and figuring out how you sort of, like, I guess
no, it's actually one of the most customizable top tier decks in the format, right? Like, there's a lot of infinite mana combos that can do the Thrasios things, but like, as I mentioned, the one that I saw in the finals the other day, like, was playing only Snap, Eternal Witness, Gaia's Cradle as its only infinite, and then it was a Turbo Breach deck. And I've seen the Rograkh, it doesn't even touch Breach, right? So like, there's actually a lot of differentiation there. Like, a lot of the Sam Black lists have been like using Valley Flood Caller and like a bunch of random otters from like standard and stuff to just like make infinite mana through like a bunch of weird bouncing casting spells, all that kind of junk. And so like, there's absolutely many customizations for this archetype, and I think your individual customizations and comfort with play patterns will 100% determine how you feel about playing this deck.
That's so funny to me that it's just like Turbo Breach, and also look at this cute little guy from Bloomburrow.
Yeah, look
like,
at his otter.
Flash enabler, untap enabler, so like, yes, good, but also just here's this fucking 2/2 otter.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll call that Trusting Farts, and then Mango, here, I'm going to put this up in Diamond producer, if we could do a Unless You're Sam Black. And then we...
There's a couple others. I want to shout out a couple other people. But yeah, I mean, Unless You're Sam Black does feel like a pretty good qualification there, too.
Next, we have the Union Head, Najeela.
Yeah.
Which is our second, I think, 5-color appearance, but I'm betting it's meaningfully different from... I doubt they're doing Planeswalker combo in Najeela.
No. Yeah. I am so bored of this deck. It is played the same way since I've seen it. And like, there's been some iterations of Najeela. It's the most fun I've ever had with Najeela. I'll throw this out there. I was playing 5-color Nadu Breakfast inside of Najeela in the last format. And I will say that was some of the most fun I've ever had with Magic. Nadu in the 99 was much more fun of a card. I think this is like a very common understood thing among CEDH players. Like 99 Nadu actually led to some really cool play patterns. 99 in the zone, everyone was like, yeah, we get it. You have 20 cards in hand.
Yeah, he's like a crazy little treat in the 99. In the command zone, it's like you have one thing and you're either going to do it and we get honked, or you don't do it and you are a deflating whoopee cushion.
Yeah, like exactly. Like in the command zone, it's like, let me guess, Shuko. Like, whereas like
Urza's Saga, please.
Yeah. If you had to play Shuko in a different deck because you're playing Nadu, that's like, hey, that's actually cool.
That's
deck building.
crazy.
You know, like,
yeah, that's a Ned restriction right there. Yeah, I'm playing Shuko in my Rograkh list. No god can kill me.
Trust. Yeah, so that's Najeela. You know, apart from the spark of joy I felt from it, there's just been this build for a long time called NBC Najeela, referring to no bad cards, which I take such an issue with that demographic description. But the idea being like, it's a Turbo Nas deck, and sometimes it wins with Najeela combos because they're all 1-card combos. And then there's Beatdown Najeela with Breach that also shows up every once in a while. They do okay, you know. It's I've called it the biggest peak valley deck in the format, and it's not really about pilot skill. It's more just like where basically how many blockers and removal spells are people playing, and what is Najeela's public perception? Yeah,
just you get matchup checked all over. Because
all
I
the time.
presume, like, if
Yep.
this 3/2 swing is ever bad,
Yep.
right? You probably just pack it up, go home.
Yep, exactly. And then people go like, "Oh, but the Nas plan works then," and it's like, yeah, I guess, but you're playing like a 5-color turbo shell that's like super weirdly disparate, and you're playing like some of the best pieces, but not all the best pieces, and you're not playing even 15 artifacts for your box double count. It's just it's so weird to me as a deck. Like the amount of times I'd be like, all right, cool, I have a creature tutor and culling of the week, and it's like, what is this? Like, what am I looking at here? You know. It's like you can make it happen, right? It's a really solid 5-color deck with a broken commander, right? It as you said, like very matchup dependent. It's the most affected by the format, and there's a reason it's been kind of quiet since the bans, because it's like, yeah, hey, people are playing creatures again. You're like, is it worth it to trade 2 mana dorks for a Najeela? Probably.
God.
Bonk.
Okay, so we'll say that this varies on the list depending on
Yeah.
what month we're in. In today's meta, is this trickle down or is it a fart truster?
I think a good pilot can make it up to even a Kegel. But right now, I would assume the average time I sit against a Najeela deck, I'm just fully man, it's hard.
Right,
I don't know
because it is such a it sounds kind of like it is a Voltron, not in the traditional Magic sense, but it's like this cursed amalgamation of so many different things that like maybe they just had a frag grenade up their ass the whole time and the room's about to explode, and so it's difficult to get like the most solid read.
Yeah, I would feel that I would be doing a disservice to the deck to call it a fart. But I still, like, there's a part of me that disrespects the deck so much that I'm willing to call it an easy breezy, But I think it is. I think at the end of the day, I have to, if I'm being like truly honest, it's a trickle down type deck for sure.
Okay. Following that, we have we have the other commander tax cheating shithead, Derevi, the bird.
Hell yeah.
So is this always my understanding of it is always evil, terrible stacks deck. Is that what it always is, or does it have turbo potential?
No, not since 2013. I think has Derevi actually been that bad, because the stacks deck's actually pretty bad.
Oh, okay. So what is Derevi doing?
Derevi's a lot more mid-range nowadays. So it's a lot of like, I go to combat, I have a bunch of mana dorks, I hit, and I make like 15 mana on my turn. And it doesn't win super great, right? But it just has so many tight, compact, layered lines. And the fact that, Drannith Magistrate doesn't like ever lock out your commander fully is kind of where the nice place lies. Also, the One Ring was a huge boon for this deck.
Notable non-stacks piece, Drannith Magistrate. Pairs really well with the Derevi for all you casual EDH players. Make sure. So the One Ring. Oh, true. Yeah, double tapping One Ring might be an okay thing to do in this game.
At minimum, right? This deck it's a green deck, right? So you're like, all right, cool. Like I'm gonna swing in with all my elves and stuff, or I have a Mockingbird clone of a creature, right? And you're like, all right, cool. I hit in with 3 things in the air. All right, I tapped One Ring earlier for 1. Now untap, tap it for 2. All right, in response to the next untap, tap it for 3. All right, in response, they're drawing like 10 cards a turn. Yeah. Derevi says for each thing that deals combat damage. It's not even per player, right?
Oh, it's
like everything
each.
that hit.
Holy. All right. I might have a deck to try playing. Yeah. That sounds heinous.
Yeah. And I don't know if you've heard of this fun little land called Gaia's Cradle, but pretty good in Derevi.
Never perceived it. Okay, so it is just I am a bird collecting as many shiny objects as possible.
Yes.
And I'm going to spin them. Okay. I'm also going to take a moment for Justin Chase's question on YouTube. Ian, now that I have absorbed all necessary CEDH knowledge from you via osmosis, they're asking, where would you put flubs? I can win about 20 to 30% of the time, turn 1 with a good enough hand. Justin, I'm going to say it probably depends on if you're playing against people who are awake. My inclination of flubs is probably a lot of like silly stuff you can do with it, but now that people know the tricks, if people had to make their mulligans blind, really good commander. If people couldn't look at your command zone before they mulliganed, you probably get to commit robbery on a lot of people. I think in every other situation, it's turn 2, you untap with no cards in hand and a dead commander, and then you just fucking hang out.
Nah, yeah, it's for sure. Like any deck that loses to a single Swan Song is probably gonna struggle a little bit, right? Like the amount of times you're like, oh, okay, I'm play a card, draw a card, play a card, draw a card. All right, awesome. Also, there's a Ristic Study on board, and I'm absolutely king making this player. Anyways, play a card, draw a card, play a card. Oh, they hit a counter spell. Damn. All right. Well, now I have to wait 2 turns because I can't have an odd amount of cards in hand. Darn.
Oh, poo.
Yeah. I love Flubs. Flubs is a vibe. Flubs is, Ken Bauman famously came on my channel and did a deck tech on it and called it more of a theater piece than a deck, which I do agree with completely. Also, there is, shout out to the only Flubs tournament that I will be attending to at the end of the month, where there's only one rule, and it is you can only play Flubs. So I'm very excited about that. But that being said, as far as CEDH contenders go, there is a reason. Let me double check my math here because I could be wrong. I'm gonna double check EDH top 16. Seeing, okay, the highest placement is a 32nd place.
Yeah, until I get my hands on them though. Just wait.
Ooh,
just
baby.
wait. Just wait.
One person did make top 4 in an 8-player event.
Crazy shit. But yeah, it's I love him too. I think he was very like he burned bright, he did not burn long. Like
yes.
it's so fun. I play tested some CEDH decks with him because I was like, oh, that's funny they made a Frog CEDH deck, and the neuron activation is insane.
Mm-hmm.
It is so much neuron activation while you're playing it. It is so easy to just do you know how easy it is to step on a frog? Like most people don't want to do it, but it's not difficult to.
And it goes back to that morality question. Would you step on a frog?
Would you step on a frog? Okay, so returning to the point, we have Derevi mid-range god. What is the pilot disparity like on Derevi? Because we've had a couple that are like massive peaks, massive valleys. If Derevi's just like, I'm accrue mana, accrue card, must win.
I think this is another one where I think you can be a medium tier player and do okay on Derevi, right? But I do think this is another big gap deck because it's very easy to look at scenarios, right? For example, Shorakai is one of my favorite cards in Derevi. I have argued that there are times that it is better than the One Ring because you're able to get card advantage off of it, and it also makes bodies for the untap, right? That being said, I think analyzing cards like that in Derevi really shows where the pilots are at, right? As far as the thing, like if they're just turboing the One Ring, a lot of the time people tend to forget, like, oh, hey, I need mana to actually cast the spells afterwards because all the combos cost like 8 mana, right, to actually make it work, right? There's a reason Chromatic Orrery is one of the best combo pieces in the deck.
Normal ban shit is everything I do costs $10,000.
Yes, exactly. So the 7 mana thing is, as I mentioned, one of your best enablers, right? Feels like it has a little bit of Sisay vibes at times with this deck. Now, that being said, it just won one of the largest tournaments we've ever had, right? But traditionally, you're not seeing this deck top a whole ton, right? So there's that little bit of discrepancy there. I would love to see more pilots adopt some of the philosophies that sort of came up with that deck build, because I do think there was some innovation, some ingenuity, ingenuity. Combining my theater terms there. But yeah, I think it's a good deck. I think realistically, 9 times out of the 10, it's probably in the trickle down tier, just because I would be ambitious if I said the average pilot could really pilot it to its maximum capacity.
How many turns do you think it takes you to clock the Derevi pilots as opposed to, like the Kinnan pilots? It's like by that first Kinnan activation, how many lights are on upstairs. How's it different? Is it different for Derevi?
I've done turn 1 Derevi clocks.
You immediately identified.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's usually when they just kind of don't do anything in the first turn in a mass mana producing deck, and then like also clearly don't have another game plan.
If their plan is like, this is a good commander, I'm sure it'll work out.
But that's also been wrong too, right? Because the person who won that tournament that I was at also did literally first 2 turns of the game just sandbag something in their hand, and clearly like was sandbagging some good stuff. But it was one of those things where I was like, what is happening in this game, right? But there's also once again the tournament winner of this large event, right? So like there's levels. There's clocks for sure. There's definitely being able to clock the sort of ceiling floor potential of players. But I think sometimes you can get the read wrong too.
All right, then let's push on to Kenny G. Kenrith, the Returned King, yet another 5-color pile, but oh my god, you can activate abilities. I hear this is what's called an outlet.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely that. It's hard to say with Kenrith, because Kenrith is called the soup commander of CEDH, because you can do anything with this guy. I've seen Turbo Kenrith. I've seen Creature Combo Kenrith. I've seen Hard Control Kenrith. I've seen Turbo Hermit Druid Kenrith. I've seen Stacks Kenrith. I've seen Reanimator Kenrith. I cannot be clear enough that there's so much ambiguity with this commander. I find that the average Kenrith pilot will be more competent than the average like Najeela pilot per se, right? But that's just because of the amount of flexibility Kenrith gets them. And even if somebody is not the best pilot, Kenrith is so customizable that they will make a deck that feels comfortable for them. And in my opinion, that allows them to overperform. Does that make sense?
Yes, you don't have to. You're not as beholden to learning the trails set down before you by the previous pilots, because holy fuck, this guy is just a big Swiss Army knife.
A big boy. Yeah, no, big boy, big outlet. Like, I've seen even like Kenrith lists that are like playing Kinnan Basalt Monolith because they know they can go get Agatha Soul Cauldron to fix the mana. You know what I mean? Like weird stuff like that. But like it works for him. Like it's Kenrith is a full soup. It's a taste that everyone can enjoy.
So then for attempting to tier that, what is the best iteration you have personally seen? Let's rank the peak Kenrith. What were you like? Even if it wasn't necessarily the spiciest, but the, either the best pilot or just the best archetype that Kenrith has fit into.
Pre-ban Kenrith, I will say, was the best Kenrith.
Okay.
It was because the things that card can do with the dockside were war crimes. Like you could just win at instant speed in response to things all the time, because you'd be like, oops, I put my dockside in my graveyard and I'm going to reanimate it, and you just played your 5th artifact, so that gave me exactly enough to just instantly win the game on the spot. For sure, fine. War crime Kenrith.
That sounds fine. Yeah, that sounds cool and good.
Yeah. Post-ban, you've got to put more effort in. I've seen a lot of Kenriths. I think right now, the one that I've seen perform the most consistently, and there's a player called Anvil Dust out in the West Coast. They have a very specific control Kenrith list, and I'm going to shout them out because they're a brilliant player, but I've seen people try to play their list, and it falls immediately on their face because they are not that player, right? They're trying to customize around something that should not be customized around because it is not easy to understand, right? But I think like the slightly faster but still capable of pivoting to mid-range Kenrith is really the most potent one right now, right? Like you can do the ad nause thing, but also just like, hey, baked in, here's some creature combos that you gave me a window, done, game's over, right? And it's a lot harder to interact with than the nause or the breach or whatever it might be,
Right. Okay, that kind of sounds like Kegel King to me.
I think so.
If I'm going to put words in your mouth, but you have to, as someone on YouTube mentioned, JMS Serena's, there is that moment of, oh, what the fuck are they about to do? That's always going to destabilize you a little bit versus, somebody might be cooking with Tivit, but it's all just like different amounts of paprika they put in the Kraft mac and cheese. You know what Tivit's going to do. You know what Yuriko's going to do. You know what Kinnan's going to do. Kenrith, you're like, all right, man, please play something really declarative in these first 2 turns so I can understand what's happening.
yeah, exactly. Please give me any indication on what's happening right over there. What are you doing there, buddy?
All right, now my honestly the one I was probably most or second most excited to go over in this list. We have His Moistness Glarb Calamity's Augur, which I know that you have been enjoying recently.
Yes. I'm deciding whether I'm bringing this or Blue Farm to a tournament this weekend. So fun little side story about that. I have only ever played Blue Farm in a tournament one time, and it was in Texas in an event run by the same group I'm going to this weekend. So part of me was like, it'd be kind of funny if my deck list was called "I only play Blue Farm in Texas." Which I do think is pretty fun. But at the same time, I had so much fun with Glarb last weekend that I'm like, I could just keep playing Glarb.
I could just Glarb on him.
Yeah,
dude, I love auguring. I looked at a Glarb list in preparation for this, and the primer was just like, yeah, man, play lands, cast spells. It's a great fucking time. And it was the most just like hard land drops I've ever seen in a CEDH deck. And most of the primer wasn't even about combos. It was just like, hey, fun fact about Magic. Land drops are pretty good. Glarb lets you hit land drops off the top so you can only draw good cards. That's pretty good. Yeah. And I was like, what in the fucking fundamentals is happening here? I expected there to be some deep weirdness, but most of the deck was like, hey, we play this one board wipe that wipes 2 mana. We play Culling the Weak. And I play a bunch of greedy mana dorks, so we duck that whole fucking board wipe. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat?
Yeah. Listen, His Moistness is great. It's nice too because I agree. It does support fundamentals, right? Like of CEDH in particular, right? Mm-hmm. Because a lot of it is like, you want your payoffs to be of the higher mana value, right? And these are like free spells, like Force of Will, Mind Break Trap, Force of Vigor, right? Like all these cards that are like ripping these off the top when instead of drawing them, you can just be like, oh, hey, that's on top of my deck. Pow, interaction. Or any top deck tutor then becomes, all right, cool. What interaction spell do I need right now? Mystical tutor, put the best 4-drop on top of my deck, right? Like, it's pretty sick. I have a ton of fun with this deck. I think it's, for me personally, my build is a little more Bolus of Citadel happy because that's like one of my favorite cards of all time. And runs that shit like it's nobody's business and is dope.
Does this deck also allow you to play Commandeer with a straight face?
It does.
Oh, God. Holy shit. That's awesome.
Yeah, it really does. There are other decks that are running it, but I think Glarb is perhaps the most logical place by far, right? Because you can just go like
joking the least.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, fire off a Mystical Tutor. I have 2 blue cards in my hand. I'll take your Smothering Tithe. Thank you very much. Anyways.
Crazy.
Yeah. I love Glarb. It's so nice too, and like the ability to just like, there's so many keepable hands that are like turn 1 Dork, turn 2 Glarb, maybe a piece of free interaction. I'll figure out the rest by surveilling 2 every turn. Like, it's pretty hot. It's pretty hot. Okay. I really enjoy this archetype. Yeah. So and it's also going back to that customizable question. Oh my God, is this customizable? I've seen both the Citadel versions like my own. I've seen Turbo Protean Hulk versions of this deck. I've seen Doomsday. I've seen Turbo Nas versions. Like Glarb is so flexible.
Oh my God. So does that translate to stressful to play against, or because it's such a fundamentals check and you are in possession of such fundamentals, are you like, oh, this is a deck I have to respect, but ultimately, like I try to imagine how a like really high level duelist would feel about another good duelist being like, this is going to be a respectful bout.
Well, one of the things I find so interesting about Glarb, and this tangent will time back in, is that I have gone on record saying it is never correct to remove Glarb, which is what makes it so good. Because a lot of commanders, like there are times where you should definitely shoot down a Tymna because it's getting too many cards, or a Crom, or any of the above, right? Or blow up that Rograkh because it's turning off a bunch of free spells, right? Whereas with Glarb, it's like it's allowing them to surveil, but in a fair amount. It's like one of the fair Seedborn Muse decks in the format. They just surveil twice every turn, right? Like it's and they are responsible, right? So I feel like in a lot of situations, I can sit down against a Glarb and know that they're going to put up a good fight, right? Even if I know that they're a good pilot, I know that we'll hang, right? Like I know we'll sort of step to each other's paces, but I'm never like, oh man, I'm cooked, because I expect a good game out of that matchup, right? And I like playing those types of games, right? So for me, I'm not petrified against the Glarb pilot. I just know like this is somebody I have to respect their play patterns of, right? Now, me feeling comfortable knowing like a wide array of like the potential cards that they could have in the deck, I feel like for me it's probably just going to stick in the trickle down tier, not because it's not good, but more so the fact that like it is. I think this is a skill testing deck, you know.
Yeah, you're assured enough of your own skills that you know it's going to be a good fight, but one that you are confident in.
Yeah,
exactly. I like someone in chat said Glarb is simultaneously completely game winning and also doesn't really do anything.
That's so true, dude. It really is. It's like that card does absolutely nothing. And as I said, like I would feel very weird. Like a friend of mine pathed my Glarb in like a pickup game we were playing, and I was like, really? like you can't really think that's the best use of this removal right now. And they were like,
when this Najeela comes down, you'll feel otherwise. Like there's always a much more threatening creature. Especially in a format where you said creature removal is so sparse. I'm also last time on Derail Us, can we get claps in chat? Triple Mango Thread is here, who is my YouTube editor. So if you like any videos that have come out recently or the video that will come out of this one, you like Mango's work. So please thank them appropriately. Get the fuck back into the basement. I don't know who let you get to a computer with outside internet access, but it wasn't me. And then moving on.
Did you fill their dog bowl? Is that why? You might have forgotten.
We're not at the daily feeding yet. We have next Angel Mommy Atraxa Grand Unifier, which I'm assuming has to be. I refuse to believe anything interesting is going on here. I feel like this has to be card in hand, not draw card, trigger Smothering Tithe. Tasty. Yeah. Me trick the Narset.
I do really, it's Atraxa's pretty like, hey, do you like those play patterns of Tymna Thrasios, but you really hate having two boring card draw commanders in the command zone? Well, what if you have one really big boring card draw commander in the command zone? And honestly, the flavor of the week is, hey, you like Food Chain or do you like Infinite Mana with Kinnan Basalt Monolith? It's up to you. Determine which Sans Red Commander is your cup of tea.
There are two shitty wolves inside you.
Yeah, exactly. I think TNT is much more customizable, right? I sort of only talked about mid-range Tymna Thrasios earlier. But there's also like, as I've seen iterations in the past, and I say that very pointedly because I think people are a little stuck in the same patterns right now with that archetype. But Atraxa is also one I just think people have never really innovated with, respectfully to the pilots. Like there's been one version I was like, ooh, you have Neoform that can turn it into a Broodlord combo, but it's like you still need to resolve an Atraxa, and the rest of the deck is still value engines, right? Like it's not really exactly like selling the narrative there, you know?
Even to a casual player, it seems really difficult to iterate on something that is 7 goddamn mana to cast with 4 different pips. Like you have to, so much of the deck seems like it has to be value just to make thing happen.
Yes, I completely agree. Yep.
And so then it ends up becoming like, haha, I've done it. All right, fuck, there's Bloom Tender. Could have used you 2 turns ago. All right, fuck, here's Ghostly Flicker. I guess that'll be cool. All right, fuck, here's Smothering Tithe. All right, here's Rhystic Study. Oh no, I drew them both at the same time. And then they collapse into themselves and form a black hole.
Yeah. And I think that's why a lot of people default to TNT over Atraxa right now, because if you're going to engage in that play pattern, might as well have Fierce Guardianship, right? But
true, I didn't even think about how easily or how much it restricts your ability to access the free commander spells just because of how long it's probably going to take you to resolve this commander. Like this is a commander where it's like even Jeweled Lotus helps a bit. Like it's still crazy good card, but compared to how much it would, single-handedly bring together, like Magda, or maybe not even Magda, but some of these other bitches, like Tivit, right? Jeweled Lotus, tremendous for Tivit. But holy fuck, this is just so much mana and so many different colors of mana, and just an overall disaster unless you love the idea of Atraxa steps on you.
I think, and I think there's like maybe a little bit of. I do think the food chain angle is a little underexplored, or I guess under talked about in the narrative, right? Like food chain is just a really clean combo that people don't have a lot of answers to because it's infinite creature casts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even if, like, hypothetically speaking, you're like doing the food chain thing, and your opponents are like, "Oh, I'm drawing all the cards off Ristic Study." Like, what do they do to stop that? Especially if they're tapped out, right? It's like, all right, Mind Break Trap your food chain enabler. I was like, cool, I've already made 10,000 mana. Like, let's go
Yeah.
again. Like, what do you want from me, right? So I think that's definitely a big part of it as well, as far as that aspect is concerned. But I do think there is, definitely something to be said about, yeah, there's only so much flexibility that Atraxa can have. That being said, I still think there is more there, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So is this down in like trusting farts where you can be asleep for 3 turns and then you have to start paying attention to what Atraxa is doing, or do you need to be playing cop to stop them from getting the dream set up?
Nah, yeah, I think they can, like any Sans Red mid-range deck, they can have a good start, right? They can have like a Ranger Captain into a Ristic, some other type, but like any deck that has blue and white and black is capable of those exact starts as well, right? So Atraxa, I don't think deserves any more respect than those other options, right? Except for with the food chain option, as I've said, right? So that's really about it. So sometimes it doesn't feel as farty, but like it's probably there. Right now I think it's the safest time to be like, yeah, this deck's fine.
You're playing CEDH. You're here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right, next we have the other set of Grixis boys, Malcolm Vial Smasher, which I've actually played before.
Hell yeah.
And I have no strong opinions because that deck was holy shit, cards are good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That deck was, I played the One Ring as quickly as possible. I assembled Thoracle Consult, and the Karakushima player won on the end step before mine, and I cried.
Checks out. Yeah, Grixis Pirates is solid right now. It's just a really good list, puts up numbers, does its checks out of work at the end of the day and goes back to its wife, right? But it's actually doing better than like Rograkh in the current metagame because it has this creature combo component to it, right? Like you can do the Grixis stuff and you can go fast and you can do all that, Necro and Ad Nauseam and all those things, but it has that Glinthorn Buccaneer combo that's just like, hey, by the way, we can be ready for the turbo plan, but at any time there's a 2-card creature combo with the commander, right? It's pretty good, right? The thing you lose out is like Rog has a little more speed and other decks have more card advantage. Malcolm is not a card advantage heavy deck, right? So a lot of the 99, I shouldn't say a lot, but a decent amount of the 99 has to cater around that part too, right? Because there's times where someone's playing a Malcolm Vial Smasher hand and then they just sort of do nothing for a large part of the game because they didn't, they were basically like, I trust in my top deck, and then they didn't get anything good because math didn't math there, and that deck can fizzle too, right? If you disrupt them enough,
Yeah, when I was playing with Malcolm Vial Smasher, at one point I had an Imperial Seal in my hand, and someone had lent me the deck and they were playing a casual game next to me, and I bumped their elbow and I was like, hey, you have Glenhorn Buccaneer in here, right? And they were like, oh yeah. And I was like, think I'm gonna get away with it? And he looked at my hand and looked at the board and he was like, no. And I was like, great. And I was like, great. Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of time where you're like, Ristic Study sounds good right about now.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm a responsible boy. But it has those 2 angles of attack, right? Which I think makes it viable at any time. And I think like when you survive the first 3 turns against the deck, your odds of winning against it are pretty high in comparison to where they might have been previously,
Because it's not a card extruder. It's not as good as just like, it's good at, holy fuck, this Malcolm text is ridiculous. But if you get past the point where having 5 mana is going to be like, I have 7 cards and 5 mana, you all explode. It's like, okay, they have some treasures, but they have 2 cards in hand and they have not stuck Ristic Study this game.
Yes, that's exactly where that deck just goes.
So like, is this like transitions from Deep Clencher Kegel King to lower after you've survived those critical turns?
Yeah, I think it's like it's one of those decks that's I think it starts at like a high Kegel and then it just really like there are times where I have played against pilots who I'm like, oh, you did not go for your card advantage whatsoever. All right, you're living in fart zone for like a solid portion of this game.
I can go make some tea, circle back,
Yeah,
see what you've done a little bit later.
Yeah. It's like, hey, I'm gonna take these other two seriously for right now, but let me know if you're in the mood to try something later, okay?
Talk loudly when you declare your next tutor target.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then coming up to the final deck that we're going to be doing today is Nixilis Captive Kingpin. Who, what a motherfucker this guy is.
Yeah.
For me, he's always been the like most fun card I could never justify putting in a casual deck because he just immediately haunts you. If you put him in your like silly pinger deck, you're like, oh my god, I have a 10-9 trampler and effectively 10 cards in hand for the next turn. I guess I win. Sorry.
Yeah. So, do you remember my stat with Yurico?
Yes, how you'd lost to one Yurico deck lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Is it none for Nixilis?
It's one.
It's one. Okay, excellent.
Yeah. When they specifically ripped the two perfect answers in a row blind off the top of their deck and were able to win that game, absolutely.
Have you considered that God just loves the Rakdos players most, though?
I did.
And that was actually a skill issue?
Because I have so many people who come to me with this deck and they're like, hey, how do we make Ob good? And it's just like, well... you've sort of given me a Sisyphusian task where I will be trying to push this boulder uphill for a long time. I think it's playable, right? Like, it's capable of making top cuts. Wow, there's so many times where this deck is just absolutely stepped on its own dick.
Well, it's so it's 4 mana, 4 mana to tell you exactly what it has to do to win. Which not many of the other commanders have done that, or maybe not to win, but like 4 mana to tell you exactly what it wants to do for a lot of its advantage.
Yep. It's like, you can disrupt Ob, and even if Ob for some reason doesn't get removed, right? Like I've seen a lot of Ob players who are like, yeah, I have enough power, I'll take out this one player, and the other two are like, oh my god, thank you, they had all the interaction. Like,
oh, thank you for getting that fucking cop, dude. Anyway, breach?
Exactly. Yeah. And Ob is just like, look, Ob is doing its best, but it feels like it's a grind engine in the colors that can't grind. And it has a bunch of combos that are pretty fragile. It can do breach stuff. It's really cool when it pops off, but I want to respect this deck.
If we could give the deck one color, obviously like the first answer is blue. Do you think if we were cheating at Magic and we gave Ob white, do you think some type of like Mardu Staxy grind deck could work with him? Or would he still just be like boulder uphill, please God give me Fierce Guardianship?
I think there's a Stax variant that could work. I also think like there is just the idea of like most Ob pilots going like, I have silence now, I can send it even more aggressively. Like...
Hold on. I don't think this guy does it because I haven't stared at him ever. No, he's a 2/2. I was gonna say like Grand Abolisher, trigger Nixilis, please.
No, unfortunately. However, Ranger Captain, go get a creature with 1 power.
Ooh.
I will say, like, being able to Ranger Captain a Cataract Parasite in Nixilis would be pretty fucking hot. I'm not gonna lie, it'd be spicy for sure.
So is this a commander that got hit particularly hard by the bans then? Because some people were bringing up in chat the possibility of Ob going off with like, this is prime Jeweled Lotus territory, right? As you play one land of one color and then boom, I have Ob, and then you get riddled with bullets from the entire table, but you've at least gotten to try it turn 1.
I don't know that Jeweled Lotus fixes it, right? Like, I think it gives you more opportunities to cheese games, but losing Dockside and Mana Crypt and Jeweled Lotus was definitely a big hit. Those were all 3 relevant pieces for the deck, especially Dockside, which, there's no Dockside outlets with Ob, but the pingers that you all played also just happened to combo with, like, Infinite Treasures 90% of the time, right? So, like, the layering was so insanely tight that it didn't matter that like Ob wasn't technically an outlet, right? Because 9 times out of 10, most of the cards in your deck just happen to be dockside outlets, right?
Yeah.
And so like it lost an entire, very relevant, much cleaner than the consistent win condition, right? And so like last format, people were doing some turbo Ob stuff. The player I mentioned earlier, Wounded, was doing pretty well with a like Citadel, ad nauseam Ob Nixilis list that just kind of honked pretty hard, but it really lost a lot of gas. It's playable now still, don't get me wrong, but like I for sure am going to assume that is a free spot at the table more often than anything else. Yeah.
All right, so I'll put them there. We have someone on YouTube saying, forgot the number 1 best commanders, Paco and Haldan. Kevo, we can't even scroll to them on EDH top 16.
Yeah, 07 on that one for sure.
Yeah, rest in piss, brother. Listen, you're doing the Lord's work, but you're not doing it in top 8.
Yeah. Now, I will say these commanders were, we were talking specifically about the popular commanders, right? Like that is
yes.
But yeah. Oh wow. So fun fact, I actually backed out of the EDH top 16 page, and if you look by the 20 plus entries as opposed to tournament size thing, Flubs for some reason looks like it has like actually a pretty decent amount of people who have shown up with the deck. That's so weird. I think that might be like, it looks like a glitch on the site right now. I'm not gonna lie, actually. Yeah, because it's saying in the past 6 months there's there's 100 more entries with Flubs as there are with Rogsai, but when I click on the page, that's not even close to true. So I think someone's messing with the numbers on the site or something.
It's crazy to me that there's still Godo believers.
Oh yeah, look,
after all this time,
there are Godo diehards who will absolutely put people in a tomb with this deck, like absolutely. Godo is one of those decks that's another skill floor ceiling card, and even then, it's still like it lost a lot of stuff with that ban, right? Mm-hmm. But I've seen players who are just like Godo lifers, just like, yeah, I turn 3-1 or mulled the 3-1 on turn 1, I should say. Like just like
God.
Yeah, it's like land, man of alt, treasonous ogre. No one had the interaction. All right, based. Like, GG's.
Sick as fuck. You all underestimated me after the 4th mulligan.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I think that's where we can call it for today, and then potentially we will have the lovely Ian back, depending on the analytics. I mean, we'll keep talking, but anytime I can get you on here and we can yap about maybe if a particularly big tournament goes down, we can go some type of similar breakdown of like why everyone who lost you is a loser and why everyone who beat you is a cheater.
Yes, exactly how I talk all the time.
Yes, that's why I'm here, to put fake words in your mouth about sentiments you don't have. And then and that allows you to get a YouTube video responding to the allegations of Maldhound, being like, so it turns out he was being a fibber because he thought it would be funny. So, Ian, please feel free to shout yourself out on all your socials. All my followers, Comedian is on YouTube at least. Go subscribe to the motherfucker. Watch his videos if you actually want to learn a thing or two about a thing or two.
Yeah, so if you're curious about more CEDH talk, I have my own channel, Comedian MTG. I also do this for a living, so I yap about this format as a coach. So if you hit me up at any of the places at my Linktree, which is Linktree/Comedian MTG, you can find me at any of those places. Shoot me a DM, all that kind of stuff. Do not try and DM me on Discord because a fraud has the name Comedian MTG on there, so please don't do that. Oh, God. Yeah, that was not a fun revelation. But yeah, any like X or YouTube or my comedianmtg@gmail.com email. Feel free to hit me up in any of those places. But yeah, youtube.com/comedianmtg is the main channel. I'm also the co-host of the Mind Sculptors podcast, co-host of future D&D channel featuring Lou Stardust and Anna Margaret, known as Dice and Daydreams, and I am also the background person on every Scrybabies episode. You just don't see me in a lot of them because I'm the person with the cameras and the microphones and all that stuff.
And figuring out how a given deck will win on the stack. for that.
I have done that many a time. Yeah, absolutely. They're
All
like,
right.
Judge, and I'm like, yeah.
That's their YouTube channel in chat. We can see Ian off. We're going to take an ad break, and then we're transitioning into deck roast. So my stream is going until 10 p.m. So the ride with Ian is going to be over, but we're going to continue talking crazy shit. Ian, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me, bud.
Be in touch about any future stuff, and please have a good day, my friend.
Yeah, you too. Have a fun time, chat.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now let's fix up the Discord thing that I have. I have cobbled this all together with duct tape. Huzzah! I'm going to do an ad break. We're going to switch the stream title. Then we have 4 people who are getting makeup commander deck roast done after this one. Honestly, my initial opinions right after that are we're definitely going to try to have Ian back for something in the near future, and I will just attempt to find other relevant CEDH things we can talk about, whether that is like another generic rank video, whether that is some other type of tier list, whether that is breaking down the vibe of a given top 8. I will find something to do with that motherfucker. That was a tremendous time. So let me adjust these stream titles so that I'm not lying to the people. A stream on how to make Ob viable. I mean, Hugo, I think the problem with Ob is there's no individual card that would make this work. You would probably have to come at it from a pilot perspective, and from a pilot perspective, you then just get immediately limited by your card selection. As Ian put it, you have to be able, Ob would have to be able to grind, and Ob lacks the tools to grind. Sharpie a blue symbol on. That would probably do it. The Bison Steve, thank you for the tier 3 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Lie to me, daddy. Okay, Ob's Grixis, actually. You just got to put Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora in. And also, Islor, I'm sorry I missed that 100-bit cheer. Bits for Mango. Thank you for your contribution to the dog pile. I will definitely toss some pennies down into my basement later to get those to Mango. Oh, yeah. I mean, you give any non-blue... I think you give any non-blue commander access to blue. And, boom. The commanders... If it was previously unplayable, you can at least consider it. Maldown, will you go to that Flubs tournament, and do you want me to modify the ban animation? It depends on when and where it is. I am almost always willing to travel, but my current rule is the travel has to be financially neutral. So if I'm going to an event, right, I don't need to get paid some appearance fee, or I should say a big appearance fee, but I can't be dropping. I do not have the funds to commit $1,000 to show up to someone else's thing and be goofy, particularly at a CEDH level. Go to my first CEDH tournament, probably make top 4, lose to Ian in a big cinematic WWE moment. I can't afford to have that be a $2,000 expenditure between flights and hotels or however long I want to stay, and missing all of my streams and normal content. So I might go to it. Let's see what it is. Okay, I can't find the tournament. Yeah, Namifi, the opportunity cost is often too high. That's one thing Prof talked to me about with respect to traveling to things. He was like, the more successful I got, the higher the appearance fee had to go, not because I just ooh, I can charge a bunch of money, but because if I'm traveling for a week, I have to tally up how many videos am I not publishing because I'm gone for that week? How much time do my editors not have as much work to do, etc., etc., etc. It's like jungling. The gank has to be worth it. Otherwise, you're just better off farming. Yeah, exactly. I have the inner demons telling me to make my Marnius Calgar deck into a CEDH one. I think Marnius Calgar is playable. Like, he's probably just worse Tivit, but, like, people win. Go talk to Tim. You hit up Tim about it. He is apparently the most consistent Marnius Calgar truther. But he's definitely putting up stuff with it. So it's not even inner demons. It's just like, the brain worms. So I have to go use the bathroom. We're going to hit another manual ad break. And then let me pull up the Google sheet to see who is supposed to be going today. I know Shadow Sunder is one of them. I know Zresriel is one of them. I know White Bread is one of them. It's Zresriel, your boy Harden, White Bread, and Shadow Sunder. So Shadow, I'm hitting a manual ad break. Going to use the bathroom. And then we will hit your deck. White Bread, you're here too. Perfect. So Zresriel and Harden is who we're looking out for. Let's get it going. Dream Reaper 12, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. I also forgot I got a hot personal spoiler announcement. Let's see if I missed anything else. Okay, Zrestriel's here as well. George the Hacker, no SpongeBob review short. We are going to make one, but the last couple days have been... the last couple days have been very, very busy, and I've been very, very low on sleep. So I will be making one, but making personal shorts has been low on the priority list because I'm trying to work out long forms, and I have an ad that has been sticky to film in a way that is interesting. Hey Malt, has my roast been rescheduled from Sunday yet? No, not yet, Relic. I think the nearest opening would be Saturday morning before the WoW stream if you're open then. Nimifi, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. So for personal spoilers, we'll do Houdini's. Thank you for redeeming that personal question. Houdini 3030. Favorite Elden Ring weapon, and why is it Moonveil? It's not, because I'm an idiot. My favorite weapon in Elden Ring is... If we're talking about what allows me to farm the most aura, it's the Radahn swords. These motherfuckers look so cool. The Bankai is impeccable. That little gravity wave fart dealy that it shoots out is one of the best things I've seen in my life. Has incredible amounts of aura. If favorite is what I end up playing the most, it is probably a tie between dual wielding 2 giant smashers, and then I just fucking brick people with jumping attacks, or when in a moment of personal weakness, when I just could not get through the game, when I just could not figure it out, I got, what are the like dual blades Elden Ring? I got blood twin blades, and I did a bleed build, and that was how I got through the game the first time. So I've used these a fair amount before I transitioned to the turbo bonk build. Death penalty, no! Let me update these tags. MTG, Magic, Commander. There we go. So those tags are now good. So those are the things I play with the most. I love to use the Radahn greatswords, but if it's not an enemy where I'm going to have an opening to at least try to get the special move off, I typically swap away from them quickly. Zrestriel, thank you for the personal question redeem. Please hit me with it. Going Darth Maul mode is always valid. Agumame, that's what I did. When I beat Melania, it was with the bleed twin blades. Every attempt took 30 seconds, and it was, I'm going to jumping Darth Maul attack you, because I was dual wielding them. So it was more of like the General Grievous move. I was like, I'm going to General Grievous you. I'm not going to dodge. I'm not going to block. I'm just going to jump, spin, repeat. And either I'm going to helicopter you to death in 30 seconds, or you're going to kill me in 30 seconds, and what will be, will be. And it took triple-digit attempts, but I did get there. What's your favorite counterspell that's not in blue? God, it has to be Mana Tithe. I have raged at Mana Tithe myself many, many times, because it's so fucking rude to be caught lacking by 1. It's so rude to be caught lacking by 1. I mean, Imp's Mischief isn't a counterspell. it's a retargeting effect, which if there's anything to be pedantic about, it's extremely important to be pedantic about counter spells versus things that don't actually stop the spell. Reprieve fucking sucks, dude. I hate Reprieve. Why in the ever-loving fuck am I spending mana to just die a turn later? That shit is corny, and I will stand on that. What about not of this world? Oh no, I'm basically never playing Big Stompy. My deck's power stop at like Nib Mizzet power, which is 6. And so I don't think this has ever been applicable to a deck that I play. Like Dissonant Wave Adventure on Emerald Dragon. No one ever... Can I Google this part, or do I have to Google Emerald Dragon? Oh, the Stifle. Yeah, I mean that's such crazy grime. If the mono green or like the Gruul Dragon deck stifled me, I would have a heart attack on the spot. I would just fall over and die. The SpongeBob Secret Lair, yeah, Devo, everything in the SpongeBob Secret Lair was just such a honestly despicable home run. Like, it's so stupid. I am not one of the like MTG art truthers, but sometimes it does bother me a little bit when things look too funky. And my initial opinion was definitely, oh, the SpongeBob stuff is gonna look too funky, and then all of it just cooks. All of it just cooks so hard. All right, let's get into the meat of today, which is roasting 4 people's decks. I know Shadow Sunder we are making up for your February roast, so I'm pulling that up now. There we go. So for any of you that have not been to a deck roasting stream before, let's pull up the appropriate Google Slides presentation. When you get your deck roasted, my Ko-Fi commissioners submit to me a primer, a deck list, and a power rating. We do not accept 1 through 10. We don't currently work just off of the WotC bracket system. We accept silly to spooky to scary, which is a power rating originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE. It is a measure of how ominous your turns are to a player that knows Magic and is paying attention to your game. How scary is your setup? How quickly do they expect it to convert into a win? All those types of things. But the main thing we judge you on is your primer. This is a paragraph explaining how you think the deck currently plays or how you want the deck to play if you have submitted a work in progress. It is very important that you do not lie to me in your primer, because these are the lies I'm going to hold you to. So without further ado, let's see what Sunder has given us. They have sent in a silly deck. The primer is a silly deck designed around forcing other people to draw cards and flooding them with resources. We also have a message from Sinpoder. Hello, I'm from YouTube. Finally managed to catch a stream. I love your content, and it's helped me learn how to play Magic the Gathering. I'm so fucking sorry, Sin, but I hope you enjoy the ride while you're here. Thank you for coming by the stream. I'm also going to post the Twitch link into YouTube chat. If anybody from YouTube is willing to come over to Twitch, you can get your message on screen and earn channel points to perhaps participate in the free roasting stream that's going to happen later in the month. But if you can't, no worries. Perverted Truths. This is a silly, nice, spooky deck that does a surprisingly good job of convincing people to dine on excess. By forcing all players to draw full hands and hold on to them, we can punish them on all those choices. I am just enabling you to touch more cards. Why would you want to stop that? I'm not looking to add discard-focused cards to this deck. Okay, so this is Seizan, who, if you've never played against them, criminally bad. As it happens, what Seizan does is he makes everybody draw 2 cards for the cost of losing 2 life. And you might say, oh wow, I'm going to make everybody lose life. That's really good. There's no way trading 1 life for 1 card is one of the most broken things you can do in the entire game. That couldn't happen. So let's see how Sunders tried to save it. So we have bullets. I would say this is enough in any world where you weren't letting anybody draw 3 cards every single turn. I feel like you probably run through these in short order and then get murdered. So we have more symmetrical draw. We have all of the things that allow other players to draw additional cards. We can get up to like 7 cards drawn every turn. Let's see, Temple Bell, Seizan is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we can passively have everybody at the table drawing 9 cards a turn if we are deep inside Magical Christmas Land. If we are living in Santa's big sack. Game's gotta end. That's actually shockingly funny. I expected this to be the most, fuck it, I'd toss a Molotov cocktail into my LGS and hope for the best deck ever. This is actually hilarious and will win you the game. Because you play all of your group hug things, you play this, and then you go, okay, pass to you, draw your deck, dumbass. Bang, bang. Oh my god. And then you fucking just played every other black card that people think is wins. This is cookery, and then this is Kraft mac and cheese. I personally doubt... Like, I cannot for the life of me imagine that Gary is actually good here. I also doubt that Exsanguinate is actually very good here. But you were probably like, hey man, these win. Tainted Strike. There's no fucking shot, right? There's just no shot unless maybe you put it on Keurig. So we have 3 things that ChatGPT found for us, and then we have the lobster on top of the Kraft mac and cheese. So this is hot. I think we probably want to fix these. For headache, okay, so this is enabling all of our life loss. I believe this says whenever somebody draws a card, they lose a life. Price of knowledge, sure. Psychosis crawler, sure. God, fuck you, sure. So we're putting a clock on the game. I question the things that are like more than 4 in the absence of our ability. God, we talked with Ian so much that I'm actually talking about how good the cards are instead of just going haha penis. But let's talk about the contraption, because I think at most tables, unless they're getting stuck with lands in hand, they're probably just going to discard to 7. And so on upkeep, you're at most getting 3 out of these people. And on their turns, they just like straight vomit everything. So we get a lot of advantage for maybe 3 on upkeep. And what this is, in my mind, what these are competing against is like you having additional card draw and additional ramp. Because what is this curve? Yeah, deeply irresponsible. You mountains and mountains of credit card debt. Protect the president. Sure. Yeah, these should not be more artifact ramp to recast the president. I believe in you. Very funny. Yes. Big claps. Big claps. Gilded Lotus is probably necessary in this deck. And then a lot of these are not the best thing ever, but you do probably need them. Shields up. Oh god. Okay, this is better. This is better. I like that we have this many board wipes. Because you're definitely... So this makes the removal improved in my mind, because I imagine that the board is going to be getting filled to the fucking brim with dog shit every single turn. I think the thing that I like the least about this deck, which may be solved by the meta of whatever table you're playing against, is when you sit down with this deck, you have taken out a note that just says, hey, are any of you guys artifact or enchantment players? If so, you won. And that is a limitation of just having a mono black creature in the command zone, which I realize is a key part of your pun and a key part of your game plan, but you are almost exclusively limited to dealing with creature-based game plans. And so if anybody ever does anything that isn't creature-based, you just say, okay, draw 7 every turn. Also, I can't hurt you in any way that matters. Please be nice to me. Toxic Deluge is wild without clear life gain. Did you not see Spider Mommy? That, you know, it's always going to be on top. It's always going to be on top. It's always going to be fine. Only HP that matters is the last one. So, like, from a theoretical standpoint, bases are covered. We have roughly 10 cards in each of the major categories we need to be in, which is pay for our big dumbass commander. We have enough lands, shoot individual problems, shoot the entire board, give the board more shit to work with, and then ping the board for our damage. But again, the curve is fucking ridiculous, and so mulligans are gonna be important and also mean to you. So is this keepable? No. Is this keepable? Why the fuck do we... Okay, whatever. We're phasing out our commander. Sure, you fuck ass. Alright, so we have a fog, we have anvil. This has to be like as keepable as it gets. So we do this and nothing. We do this, we anvil. We are now Huggery. We probably discard... I mean, honestly, Sign in Blood, because we have the anvil out already. We hit Nykthos, and then... I'm going to hit... maybe the Rebirth. So we'll play that tapped. Next turn... Oof. I like Shizo. I like all these cards. Fuck the fog. Fuck the fog. So we play this thing. We probably play... I mean, it's turn 4. We've done literally nothing except hand everybody else hammers to hit us with. So me personally, I probably play No Mercy at this point. But we get to draw again. We have Dark Writ, Temple Bell. I feel like at this point we don't need the ritual. Unless we're just going to, like, do a Peer into the Abyss. But Peer into the Abyss doesn't really help us. Or not crazily so, and we can ramp to it other ways. We don't meet the fucking Scepter of Eternal Glory condition. We play Seizan. Now everybody draws 4 cards every turn. We take 2. We have to discard one of these. Fuck propaganda. I ain't no bitch. I'm just holding up this big wall of guns if you ever look at me. This is like worthless to play until we have a 3rd swamp. So we Ornithopter, we Mind Stone, we Diamond. Now we possess $1 million. We pass. We have collectively given the table like 10 extra cards at this point, and we've hit Exsanguinate. We have to discard one of these. Probably get rid of Damnable Pact. We hit our own reliquary tower. So now we at least have one piece of interaction. It's turn 7. Any realistic commander game has ended like 3 turns prior to this with the amount of card draw we've given, which is fucking... Ugh. Can we... Scepter still doesn't mean anything. Temple Bell does mean something. Okay, and we can Massacre. So really the best thing we can do is say, all right, fuck all this noise. Everybody reset, which if we're playing against like precons, real as hell. If we're not playing against precons, I mean, fuck this Tainted Strike. It's not going to do a single thing for us. We have 2 Devotion for our Nykthos. 3. We just play Mana Rock and pray. Yeah, I mean, Sunder, you know you can just like put on a National Geographic documentary, right? You can just put on, they have videos of lions killing sick deer. If you just want to know from an outside perspective what playing this deck probably looks like for you. Like I've never felt like I had so many tools and so little tools at the same time. The play out of this deck does make me really strongly believe what I said about like the Devotion here is a trap. Maybe not Nykthos because the opportunity cost is so long, but Gary does not a goddamn thing. Alright, so that's free mulligan. We probably fucking keep it because it's an anvil hand. Alright, anvil hand. We draw an extra. I mean, fuck Renegade's Getaway. So we get this guy. Douthie. Hey, good. We got a good card out. I win now, right? So now if we can get people to discard to hand size, something actually happens. That is a tremendous amount of neuron activation. Yeah, and I agree with Turtle Stew. We are deep in bracket Y at present moment. So we get to draw 2. Fuck this propaganda effect. We can do more rampies. Fuck Professor's Warning. I'm here to play Magic and kiss people. We phase out our own commander. Yeah, Douthie's been dead for 18 years, but we're going to pretend that we still have him. And now we have the Contraption, which is, so because we phased out Seizan, this I think legitimately does not a single thing. Like the average person hasn't drawn extra cards in hand, and so on this first passive upkeeps, I don't think we get to order these flavorfully. Oh, true, they don't. Oh, fuck. So we've not. Oh, God. We have Nanbo Grandpa, but he's a ninja now. Yeah. God, I'm not keen on recommending somebody do like the lame and good thing, but this is. I struggle to even call this a 1 because I think an important thing about Magic the Gathering is that you want to try to win. Like at least hypothetically, and this deck's win conditions are 100% hypothetical. If you write them down on paper, there is an order that this deck can play cards in that is very compelling, which is ramp into card draw into group slug piece, preferably Sheoldred. Bracket 1 specifically doesn't care about winning, I think, is a lie that is going to eat at the bracket system. Bracket 1 just cares about other things more than winning. That doesn't mean you are not committing any effort to winning. It means that your effort is more dedicated to having that shit on than it is winning specifically, or whatever gimmick you're trying to do. But there is a distinct difference from winning is not my main priority and I am totally throwing my hands up to like force feed other people to win. This is like foie gras, but instead of feeding ducks grain to make them fat and juicy, you're giving like the Kinnan player, or I mean, God help you if you ran Seizan into a Kinnan deck, but you're giving every other deck the tools to play show and tell. Swamp Gorblin, we are perverting the truth in this bitch. Believe it or not, at my LGS, I win an alright amount of games, but I probably play against lower stuff. I mean, like the win rate of what you tell me the deck is probably, it's like telling the dentist that you floss. Not for the reason of you're lying. In Commander, it's because like any pile of garbage that has some number of good cards in it can win for one of two reasons. Either you have friendly mulligans. You give me infinite mulligans with this deck, hell yeah, this deck rips. Or you are good at mind control. If you are good at mind control and your games take a really, really, really long time, then I also believe in this deck winning. Because you have some stuff that's just like, because this deck looks designed to play in the baby pen at the park. And then you also have, okay, Shoulder the Apocalypse, if you are light on removal, I win. Like there's a couple things in this deck where, all right, I have stuck this. Welcome to 2022 standard. I'm now going to blow you out unless you have good targeted removal. And at the silly level, that is like the first thing people skimp on. I've done friendly mulligans before, but I only ever used it to search for a playable hand. Since I'm really bad at drawing the appropriate number of lands instead of 0, I never dug for the perfect hand. Few people do, Dark. That does not change the impact that using friendly mulligans has on your deck building. I used to be a consistent, oh yeah, friendly mulligans, do whatever you want. And when I swapped to, at least in my playtesting, holding myself to official mulligan rules, my deck making changed. I talked to other people who review decks, who make a lot of decks. Their deck making changed. Forcing yourself to play by the rules of Magic will fundamentally change the type of Magic decks that you make, even if in your estimation you're never using it to sculpt your hand, you're just using it to get a playable hand. If you are allowing yourself to build a deck that can reliably produce playable hands, it's because you have crushing credit card debt, like this deck does. Like we have so many, there's so many hands where you could just be stuck on really, really expensive things that don't do a lot, and then there's other hands, that are like, oh yeah, Arcane Signet, Sheoldred, get shit on. Which Sheoldred's not like particularly broken. Sheoldred, I think, is just the best example of a card that will immediately take over a silly bracket game, because if people don't remove it and you're drawing additional cards, like not even, oh god, you know, we're gonna pretend Sheoldred stuck around forever, but if you have your commander out and you get like one turn cycle with Sheoldred, you've brought everyone else down an extra 6, potentially an extra 8, and you've brought yourself up 6 or 8, and you've had a death touch blocker out. So even just like one turn cycle, people don't dig to effective removal. Yes, I believe the deck can win. In the same way, I believe that if you built a Flintstones car, it could run downhill. So we take the free mulligan. Fucking, hey, Anvil's here again. Anvil's here again. And see, now we have the Sheoldred hand. So fuck Damnable Pack. We play Scrawling Crawler. We probably keep Underworld Dreams. So we get rid of Damnable Pack. We play this, we target nothing. We play Sheoldred. And now... Do you fucking have it? If you don't, not even we die, because again, the like overall bracket, like the overall power level that this has to play at for the rest of the deck to be reasonable, a hand like this just becomes fucking do something, bro. Do something about it. So we're drawing 3 cards a turn now, and we have to put one into the bin. I mean, we dropped this just to keep Reliquary Tower. And now we have Seizan. God forbid. I mean, turn 4 casual green has 7 mana. We are dead. You sound crazy because I have a Death Touch blocker. And the green player forgot to bring Trample. Which I've seen happen. I've seen plenty of green stompy decks play number go up simulator. And they have fucking nothing to say about it if you have one creature that they don't want to fight. And, like, we have targeted removal. And now we just ramp. Oh, I forgot. We draw fucking 5 cards every turn. And nobody else had a targeted removal. Honk, that is the main contention I'm bringing up about the power level that this deck is playing at. If you tell me it's spooky or scary and the deck had... like better pieces, or it had combo packages, or it had a lot of tutors, I would feel differently, because there I'm very sure, okay, you gave fucking Clark 5 extra cards this turn, one of them is a blow up piece. When we start bringing a deck like this into silly, I think its play pattern gets really, really swingy, because plenty of decks will just go, oh fuck, I didn't bring removal, this is my all dogs go to heaven deck. I only have Yoshimaru and angel enchantments. I don't have what removal? Who's that? And so that's really more of a mouthfeel thing. And what's happening with this curve is like, you can't fit all of this in your mouth. And because you can't fit all of this in your mouth, every time you sit down at the commander table, you're getting a random selection of what type of game we get. Do we get a turn 4, okay, kill this, or I'm going to fuck you up forever? Or do we get what we got in the first playtest, which was I spend 8 turns playing Mana Rocks, right? I spend 8 turns hanging out and playing Mana Rocks, which is notably not the best thing to be doing. MLP, I don't think Tainted Strike is here for memes. I think Tainted Strike is here because they knew that they needed like expensive win cons, and they got one that was fucking perfect. Doomsday Excruciator is a stroke of art in this deck. Exsanguinate, Grey Merchant, and Tainted Strike are all straight up jokester behavior. I can't see a thing. There's like nothing in this deck that you could kill with Tainted Strike, and so this is exclusively I'm Tainted Striking somebody else's 9-power creature to try to take someone out of the game. Yosh Kaz, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Grey Merchant is like, oh god, oh fuck, I didn't find Sheoldred. I really want to gain life this game, please. But in all of our playtests, I don't think we ever crossed like 5 devotion. Exsanguinate, same thing. Most of the way we can make a lot of mana is either through like Nykthos or where was that one? Cabal Coffers, which like, oh my god, right? Yeah, if the game goes long enough and you get 10 land drops and you pump 1 million into Exsanguinate, then it'll work. But in every other situation, I don't know, take a nap on a bench, you've accomplished just as much. And so I would... I'm trying to think about how we fix something like this without forcing it to come up to spooky. Particularly if we want to keep Seizan as the commander. I'm sure there's something in Orzhov where we could do the lightest caress of stacks, where we just do like rule of law, so that people can't use all the cards they draw to just explode their board every single turn. Like not Draneth magistrating anybody, not locking them out of drawing the cards, but just be like, hey, I'm going to give you a ton of options. You're going to play one thing and pass, Buster. You're going to go to bed on time. But we can't do that if we keep Seizan in the command zone. And Seizan in the command zone, it's just woof. We have a small handful of protection pieces. I don't even think Seizan needs the protection, because Seizan is not what matters. What matters is how soon do I get Shieldred the Apocalypse? Because if the deck doesn't get Shieldred the Apocalypse, oh, Cabal Coffers and a Mana Rock. Fuck it, I'll keep it. Here's the tutor though. We're gonna go get Shieldred. So we play this and this, and then like we play Seizan, or honestly probably not true. We probably just go get Shieldred, because that's so much more important than getting Seizan out, and then we can have Feed the Swarm. And now we play this, and this is better than Seizan. And now we play Seizan, and now everybody lose 6 at the beginning of each turn. I gain 6 on my turn. If you can't, if you don't answer that in 1 or 2 turns, you probably get completely fucked. And that is more and more what I dislike about the deck. Because and then God, here's the curve, just back to fuck you again. I'm keeping this just to force you to reckon with it. So turn 1, we do nothing. Turn 2, we do nothing. Turn 3, we do land drop equals card draw. The green player creams their pants. We do land drop, card draw, poggers. We Scepter, we Mind Stone. Turn 5, we don't get to draw 2 because we don't have a land drop. We can 3, 4, 5, Seizan. We can ramp even more. Holy shit, aren't we cool? Next turn, we can board wipe because we're haters. We can Archfiend of Despair. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. Gives us Devotion for this Nykthos. How much is this? 8. So that's 3, 4. So there's 8. Draw 2. Land drop. Draw 1. And then we Coveted Jewel, and the roof of the LGS explodes. Anvil, roof of LGS continues exploding. And now we're just handing out like 1 million cards every turn, and we don't really have a way to profit off of it. And the most we can do is just, how many do we draw every turn right now? Yeah, I think 3 extra. Because like Master of the Feast, whatever, Fate Unraveler starts to get good, but the people you're playing against have to be playing in the wettest noodle competition of all time for 5 cards a turn to, like, this is an unethical science experiment. This is like the Stanford prison experiment. If you can hand a bunch of decks 5 cards every turn, and there's nobody who can win through like a board wipe. Now, if you start doing this with a Sheoldred on field, amazing. Truly, truly amazing. And if you do this with anything but Sheoldred on the field, it's okay, draw 5, lose 4. You're giving them a better rate than fucking Necropotence. Which is not something I'm a super huge fan of. And so there's not like an obvious category that you're missing here. I generally agree with the categories. I just think mono black is probably too limited to cover all the angles of attack that you need to be aware of when you're doing something this dumb. And it's fine to do dumb things. I love doing dumb things, but I think this deck is totally carried by your ability to gaslight. Because like the 3 main tenets of playing group hug, Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss. Our Gatekeep section is limited to I can board wipe you. If anybody does anything that is more complicated than I have used these 5 extra cards to play 2 big creatures, you just handshake and move on. But if it is creatures, then you're great at it. And then the Girl Bossing section is... it's like Doomsday and Sheoldred. We have Koskun Falls in it, which is, again, like, there's no individual card choice that I think is obviously wrong. In my mind, either the premise of it is tainted, or the person piloting it is like Lelouch. This guy has mind control, right? Is this an appropriate reference, chat? This is my first time here. How does one get their deck viewed? I want to know if my mono black Jadar deck makes me an a-hole. The way you get your deck reviewed is going to be through purchasing a commission on Ko-Fi. If you're on Twitch, you can use the !roast command to see that information, but they are commissions that go on sale once a month. Oh no, Helios. Doomsday Excruciator is the genius here. If you play Doomsday Excruciator with multiple card draw engines out, which is Magical Christmas Land, but that's where this deck was born and where it lives. If you play Doomsday Excruciator with Christmas Land card draw out, everybody else decks. It is not unreasonable to make everyone else draw 7 cards a turn in this deck if you are just a straight up gaslighter. Like, if you can gaslight hard enough, I think you cap out at 9 cards drawn every turn. And if you do that and then play Doomsday Excruciator, this is actually, hey, by the way, I milled you to death. But I think what I'm going to try to make my final evaluation is what feels disturbing about this deck is that it feels parasitic to what other silly decks are trying to do. It feels like it only works because no one else is playing good cards, and you have slipped a couple really fucking good cards in here under the pretense that it's fair because you're giving everybody else such good cards. And then inevitably you have games where, oh fuck, found Keurig, guess you all die. Oh fuck, found Sheoldred, guess you all die. Oh, like, oh, I resolved Cabal Coffers 7 land drops and then exsanguinated you. And so it's like like 10 cards in this deck are scary mono black cards. Like 10 of the cards in this deck are just absolute fucking mono black heat, and then the rest of it is dog shit. And we're averaging down to silly, which is my least favorite way to get to silly. I do not think Speed Demon would not be too aggressive in this deck. Like as soon as we're on, I have Shieldred and Peer into the Abyss. We don't need to be worried about a 5-mana 5/5. Thank you, baby. So I don't think it's necessarily like evil, but I think it is predatory. Like there's definitely, it's not one of the more serious talk shows, but there's definitely a talk show, like Jerry Springer would have you on to talk about how you're hurting the people around you. Genuinely wondering how this doesn't just get blown up. Genuinely wondering how this doesn't just get all of their stuff blown up immediately every time. My interpretation of it is that they are like beating up children affectionately. Like if you play this into ones, they draw dogs on bikes because their deck is dogs get on bikes. And that is the part that feels parasitic to me. Like the fact that we have Koskun Falls in here as a legitimate answer tells me that nobody that they have played this deck against knows what the stack is. The people who play against this deck know what the color green is. They know that Gaia's Cradle is too expensive for them to include, and that dinosaurs are fucking awesome. And they don't have a single goddamn idea about anything else that is happening. And so that might just be a facet of that's not particularly the power level I want to play at, which is guiding my distaste. But I can't tell if it's worse that the deck can win or if it would be worse for the deck to be unable to win, because it's like half, it's coin flip, I do nothing and give you, and we have free like Deadly Rollick by itself is not a game changer, but we have such fucking good cards, that can so clearly take over the game. And we're saying, well, it's not going to because I'm letting you draw cards. And then we can only play this with the worst decks imaginable, because as soon as we let good decks draw this many cards, they push us into a locker and close it on us. Versus like this is definitely a strategy that loses to precons. For sure. Toxie Foxy, thank you for the Twitch follow and thank you for coming by the stream. I do think you did a very good job of covering your bases, and honestly, it's like 8 out of 10 carried just by the Doomsday Excruciator tech. I'm sure Urza's Cave is in there to get Cabal Coffers or Urborg, which is another thing that I think like undercuts the silly nature of this deck, is going from, oh yeah, I'm just like hee hee hoo hoo group hug. Also exsanguinate for 30. So all of that is to say, I don't like the large degree of variance. I think if there were things you could do to make it better, Tainted Strike and Grey Merchant were obviously slipped in here by ChatGPT. Other things you could do, I mean, if you want like just straight up game ender, this is probably going to be mono black old reliable for me, but in absence of ways to cheat him in, one of the fairest game enders in the world. Does not have vigilance, but fucking 9/9 with lifelink that is difficult to get rid of and can allow you to steal some cards. Just be like, hey, if I hit 9 land drops and you couldn't do anything about it, tough shit, bro. Get eaten by a moth. Get eaten by a moth, dude. I don't know what to tell you. And then Tainted Strike, you probably look for... I don't even know, because it's so hard to stay totally focused on the premise, because again, the premise, goofy bullshit. Goofy bullshit. And then also, we have like crazy good 2 and 3 card synergy packages here. Also, Synergy 007, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. Yeah, Torment of Hailfire is a generic game engine, but I think, or game ender, but I do think that's similar to Exsanguinate, where it like fucks up the, it like keeps fucking up the vibes of the variants. Like, can you imagine sitting down and the table being like, okay, this is my, like, other super silly decks I've seen are like, okay, here's my Prismatic Bridge deck that can only flip D-Sparked Planeswalkers. That is a bracket 1 deck I have played. It is a fucking 1. It is like every turn you flop a 2/3 with a text box that does not matter. And then in the next seat you have, this is my Dog Prom deck. And it's all the like dogs in Magic, and it's a bunch of silly outfits for them. And then the third deck is like, I don't know, Worm Ranch or something. And then you go to this deck and they're like, oh, I'm silly Group Hug. I'm going to make it all really cool. And then, yeah, oops, all Tarkir. Tarkir block is in one of the seats. And then you pass to this person on like turn 5 and they go, okay, Dark Writ, tap Cabal Coffers, Torment of Hailfire, X equals 12. I don't know how I feel about that personally. Like, Exsanguinate is better than that for sure. So I don't want to, but I don't want to recommend Torment of Hailfire because it's going to fuck up the vibes in the exact same way. TGI Froyo, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the Doghouse. And Synergy, I'm glad you came to see me at MagicCon Chicago. I appreciate that. I hope you had a good convention, my friend. I love that Maul defaults to dogs doing X whenever he needs to invent a straw man bracket 1. I mean, they're cute little guys. That's like the most, I feel like one of the most relatable things of what would I build a gimmick commander deck for? You would be like, ah, dogs doing stuff. Slivers play poker. See, the thing is, that would still be busted as shit because slivers are so good. Shadow Sunder, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. And your boy Harden, thank you for the gifted sub. Welcome to Dog Heaven. And thank you both for kicking off this hype train. If anybody has Bezos bucks, bring them the fuck out. If you don't worry about it. Yeah, not dogs with swords, though. Not dogs with swords. And so again, Shadow Sunder, the grain of salt to take this all with is no matter what theoretical problems I identify with your deck, if you play it and you laugh and the other people you play with laugh while you play it, everything I said is fake and bullshit, right? Like, I'm picking at it from what my personal reaction to the play pattern of the deck would be. What I think about the fun you have is totally immaterial in the face of whatever fun you actually have. So I think you are a predatory bastard man, and one day I will bring you to justice and I will force you to make a truly silly deck. But until that day, if you play against a green Stompy player who's like, oh my god, I got to draw 6 cards in one turn, who cares if you kill me? That is real. And I know those people exist, and I have met them. So as long as you are surrounded by people with like that, keep it up. Keep it up. Where'd the... Okay. Here's the... And so with that in mind, you know, I think it's probably greedy something. I probably want to edit I'm going to edit this a little bit just for yours specifically. But it is on a mechanic. Right? We are very on theme for I want to push Seizan stuff. I do think that we're towing the line of silly versus spooky in a way that would be personally uncomfortable for me. And I think if you wanted to make that better, the commander probably has to change. Like straight up, I think for this commander, mono black is so limited. If you wanted to be more clearly in silly or more clearly in spooky, you could probably execute a similar strategy that used Seizan in Orzhov or Dimir, but you would need access to another color. And so if it has to stay Seizan, my personal inclination is make it better and make it solidly spooky with like tutors and bowmasters and all types of heinous dog shit. But again, if you don't want that, fuck me, right? Fuck me. You're on the tier list. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for submitting. Again, I love this. This shit is awesome. This shit is unrepentantly awesome. If you have ever won a game like this, I will high five you for it. You have a free coupon for a mauled high five or a mauled hug. Just for killing people with Doomsday Excruciator group hug. That part's straight up awesome. The rest of it is awful. And we're going to move on to, I think your boy Harden is who we're going to do next, but we do have to hit a manual ad break real fast. Nylantiv, thank you for the Prime sub for the 4th month in a row, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. And we also have a personal question from Melons Away, so hit me with that. I will answer it as soon as I am back from this bathroom break. All right, gang, we're back at it. Giaco Man D, thank you for the Prime sub for the second month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. Shout out to the chair. Dude, I love chairs. So Melons hit me with that personal question, and then Rant hit me. Harden hit me with that rant. Rather personal question here, so totally skippable. Is divorce a 100% deal breaker for you, or do you think a relationship could recover? Are you talking about I'm going to attempt to understand this in the way that I think makes sense, which is the way that this makes sense to me is if you divorce somebody, is cheating okay. Is cheating a 100% deal breaker for you, or do you think a relationship could recover? That is very tough with a lot of gray area. I think the hard lines I'll draw is like physical cheating with another person, no recovery for that relationship. That doesn't mean you can't ever be with that person again, but I think one thing that has held true with everyone that I've known in my life and every relationship story I've heard is it's really, really unlikely that someone is going to fundamentally change for another person. It can happen, but if you are ever in a position where you have given your partner an ultimatum, and most examples, I've known very few personal examples, but most of the people who respond online to people who have stories about their partners cheating will say like, oh, well, these are all the rules we put in place to try to rebuild trust. I do not think there exists any lattice work of rules that will support actual fundamental change, because it's very unlikely to motivate the individual who committed the harm from reflecting on it, and it's very likely to put them into a mode of like, how do I not fuck up? So they're going to mask. They're not going to fundamentally change. I am not a believer in once a cheater, always a cheater. I think that cheaters have very high recidivism rates because very few of them ever reflect on their behavior. But I think that change never happens. Like, you never go from being unfaithful to being faithful in the context of one relationship. I don't think, outside of some very extreme circumstances, or you don't do it in a relationship that stays very healthy. It's not impossible for it to happen. I'm talking more about statistically, it's extremely unlikely. And so if you have a partner who's cheated, if you are going to end up with that person, it probably requires you to break up and then run back into each other 10 years later. Maybe 5 years later, I'm not sure exactly what the time scale is, but the person who did the cheating has to have some type of experience that leads them to reflect on what led to it and engage in different behaviors and thought patterns. And that's very difficult to get the energy for if you're trying to also put a bunch of energy into rebuilding the relationship in real time. It's much more likely to happen when the person is on their own and has the time and priority to work on themselves, which is like, yeah, so there's a whole lot of individual examples we could go down the rabbit hole on. There's a whole lot of like extenuating circumstances. We can even talk about the spectrum of, there's cheating of telling your partner that you slept with somebody else. There's cheating of you kiss somebody else. There's emotional cheating, all of which are devastating. There's like, I have a crush on someone else at my office. nothing has happened, but I feel really bad about it. There's I've had some partners who considered looking at pornography cheating. And so there's a lot of different, like, in terms of crossing the line of being a cheater, I think for a lot of people, there's a lot of different lines in the sand that can be drawn. And so I'm not going to dig into each of those individual lines in the sand. But I think the general rules are, if you're being unfaithful, or if either person in the relationship is being unfaithful, it's almost certainly time to end that relationship. And maybe you can have a relationship period with that person sometime in the future. Maybe you can even have a romantic relationship with that person sometime in the future. But something fundamental about the relationship between the two of you was not right. And in many cases, it's because the person who was unfaithful has some type of, like, self-esteem issue, impulse control issue that they need to unpack. When I say that the relationship is fundamentally not right, I'm not ever putting that generally on the person who got cheated on. I'm just saying I never really think the relationship itself is salvageable. Like, it's something that staying in that particular relationship is not going to give you the breathing room to work on in a genuine way, because your day-to-day is going to be so concerned with, like, well, how do I get their trust back, rather than how do I selfishly become self-absorbed enough to understand what led this to happen in the first place. Islor, thank you for gifting a 1-month sub to Holy Cheese Duck. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. Not for the first time. Cyborg, what's the odor of Marltown? I'm trying to work out when to cook. You have time. We have at least 3 more people we can do in front of you. So if you want to cook now, that would definitely work with the current order. Because we have to do Harden, and then we have Whitebread and Zresriel, who are both floating. Cheating at MTG, immediate divorce. Yeah, if my God, immediate divorce if your partner is, like, cheating Soul Rings into play. Yeah, Cheese Duck, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. The I think the biggest, like, energy switch from my content to my streams is a lot of my, like, shorts, very tightly packed, very tightly focused on, like, punchline, penis joke. And then you come to the streams, and the streams are just the tangent zone. The streams are just, like, non-stop tangents about life, the universe, and everything. I like the way Nebuchadnezzar has put it. You can't salvage the relationship until you've become different people. I agree with that very, very much. And I think that becoming different people is tremendously hard while you're still in a close-knit relationship. Anyway, the rant we got after this was rant about how bad the chair smells, which I'm going to take personal fucking offense to. My chair smells lightly of whatever. Like, I wipe my ass, I shower, I clean down there when I shower. I'm not dribbling sweat from my internal buttocks while I stream. Listen, guys, I know this is proverbially the hot seat. I'm relatively calm while doing these streams. I also just own, like, fabric cleaner. The chair smells normal. The chair smells normal. We've also got a random smasher pass. Hell no. Hell no. Oh, and before we move on to your boy Harden's deck, so let's go from cheating being a deal breaker to does the chair smell like ass to would I tap the tree to the exciting news of I am going to have a Gamer Sup sponsorship. I don't have it yet because the partnership deal has not been inked, but I don't think there are any rules about me talking about it. So if any of you have used the company before, let me know what you think about it. I'm probably not going to be leading the way on the caffeine supplements because I generally think that people over imbibe caffeine nowadays. I'm going to be trying out their caffeine free stuff and seeing if that's a decent pick me up. I'm going to be trying some of their sleep aid stuff. And I think what's really horrible, and I'm probably going to ask you guys for a lot of feedback on as we move forward, is if I ever get to do my own flavor, the easiest layup ever is goon juice, but like I don't know if that works with the Reclamation Committee. I don't know if there's any way to make a goon juice flavored drink work in the context of the art that's typically on these tubs. Like we could make the art be like a 1920s goon, but then it's still going to be above the like 8,000, titty tubs. And that's going to be a little bit of tough. That's going to be a little tough. Hound water? The art will save it, trust. I think I heard some YouTuber talking about how they were required to have gooner shit on their cup. MLP, I'm going to thank you kindly to not betray the committee any more than that. But I do know that I know that they have some that don't get... Guess I'm a fucking liar, dude. I guess I just didn't understand what this... that is titties. I thought those were like hands. I was going to be like, they have this one just like plague doctor thing that's totally normal. Oh, but like this thing, right? Like maybe we can get something going like this. Furious Oatmeal, we're talking about how I am about to sign the papers on a Gamer Sups partnership, and if I was ever able to get my own flavor, it would probably need to be called Goon Juice, which might be problematic for the Reclamation Committee. Oh, they have a non-waifu section. Okay. Dog water. Oh. I like dog water. I like dog water quite a bit. Yeah, we can make dog water work. Helio, stop talking about Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. Yeah, MLP, thank you for the clutch, MLP. What's the code going to be? Another important thing they told me about another thing that they told me about was that I can get custom codes set up on the fly. And so the default code would probably be like Mauled or Mauled-Hound or something, but we can definitely get individual ones set up if we have good quotables. Listen, Mauled, I got told in the 90s that playing Magic would turn me into a gay Satanist and that listening to Marilyn Manson and looking at anime titties would make me a criminal. I didn't live another 30 years just to hear Prague say tits are problematic. Listen, Kush, the titties are not problematic. The only thing that is problematic is that I have spent no small part of my life trying to specifically reclaim the word goon. So I have there is nothing against most of these products being lewd. I'm going to be doing a ton of horny jokes in any promotion that I do for them. It is specifically with damn, one of the best puns that my audience already knows about is the goon pun. And I don't want to use the goon pun because that will fuck up the Reclamation Committee. That is the only like disconnect here. If we do dog water and then we have like a big titty anime art licking juice out of a bowl, we're buying that, right? I'm buying that shit. Dungeon Masters Consortium, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Boss, as your sinister goon vizier, the goons demand the goonshine. Goonshine would also be good. Needs furry art. Debo, don't make me walk down this path. Debo. Debo, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, Debo. What would the flavor be? I don't know. I need to try. I still have to get a like intro package to see what flavors I think they're doing well, because they have like a million. They have like a million different flavors, and so before I even start promoting this stuff, I need to see. Okay, what stuff tastes good? What is like the... I don't even know what the caffeine content of most of these is. I'm looking at this one for the caffeine content only. For sure. I want to be really... Aftertaste of hospital. See, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. Like, I don't know... Let me see what the... Okay, they have all the normal, like, nootropic whatever stuff, which probably tastes nice, and placebo effect carries, I'm sure. Okay, 100 milligrams... That's honestly, I'm very positive about that. If that makes me perky enough, this was like a super, this is like the super normal amount of caffeine to have versus like the 200, 250 energy drinks. Is this not... This is not still the AI. I mean, this part is like whatever, but this part's not the AI, right? This should be... Oh, fuck, it is still the AI. God damn it. To Reddit. Bought my tubs, 1 scoop, 1 cup of plain black coffee. Okay, so it is still 100. Everything is the goddamn AI. This is per serving. Like, holy fuck, how many coffees do you drink in a day? I just want flavored water. I mean, I've gone through, like, I regularly warn people about excess caffeine intake and how bad that can be for you. There was a time period when I was training to try to make the Olympic rowing team where I would do my first workout at 5 a.m. and then I would have to go to my day jobs, and at my day job I would drink 8 cups of coffee a day because it was so hard to stay awake, and I would just be like barely keeping my eyes open with like 8 cups of coffee, and then I would go to evening training and I would train like 2 more hours. I would go home, I would eat a like 2-pound bowl of rice, ground beef, and vegetables, and then I would fall asleep for however much time I could have until I had to wake up at like 4:30 a.m. to do the next day. And I did that for like 6 months, and it was some of the worst shit ever. And after that was when I became extremely, extremely caffeine conscious, and I began paying a ton of attention to like, oh, how's my body responding to this? What are like the normal limits? Bowel movements were fine. Swamp Gorblin. I've just gone from one contract that I had to work in an office where it had free tea and coffee to working at home where I can't be bothered, and the caffeine withdrawal has been real. Yeah, Jay's face. Like at my job, the coffee was free, right? So that was another part of it. Is I was like, oh yeah, whatever. At first I was not paying attention. Like, it didn't start at just day 1-8. It began like, oh, there's free coffee. I guess I'll take some. And then I had to drink more and more and more and more to try to stay awake, doing this like nice job but ultimately extremely boring job. And then eventually I was like, it kind of seems like I'm drinking a lot of coffee. And so I had my little like workout notebook and I started writing down every time I got a coffee. And I was like, holy, I'm about to die, dude. As a sufferer of migraines, going without 200 to 300 milligrams of caffeine per day is not an option. Yeah, one of the fucked parts about caffeine is I personally believe you should err on the side of not very much, but there is a hugely individual or a large degree of individual variance about how much you can tolerate and how quickly you process it. I've seen the studies that show that there's a great portion of the population that can tolerate 300 milligrams of caffeine a day ad infinitum without noticeable negative effects. For some people, that will like crazy fuck you up. Will, I'm not putting waifu art of myself on the Gamer Subs Cup. I promise you that. I promise you that. But for some people, 300 milligrams a day, over and over and over, might actually be fine. I think it's better to assume that you're not one of those people and ramp it up under duress rather than just be like, oh, this is fine because one study said that this was a healthy amount. So anyway, now that we've burned through all the no ad time, Harden, let's get you. They have a silly, scary deck, which I think is the literal worst possible designation you could give yourself. This is my take on a sea creature flavored deck. I attempted to have cards that fit the theme, sometimes stretching the truth, as well as cards that make the deck able to survive against my friends who enjoy it playing around bracket 3 to 4. The sideboard is full of what I call honorable mentions that either didn't make the cut or there was a better replacement for them. So my first question is, why do we even need to stretch the definition of sea creatures when the average sea creature is so focused on stretching everybody else's assholes? Don't you have this guy? Sorry, don't you have this guy? Why are we stretching? Behold my semen. Sea creature flavored deck. Commander damage matters. Okay, so it's not just about sea creature flavor, it's about bad cards matter. So we can mutate this guy to make Runo Stromkirk a 7/7. One day it'll happen. Oh no, so this just like half good combos and half you dreaming the impossible dream? Why do we even have Maskwood Nexus? Like the idea of sea creature flavored, I give up. This deck is all about sea creatures. By the way, I didn't put in sea creatures. Here's Maskwood Nexus. To flip Thrum. I'm not going to say you're wrong on a personal level for this. You need new friends. You need new friends, straight up. Like this is bad, right? It's not so bad that I'm going to tell you, "Oh, you can't do it." But it's bad enough. It's bad enough that we can't be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to chuck this in at the end of my deck meant to keep up with 3s and 4s. Right, I'm not doubting that it's possible. I'm saying that like you do all this to get a 7/7. Motherfucker, I have matched your freak for the cost of land drop and soul ring. Like, it's more about... Like what I'm trying to... my head hurts, man. My head fucking hurts. So let's imagine you are in a WWE like battle royale situation. 4 people come into the ring. 1 person is going to win. What tends to happen is you don't all 4 just punch each other at the same time. There's some degree of like target selection going on. There might even be some degree of pairing off with who's targeting who. And when you do stuff like this that just gives up on playing the actual game of Commander, like imagine if you're in WWE Raw, you pair off with one person, and the other pair, you hear one of them go, "Oh, I'm just here to work on my armpit fart noises. I'll surrender to you immediately." And then they start working armpit farts. It hasn't hurt you, and the person armpit farting might be having a good time, but you totally dismantle the idea of a balanced game state, because while everyone else is playing Magic, you're over here in the corner trying to assemble dogshit Exodia. Like, I do think it's a thing of this deserves its own deck that can actually function around it, rather than I'm wasting 7 cards, well, maybe 6 cards, because like Malcolm, that's just a good blue card. Nezahal, holy fuck, what a card that is. Where we're wasting 6 cards in a deck that like probably can't afford to waste that many cards, if this is intending to play with bracket 3 to 4. If you're fine with every game being you yank a slot machine and hope that it all comes up Runo, that's different. But from the perspective of like, how do you participate in a Commander game, you showed up to the MMA fight in a fucking polka suit, if we're trying to make Throne of the Grim Captain work. Shut the fuck up, Ramp. Shut the fuck... This might just be bracket 1, actually. You know? You know, the more I look at it, I think this might just be... This is the silly deck I play, and I beg my friends not to bully me. And we have a relatively low... Oh, wait, do we have a hidden Remora? Oh, you... you shit ass. Turn 1 Remora into a deck that wouldn't hold up in draft is definitely a fucking approach. It's a fish! I'm not saying it's not a fish. I'm not saying it's not a fish. I'm just saying turn 1 fish into the single worst collection of cards I have ever laid eyes on is crazy. Let's just... I mean, lie. Why is this tag removal? Tap 4 permanents is removal? Fucking, I've got some hot removal for you. Get this shit in. Nope, that's the full Vindicate. Get this shit in your deck yesterday. Where's Indicate, bro? Where's Indicate? This is the type of shit we're playing with. Consuming Tide. Oh my god. 4 mana. 4 mana. I let my opponents keep their 1 ring. Okay, this is at least removal. You You fuck ass. Is this a three-turn telegraphed symmetrical trampoline? If I play a 7 mana fish and you wait for 5 business days, then I get to board wipe myself and you. You're okay. 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 Sure, fuck it, thing in the ice. At this point, you know what? I'm done asking questions. Let's see the playtest. Let's just see the fucking playtest, okay? Soul Ring. Who gives a shit, man? Fuck you, I'm not tutoring. Bish. And then we'll say we like draw what, 2? And then you know what? I'm gonna pay for this because we have nothing else to spend our fucking mana on. You know what? No, I won't. I'll do something. We will let it die so that we can play Gyruda. We miss for Gyruda. Awesome. Next turn, we play this guy. And now we wait. Elk, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend, for the 2nd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Bro went to the aquarium one time, came home, booted up the Mox field, and was convinced that they were onto something. Hey, if you go to the deck list at the top, there's an option to just delete the deck there. Like okay, so what you have built is a terrible, terrible Kinnan deck. We got to get you in the Kinnan CEDH Discord. Those people will accept you. That is who you want. Bro, a fucking 5/5 was cycling. Holy shit. Hate Kinnan? You don't like mirrors? Otherworldly Gaze, Null Drifter. Oh my fucking god. Sacrifice. Every tag, there's like 2 cards that are just, what if I fucking lied? What if I fucking lied about how useful this was? Okay, so one thing at a time. I don't think... One thing at a time, we have... the first bridge we have to cross is what power level you actually want to play this at. Because right now this looks silly as shit to me. And then you have a couple cards that are crazy fucking good that you have managed to grandfather in under your theme, but most of it is like hot bullshit. Like we have... Oh, I know what the... Listen, hey man, please do not interpret my confusion as not understanding the Runo game plan. But like this hand, our best play... I skip my land drop and I discard this. Oh good, look. Watch out everybody. I have Throne of the Grim Captain. I'm gonna mill 2 because I'm a fucking madman. We play this, we get God's Worst 8-drop onto the top of our deck. Oh look, we've flipped Runo. Isn't that so cool for us? And now we have... Okay, we can draw cards, can we? Nope, fucked up our pips. Who needs a land base? Not fucking me. Next turn. Hey. Sick ass card. That's crazy. I do nothing. Yeah, I do straight up nothing. I hit my 4th land. Oh, true. We could emerge the Eldrazi by sacrificing our commander, who we then can't really play. It's gonna look like I'm passing again, though. See, right now I'm debating whether I even hit this land drop or whether I try to go above maximum hand size on turn 9 so that I can discard something to necromancy. That's what I'm going to do. Then on turn 10, watch out, fuckos, Nezahal. We are 15 miles up our own ass. Oh, my fault. It was just a bad hand. It was just a bad hand. Let me look at this one. Okay, I will miss my land drop and discard Aether Squall Ancient. Turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. This goes on top. Turn 5. Oh my god, we flipped him with no other board presence. Who's gonna fucking stop us? We get to draw 1 card because we have a flying creature. Hell yes. Hell yes, bro. Oh, look. We have Stormkirk Condemned. That could be useful. Oh, look. We have Thing in the Ice, who definitely won't be. Fucking... I swear it's not this bad when I play it. And I'm sure you floss, bro. I'm sure... Listen... I believe you that your gums are only bleeding because we're pushing on the floss too hard. Elk, if I answer that question, you are going to persecute this person. I need you to understand Thing in the Ice is here because what if it did flip? Let's not talk about if it's going to flip. Let's not talk about if it's going to flip. Let's not talk about how long it will take to flip. What if it flipped? Is fish. Fish. We are at a combined 19. We are at a combined 19 instants and sorceries. And so this is where, without a hint of irony, you could fix so much of the deck if we did not have this random Throne of the Grim Captain shit happening side by side. It is not only not on Fish Gaming, it is actively deleterious. It is I would just make a different deck where Throne of the Grim Captain isn't dog ass. Like there's other decks you could make where you could play this in it, but me play Big Fish is already so rough that, and it's like, it's me play Big Fish. You can't copy this with Runo because it will sack to the legend rule and you won't get its trigger. So even in the world where like you live in Magical Christmas Land, Grim Captain works perfectly. It is just a totally different game plan walking in a different direction from your commander and everything else in the deck. Like it's a funny package that's not going to win the game for you and does not even synergize a single way with anything else you are doing. Because Runo copies it, does not copy the attack trigger because it's entering, tapped, and attacking. You immediately have to sacrifice it to the legend rule, so having a 7/7 with all these fucking keywords doesn't matter. And thematically, not a fucking fish. It's a chair. It's a chair and a guy. We can't go, oh, my Mystic Remora is fine because the deck is all fish. By the way, love seat. Sympaticos, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. And so, like, if we take, like, Nezahal, big ol' fish. Might not have the creature type to trigger Crothis, but I don't think anyone's contesting fish and good card. Malcolm, fine card for this deck is like draw, discard, and there's huge upside. If everybody at my table is blind, it doesn't get rid of it. But like the Nexus, the Mirror Box, honestly, the Stromkirk Condemned, if you do not fix this fucking mana base, and Arami of the Dead Tide are all meaningless unless the throne is in hand, versus Merfolk Looter, which you play this turn 2, turn 3, you draw discard. You play Runo. The thing you discarded goes on top of your deck. Like these are the perfect things to set you up, and frankly you are criminally low on lands and ramp for a deck that has a full, like almost a quarter of your deck is 6 mana plus. It's good that you're making a skip here. I think 4 is also honestly crazy questionable. I think there's a couple that make sense if you're going to be a combat deck, like these, oh, me draw card because me punch you. But most of the deck should be massive honkers so that I can loot them away, turn 3, put them back on top of the deck, and then the rest of it needs to be, I have to hit my land drops, I have to ramp, and then I have to play irresponsibly expensive bombs that are going to do something to win the game. So like things like the reason you have to run a 7 mana 5/5 is because you cannot reliably discard good things because you've spent almost 10% of the deck on a fucking fever dream of Bed Bath & Beyond furniture. What's this card Elk's freaking out about? Hey, Elk, not a card. There's the card. Yeah, what a shithead this guy is. Holy fuck. Notably not a fish, but is tremendously good for Runo in general. Mayo Mao, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So, the first thing we're not on enough of is we're not on enough actual ramp. Like, this is silly. You get 1 joke ramp card per deck if you need to be this irresponsible. This isn't ramp because it only counts if you've already gotten to 6 mana, which you're not fucking getting to. Don't include the cyclers. You just like maybe because it can get a land drop, you can keep just this one, but we basically don't care about it for ramp because as Elk is shouting, this is just a land. I usually count on recursion to bring big creatures out. Right, so like get them into the graveyard with actual good cards instead of playing shitty things that you then have to spend your recursion cards on. Like if you could just loot things away and then reanimate Nezahal, that would be great. But instead, you're fucking it up with like reanimation target. Like now River Serpent is your reanimation target because you have so starved yourself on good ways to fill up your graveyard that we have a bunch of like actual trash that we're trying to recur. Because there's some things like Colossal Whale, fine. Colossal Whale, fine. because you're going to get a bunch of island walking 5/5s that if they don't remove after one turn cycle, sure, you can start snatching up everybody's permanents or everybody's creatures. But this is like the low end. Like Hullbreaker Horror wins you the game. Junkwinder can win you the game if they do not respond to it at sorcery speed. Thing in the Ice is an absolute fucking joke, but you at least get one joke. What's Archetype of Finality do? Oh, so I mean, notably, Stormtide Leviathan is a fish. Archetype of Imagination, not a fish. I don't think you get the vision, so I'm going to go ahead and ban you real quick. Thank you for that contribution. So if we want to stay on the vision, also not a fucking fish, by the way, but you are hard up for ways to get stuff into your graveyard. So if you want... we're not so hard, and I'll be honest with you. We're not getting to a point where the setup and the payoffs are all fish. We can get to a point where the payoffs are all fish. It is going to meaningfully lower the power of the deck, but it is still possible to make a functional Runo deck where it is just like all stuff that are big fish. You know, Gyruda, Crab Abomination, Nezahal, fucked up monster thing. This also notably not a fish, but maybe it works for... Nope. Oh, it does trigger Crothus. Okay. I mean, Nezahal doesn't have the fish type line, but the motherfucker is underwater. Can we... This is a Leopleurodon, Charlie. Can we shut the fuck up? Pago Stomper, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Search for Azcanta. Yeah, Surveil 1 on upkeep is like, it's not the worst thing ever, but we probably don't want to run it until we exhaust all the other 2-mana looting options. So your first decision, well, we're way past the first decision. Your decisions to make are, do we want the payoffs to be all fish? If we want the payoffs to be all fish, well, no matter what you do, get the fuck rid of this. Get rid of this. You can keep Vohar, because this is at least 2 mana draw discard. And then you want to put in, like, the Merfolk Looter, any other 2 mana or 1 mana loot option. And then, like Elder Deep Fiend, for the life of me, I cannot understand why we are playing this, even when it is a fish, because we don't get to cheat mana costs very often, and we're spending 8 mana on a 5/6 that doesn't kill anything. Oh yeah, there's other things that are great with like Bitter Triumph as discard as a cost. Kitsa is another one where we're probably never triggering the second line of text, but who cares if we're triggering the second line of text? We have Ripples of Undeath. Because there's multiple times already we have broken with the fish allegory in the name of getting more thematic cards. I replaced it with Walk the Plank. So like, are we? But you have like, are we on fish or are we not on fish? I'm trying desperately to understand the inner wrinkles of your brain that are leading you to be like, this good card that isn't a fish, totally fine. This other good card Must replace because not fish. Like, yeah, Bond of Revival, fish coated. Ooh, yeah, great fish suggestion. Elk, Emrakul, the world anew. Like, this is almost modern day Republican levels of doublethink. It started as haha, I have really good fish. Now I'm slowly transforming it into a sea themed deck. So like, I'm gonna be straight up with you. If everything has to be sea themed, the deck is going to suck. That's fine. This can be a 1, but you need to accept in your heart that it's going to be a 1, and you need to just like start from the beginning and make a really, really bad everything is moist deck. And then do your best. But with things like, hey, not sea themed, not sea themed, not sea themed. Fucking nope, 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 nope. There's just like thing after thing after thing, and like basically all ramp becomes unplayable if we extend the rule to everything has to be sea themed. It's really, really possible. It's really, really possible to have a deck where all of your like payoffs, all of your wins are sea themed. It's really, really difficult to have a deck where just everything you're doing is sea themed. So instead of so much recursion, I should try ramping hard. That is what I would recommend. Like, you should have some recursion, but honestly, for your recursion, I'm more inclined for like the big mana bombs, like Rise of the Dark Realms, or even like Rise of the Dark Realms or Breach the Multiverse. Like, what I want to see out of your curve is I want to see more lands. I want to see you go like 1 drops and 2 drops. And then I want the fucking Grand Canyon. Turn 3, you should almost always be playing Runo. Turn 4, fuck 'em. And like 5 mana, 6 mana, 5 mana plus. Even for 5 mana, I'm going to echo Elk and say the only thing you should be playing at 5 mana is Living Death. And like 6 mana plus, it's just all fish bombs or massive reanimation bombs. And everything before that is I am using my card selection to get ramp or get advantage. And then playing my really irresponsible things this way, because these are checks that are bouncing. Much like all of your fish, all of your checks to pay for them are going to bounce because you are low on land count, you are low on ramp count because half of this ramp is fucking made up. Half of this ramp is like a NyQuil delusion. You have 2 pieces of actual artifact ramp, and you have 1 piece of artifact ramp that will only work for you in a game that is like 15 turns long. And so you don't have to cut all of the removal. Like, the best removal, like Victimize and Reanimate in particular, are really, really good. And so I think you keep those. You probably even keep Animate Dead, and you get rid of the other 9. And we're just on like lands, card selection, artifact ramp, get me a turn 3 flipped Runo, and then as quickly as possible give me a good creature to copy with Runo. Whereas right now it's like hang out, haha, fish funny. Like, we play the deck seriously. We haven't fixed mana for Runo. Oh, we don't have to discard that turn. We cycle to draw a card. So turn 5, right? We flip Runo off of a 5/5. Everything on our hand sucks. We probably cycle this again just so that we can use Necromancy, but now we've tapped out to get a hexproof 5/5 in turn 6 of our commander game. Terror Attack, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Versus more cards like Vohar, and I'm also going to, please God tell me that you just did not set up the land base for the purposes of Moxfield, and that you do not have this many basics that do nothing to fix your pips. Right? Right? We're running non-basics, right, Harden? Ruli Newt 1601740, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, okay, perfect. Perfect. Good. I'm glad that we've covered, you have more than just command tower to fix your mana. I'm trying to get better land. I mean, print them. Print them. I swear to God, like, for the purposes of fixing the pips, just like I think the last thing you should worry about is in paper owning a goddamn mana base. It is the most like exhausting, unnecessary barrier to entry for Commander and for Magic in general that exists. Is like, oh shit, I have to spend 200 lands on cardboard that have the right color scheme on them to allow me to play my other $300 worth of cardboard. I would immediately recommend proxying those. And then enjoying the fact that you can actually play Magic. So I'm going to call this a, for sure, chaotic soap opera. I think we have the Fish Dream. We have the spin-off series about the IKEA chair that could have been. And then we have a bunch of times we lied about it being sea-themed. Overall, I like the vision of trying to keep it fish-focused. And I do think there's a couple cuties with like, yeah, fuck you, Mystic Remora is technically okay in a sea creature deck. But for the most part, we're like all over the place and we're actively tripping over our own ankles just trying to play Magic because we've spent like a third of the deck doing a meme. So I definitely want to see like Skater Park Halfpipe, where we get really good turn. We have like the most locked in turn 1, 2, and 3 imaginable. And then we're just ramping into horrible, horrible bombs. Like, let me see this motherfucker. You want a 5-drop? Here's your 5-drop, bro. Here's a 5-drop. Ivan Dawes, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And I'm going to say you want minimum 38 lands. If you do nothing else to the mana base, 2 more of each basic. That is a good point, but he's not 6 CMC. That is legitimately worth considering after you make the other changes we talked about. But I think like if you get 38 lands and you get Merfolk, Looter, and all that type of shit, then you can probably cycle your way to hitting your land drops most turns. And especially if you have things like Ripples of Undeath or whatever, then you will get there. And then it's just like I wait 4 or 5 turns and I become the problem. Alright, so let's hit. The pre-roll demons are back. So because I have my Twitch ad manager set to minimum I'm going to have to run another manual ad break, and then we will be back to do White Bread is going to technically be next, unless Zresriel, you have time constraints that are going to force you away if we don't do you in the next like 2 seconds. So anyway, we're going to hit a 3-minute ad break. I beg of your patience so that we can keep pre-rolls and mid-rolls away while we're doing the important stuff. I'm going to get some water, and then we'll be right back to the action. Shade on YouTube, we have not set up a time for the free deck stream. This week has gotten kind of out of sorts because I had to cancel a deck roasting stream. Like this entire week, I think I am booked for work from noon to 10 p.m. every day is booked, except for Thursday, which is my one date day with Z to make sure that we have time for each other. And so I know for a fact it's not this week, but I don't know exactly when it's going to be. Shadowfire, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We're not splitting the chair. We're not selling the chair. None of that's happening. Okay. The ad break is over. So, White Bread, are you ready to go? Also, Chal, personal question. Favorite smell? My girlfriend. It's the, like, you know, the biological pheromone response to easily my favorite smell. I think we're going like non-lizard brain taking over. It's got to be like a cooking smell. Like, I think for a lot of my life, probably smelling something cooking with garlic. I'm not getting ads, even though I'm not currently subbed. Odd and neat. Yeah, I don't know the deep magics that control how the Twitch ad manager plays. I just know that if I don't hit the ad break button, it will randomly serve mid-rolls and pre-rolls. And if I do hit the ad break button, some random number of you get ads and some random number doesn't. Coffee grounds, financial cupcake. I am so sorry. I am so sorry for you. I think Z is the same way. Hell yeah, Twitch Turbo. I think that gives me revenue, allegedly. Random Smasher Pass? Hell no. First of all, total inability to give reasonable head. 2 Twinkie, don't like any of it. Cable Gogi and Hind Munter, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Deep Magic says you get given a certain number of ads based on your analytics, like age, location. It resets every month. Many people in certain locations will never see any on your channel. That's interesting. He has muscles, though. I mean, Barrett, like, he looks skinny ripped to me. He doesn't look jacked. Like, I think the best kind of muscular body shape to get engaged with is the, like, very soft dad bod, or like the slightly chunky, like the strongman build, not the bodybuilder. Like, why are you trying to fuck the corner of a building, bro? Why are you trying to get down with a Lego set? What happened? Like, I understand if the person piloting that Lego set body is your one true love. That's totally real. But if we're just talking about from like a theoretical standpoint, why are you looking at a series of like storage containers and being like, he wants Rada, Grand Warlord, we all do. Yes! Yeah! Immediately, yes. Immediately, yes. Brave talk coming from a fellow Jack Skellington? That's not true. I'm a little bit chunky. Hot take, muscle women don't do nothing to me. Well, everyone, shout out MLP for being able to type so much despite being fucking blind, and I guess also not having a sense of touch. That must be a crazy cross to bear, my friend, but I will pray for you. Some people don't want to be railed, they want to be girdered. I thought you said gendered on the first read, and I was like, God, I don't know. Okay, White Bread, I will ask you once again to sound off in case I have missed you. You sounded off the first time. Perfect. That's normally how it goes. All right, let's pull up White Bread's deck. This is a spooky list. Hey boss man, I was planning on hitting you with some fun Secret Commander shenanigans this month, but a couple weeks ago an IRL friend gifted me a pre-sleeved Aika deck for Valentine's Day. I think they had good intentions, but didn't really know how to build a commander deck. They included a bunch of good cards from every color instead of following the commander's color identity rule. As you know, Aika, being a mono green commander, can only run green cards. So I started again from scratch and have scrounged up a big stompy 1/1 counter mono green legends deck. The plan is mostly just ramp out, get big, show players what's good. Normally I wouldn't bring you such a simple deck, but I'm in need of proper suggestions because my other Magic friends keep suggesting out of color cards and talking about some weird architecture for some reason. P.S. Ignore the reverse button on Commander and Moxfield. I think it's a weird visual bug that I can't fix. I can't believe you're about to force me into a position where I'm going to defend the mono green legendary ramp deck as the reasonable thing to do here. Is this how Gimli felt? It can't. Gimli actually cared about Legolas. This can't be how Gimli felt. Fuck you. Fuck you. And you're right. Like, fuck you. You're based. I'll see you tomorrow. Not a River, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile. Team your son or Planeswalker daughter. God fucking damn it. Team your son. Okay. Yeah, so we have big fucked up protection. Counter, I barely know her. I am interested in what's causing us to go the 1/1 counter route, but we can sort of examine that as we go, because it feels like everything I'm seeing that's playing into the 1/1 counter game plan doesn't actually play into what the mono green commander is doing, but I also refuse to look at green commanders enough to understand what most green legends want to do. Like, most green legends want to be big. Okay, so Locus of Mana. Okay, Runati at least cares about, well, we'll put 1/1 counters on things. Honestly, I can ditch the +1/+1 counter theme. I just thought it went hand in hand with Big Stompy. It definitely does. Like, worst case scenario, mono green Stompy and +1/+1 counters are cousins who kiss a lot. And so I'm not going to say that it's unreasonable, but it does kind of seem like I'm thinking there might be something better we can do if we can identify a different through line on what the legendary package wants to do. Because, like, Toski, yeah, I'm going to hit you. Reki, fuck you. Legolas, like, there's a lot of things where I feel like 1/1 counters are going to happen incidentally. Yeah, we're not saying no kisses. We're just saying you can do better than your cousin. Thank you, White Bread. Good night, MLP. Thank you for coming by the stream. Because there are a couple, like, incidental cousin kissers, like Legolas, whose the 1/1 counters are going to end up on here anyway. But, like, Goreclaw doesn't care about counters. Kona doesn't care about counters. Loot doesn't care. Nylea doesn't care. O'Hare Castlum only cares to the extent that we're increasing his own power. Omnath super doesn't care. Runati kind of cares, but again, it's kind of... Runati just cares about floating 1,000,000 mana and balling out. This is at least good ramp. Oh, thank you, baby. Also, everybody say congratulations to my love. They escaped iron today. They're now in bronze on League of Legends.
I'm going to beat you to gold.
That's literally... Are we doing the race?
You're ahead of me. Yes.
All right. They're cooked. We can't do a League stream because we got to get through these roasts before we do the World of Warcraft stream. No, Relic. I think the racing has to be solo. Because we talked about... Z asked... I don't think Z asked, actually, but, like, a conversation came up where we were talking about... getting to, like, gold or something. And I told them... I truly believe you can get to gold. You're definitely good enough to get to gold. You have 0% chance of beating me to gold. If from like right now we were both about to start playing ranked, in no small part because my MMR is so high that if I get like one lucky win streak, I'm gonna be gold. Because I'm like silver for like 4 and 4, but I win 35 and lose 15 LP. What about as a coach? I used to do it collegiately. I would be more interested in you coaching Z than I would be. I have so much hubris within my body. I think if we want this to be interesting, it would be a more interesting proposition for you to help Z than it would be for you to help me. I'm tremendously confident that I just have it. I am inevitable. You have, the 3 steps to beating me are the Tyler 1 steps of grab a Bible, lay down, start praying. Did they bring you a single slice of buttered toast? No, they brought me buttered toast and a parfait. But I'm just only eating the toast right now. Okay. So here's all the counters. Like Bronze Dragon I believe in. I think what I'm mostly concerned with is, like most green decks, the only plan seems to be, ha ha ha, I own cards. Why? I understand with things like Reiki that are incredibly good, but like, you know that other people take turns, right? Because right now we're spending a quarter of our deck on playing things that aren't our commander, and our commander can translate a lot of ramp, but I don't think the things we're playing before or on curve with our commander translate well into ramp. We have a ton of 4-drops. We have a ton of 4-drops that we would love to ramp into. But the Gantt chart of how this deck plays, you're just looking at it and you're like, oh yeah, we're never fucking doing that. So what's our turn 1? Our only turn 1 play in the deck is Hardened Scales, because the others are things we activate on top. Sure. What do we want to do turn 2? Hold our dick in our hands? Great, dude. And then turn 3. Oh, maybe we play Emerald Medallion on turn 2. And then turn 3 we play a Legend. Assuming that we have hit every land drop on the way to this. And then on turn 4, we play our commander. I just gotta see. Okay, we have Reiki. Absolutely the best card in our deck. Absolute shithouser. So we play this, dick in our hands, Reiki! Turn 4. We get to play our legendary commander. We get to draw a card. Turn 5. I think it is better to just play the most expensive thing. We get to draw a card. And we get to put 2 forests into our hand. which I'll dump 2 to hand size, because fuck it. But the deck's thinner now, which matters. We have 6 mana, we play this, we get the draw because we played it. We play this, we get the draw because we played it. Turn 7, and then we just kind of keep praying. So if we have this card draw engine, works beautifully as long as we skip 4 turns. As long as we have a way to draw cards and we're willing to skip 4 turns, this can run out into a meaningful board state super quickly. A lethal board state, hell no. But a board state that can play Magic can happen without too much time. We probably keep the... Sure. 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 Get one thing back to hand and then fall over and die. I mean, probably just play Asika as our version of a land drop so we can play Toski. So we have a Vigilant 1/4 who is never going to get through for card draw. We have Kaslam. We can probably use Bridgeworks Battle to get O'Hare Kaslam through something. And then say we get a free swing. And do we just get this shit to field? Yes, we do. Probably Vigor. If I'm being totally honest. Yeah. Okay. Ultimate Guard Live, thank you for the raid. Holy heck. Oh, it's Nurd Girl. Thank you, Nurd Girl. So we're looking at Asika, but it's only green. So White Bread, here's what I detest about you as a person. All you've really done is you said, oh God, there's so many green cards in this deck. I'm going to put in all of these cards that are so green. And since green cares about beatdown, there's a couple things that are crazy good, like O'Hare Kaslam. There's a couple non-legendaries that are so good they're worth including, like Vigor. And then the brainworms got to you and you were like, well, Vigor says +1/+1 counters, so what if I did a bunch of +1/+1 counter stuff? I think your unwillingness to accept that the first 2 turns of the Commander game exist do not prevent them from actually existing. And I think we either need the things we start doing on turn 4 to be insane, or we need stuff to do in the first couple turns. Like, you need to imagine what would be a good game for this deck. And if we're waiting until turn 4 to have 2 1-power creatures, I don't think we like that. I don't think that's our favorite thing in the entire world.
I'm gonna make some tea. Do you want some?
I would love some. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So this does need to be creature as well. Now maybe a bunch of these just suck. That's totally possible. See, like, if we want counters also, where the fuck is Bill? Where's William? This seems like an incredibly easy one that we ramp into, gives us some degree of card draw. The minute this deck stalls out, you may as well just pack it up. You could do this if you wanted to do Elf Ball, which legendary only Elf Ball, probably possible. I'm not going to say it's advisable, but it's almost certainly a thing you can do. Hey, why did we miss another mono green legendary matters thing? Did we even scryfall this junk? Very dumb. I didn't miss it. That is dork. Oh, okay. This is just in-universe dork. My fault. My fault. It is looking, unfortunately, like mono green elf ball is a incredibly true and real possibility here. I also don't particularly like Emissary Green just because if this deck is playing any type of magic that passes a field sobriety test, everybody just votes for treasures and you still have effectively infinite mana. And then yeah, we could have like this Galta in. Gilorana would probably be good if we don't go the elf ball route. Like, oh, you have so many bad cards you could play. We have so many terrible, terrible cards that you could get away with playing and have your table question whether or not you were a furry that are somehow over $1 still. So I think the directions to go are either you go Elf Ball and you just drop in all of the legendary green elves, or we look for some things to drop on curve before Asika, and then exclusively the most expensive creatures you can find. Like we could look for I don't know if there's a 1-mana legendary, but we just look for all like 2-drop and 3-drop legendaries regardless of what their text box says, and then you just go like, okay, Kodama responses. Or, you know, like Lumra. Like, the thing is, I don't think on first glance you're ever going to get to anything that is even remotely interesting. I think the best thing you can get to is I vomit out a whole heaping helping of value. And you know, that'll work. But I think if you do that, the 1/1 counter strategy is probably unnecessary, and we probably want to have more 1 and 2 drop ramps so that we can get to these like crazy expensive cards more quickly. Because like, God, this deck could be such a museum type commander deck where you play such god awful things, but you can just play one of them every single turn, and then that allows you to dip into the like green power matters stuff to refill your hand, like Life's Legacy, versus with the counter plan you only really get to use this stuff to refill your hand if multiple good things have happened, versus I'm just going to play land drops, and then, hey, I'm going to play a 9/7, hold this, blah. Oh, you blocked? Okay, I draw 9. I find that much more compelling than, oh, I'm doing 1/1 counters, but bad. Which is currently your current plan is I do 1/1 counters, but not that well because my commander doesn't help. Versus, like, you already have Zapandril, So we fuck it up with like Grothama, we fuck it up with Sylvos. You probably end up playing Lumri anyway to help you continue to ramp. You play fucking Jadit Ojanin. Like we can get so silly. You can do brow lows. Like we can play so many green cards that never get to see the light of day. While memeing on the idea of a Planeswalker deck. Whereas right now, we're just like, we are 2 generations in the future of the green cousins making out and having to form babies. So on average, just replace the counter section with big ass cards and 1 to 2 cost ramp / legendaries. That is what I would suggest. I would take counter package out. I would at least shave the number of 3-drops unless you are totally divorced from playing Asika on turn 3 anytime. In the playtest we did, turn 3 Asika usually ended up being necessary to continue playing the game, but after you take the counter package out, that may change. So I would get more silly big cards. I would get things that care about power, whether that's Greater Good or Life's Legacy, or like Rishkar's Expertise, Last March of the Ents, whatever. Rograkh, we're cutting the counter package. So the original version of this deck was counters, and now we're going to make sure that this person does see the gates of heaven before being turned away for playing green anyway. And then it's just all like Chasm and Chasm accessories. And so you want turn 1 to look like ramp, you want turn 2 to look like ramp, or you want it to be a legendary worth playing. I think somebody said the only green Ovia is the only 1-drop green legendary. I don't think that's true. I think Ovia just has a 1 mana. Oh, this one. You could play this if you really wanted to. I don't think it's necessary. Like, I think you can just play Llanowar Elves. Even if we're not doing Elf Ball. We can be so for real. We can just play the Llanowar Elves. How do you submit a deck for roasting? Is it a patron thing? It is a Ko-Fi thing, which you'll be able to submit starting next month. Oh yeah, or like Delighted Halfling. Any number of totally playable good cards. Thank you, baby.
I'm gonna start fighting your lights in here.
Because you care a lot about legendaries. I mean, if they counterspell your vanilla 9/7, fuck them. But the protection is never a bad idea. So I think right now I'm going to call this chaotic mechanic. Like you had a meme to do, and I think so much of your brain had to be focused on like, oh god, oh fuck, don't do anything worthwhile for the other side of this card. Stay green, stay green, stay green. That we didn't come up with a cohesive plan for what was happening in the 99 of this deck. This is just like, hey Jarvis, find me 99 random green cards from Scryfall. True, my fault. There is no other side. Alright, next up. Zresriel, are you still here, my friend? I'm going to take a bite of this parfait. Alright, Zres is still here. Quick question regarding the free roast stream. Even as the Sinister Goon Vizier, I think I'd feel bad taking up a free slot since I paid for one. Are we doing a community agreement that if you have a paid one, you don't submit a free one when you do your eventual free roast stream? I think, yes, probably. I think it's probably a, like, choose your lane for the month of either you've bought one or you're going to try your luck with the free one. In terms of policing that, I mean, I have all your names and handles, so it wouldn't be too hard to, after the fact, be like, hey man, please don't do that. But we'll see. Now I'm going to eat this shit without, you know what? Get 1 minute ad break, Don, while I eat this parfait. All right, now that the ad break is over, one question I did want to respond to from Raven Heartization on YouTube: has Bro stopped making videos? It certainly feels like it with respect to shorts, mainly because they don't fucking pay me very well. Like if for it to be worth it to make a short, it either needs to be something I know I can film in under 10 minutes, or it needs to be something where I'm like, this is doing a 250,000 views minimum on like both platforms or something, because TikTok and YouTube are the main platforms I post to. So like the cactuar video, motherfuckers love cactuses. That one's instantly worth doing because I know it's going to be highly subscribed. One's about like Nada from Monster Hunter, worth doing because it takes 20 minutes of my time to polish whatever joke I do for that, because it's mostly just me riffing off the dome. Do you think that not making shorts is going to make it more difficult to increase viewer count? It's actually kind of the opposite, where shorts are really good to get a high subscriber count, and they're good to get a high shorts watching population. It doesn't really fucking matter for anything else. For like literally anything else. Like my views on... I tried to use shorts to push more views to my long form videos. It worked to such a small degree that it was much more worth it to spend the time I would have spent on shorts trying to make better long forms, or trying to make better, like even now, if I want to get more long form viewers, I know in my heart the most effective way is to become better at thumbnailing and titling. Nothing I do from a like shorts based promotion standpoint will be anything compared to how many people I can pick up just by having more attractive thumbnails or having more attractive titles. And when I look at my own back end, for me, Agamame is saying 75. For me, it's 77%. YouTube Studio will tell me, hey, 77% of your viewers watch your shorts and do not watch a single other piece of content you watch. Now, there's a small percent who's watching all three. So this is people like Pending Platypus, Nimifi, who find it from your shorts and then come to the long forms or come to the Twitch streams from that. But for the most part, like the vast majority of the population is watching the short, scrolling to the next short, and then not thinking about me until the short comes back up. And so from a like return on investment standpoint, becoming a better presenter for stream is literally just better. Like every day I'm trying not to agonize over it, but I think on the average stream, 1,000 individuals will click into the Twitch stream. And most of my effort recently is spent considering what type of experience can I bring that is going to convert a higher number of those people into regular watchers. In terms of how is that going to pay off for me financially? How is that going to pay off for me viewership wise? Worrying about, hey, when can I get this next short out? I worry about it now when a joke is like burning a hole in my pocket. The reason I started doing the Commander roast in the first place is because I love talking shit. I enjoy it very, very much, and there are times I can be quite good at it. But for the most part, I'm always looking at like, how many people came into the stream? How many people stayed? Can I slowly but surely increase the proportion of people who come into the stream and like it enough to stay? And the more I do that, the more I'm finding that like long forms and stream is like, that's my rent. Speaking of which, Grocery Boy Jr., thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Versus shorts, if I wanted to pay my rent just off of shorts, I probably need to get one done every single day forever. Because what shorts also don't do, like a thing Prof put me on, is when you have a catalog of long form videos and when you have a catalog of VODs, even when those videos are really, really old, if you become the type of personality where people will comfort watch you, all of your old videos will accrue 10 cents worth of views a day. And by the time you have years and years of backlog, you can kind of roll a snowball up where now you have 300 videos that all generate like maybe 50 cents a day. And that really, really adds up. That especially adds up on like YouTube VODs, especially if you do really long live streams. And so for longevity's sake, a thing I'm trying to angle towards is, how do I present a thing that people want to watch for a long period of time? And every once in a while, people are going to be like, holy shit, this is so funny. I love this. This is the part I'm going to share with my friend. I am going to watch you for 9 hours as I try to fall asleep. And that is what is like, that is honestly the closest content creators get to having a 401k, is having a comfort watch audience that is replaying you for hours and hours and hours. Because that is the like, day by day, those are going to add up. Versus shorts, sometimes you can have a short pick up later and go really viral, but shorts have a much more tangible lifespan where after a certain point, they're not coming up in the algorithm anymore. People don't comfort watch them as much, even though they might binge watch them from time to time. So I still want to make shorts, and I still do make shorts, just much more rarely now. But it's also, like, I just spend so much more time doing this stuff now that it's my career. Also, the Aztec, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I put you on, yeah, and thank you to everybody who's saying they already do comfort watch me. I appreciate you guys very, very much, and so does my grocery bill. Yeah, you gotta comfort goon to mauled. And that's really the best way forward for me. But like all this week, I think I have like 10 hours a day of work time set aside. Let's catch up on YouTube Super Chats. Speak of the devil. Crazy Moose, thank you for the $5 chat. Thoughts on a deck that maxes dependency on the commander and is an actually fighty Orzhov? I think that lives or dies depending on if you have 40 lands in that fucking deck. I love fighty Orzhov. It's nice to have built-in failure points. If you do not have the land density and the card draw to hit your land drops throughout the game, you are cooked as fuck, and it's a great dream, but that dream is just as dead as me asking out my high school crush. So Myth, the raw VODs go on YouTube under the live section, and then Mango edits them to like the highlight reels. And then the other super chat, AL Walzer, thank you for the $5. Welcome to Dog Heaven. All these prof quotes sound super insightful. Do you think you'd ever do some sort of collab stream talking about the content creation art? I doubt it for a couple reasons. The first reason I doubt it is Prof is a super busy person, and the ask would need to be really, really compelling because he loves everything he does. Like, to get Prof to do something else is... It's not a, like, the money has to be right because of greed. It's the allure of it has to be right because he's so fucking excited to wake up and do his job every day that you have to jingle keys that are better than the shit he already gets to do. And I'm kind of in the same boat of like some collab stuff. I'm just like, nah, man, my life kind of kicks. To be frank with you, my life seems much better than the thing you're asking me to do with you. The second part of it is with Prof specifically, that whole talk would be like, hey man, you remember the time you said this to me? And he would go, yes. And I would go, real. Hey man, do you remember the time you said this other thing to me? And he would go, oh yeah. And I would go, real. And we would go back and forth like that for 2 hours. Mauled on Dropout win when they respond to my fucking emails, DMC. I've sent no emails, but I would gladly be on for free. Just, I don't know, buy me a bus ticket. Yeah, shout out Mango, by the way. There's a ton of the like long-term feasibility of this channel and me as a creator is being helped by having a tremendous editor like Mango. Dude, I'll chase all the clout. Cyborg's done with cooking. Okay, we need to speedily get through these next 2 decks because I have a World of Warcraft stream to kick off in the near future. So let's go as Restreal. Spooky. This deck is the reason my last Bant deck was so light on interaction. I've been trying to cut back on playing as much when I have access to blue. Once I have a Layla down, I share everyone else's turns to accrue fairies, goad their creatures, and win with death by 1,000 cuts. Only relevant house rules that apply is you can only play one of Fierce Guardianship, Force of Negation, Force of Will, and in black you can only use 2 tutors, 2 of the good tutors, if you use any at all. I think those house rules are quite reasonable. $1,800 fucking dollars, but I'm distracted by the art, so I'm not even gonna think about it. Off the rip, good amount of lands. So a Layla wants us casting at instant speed to goons, goad everybody. So we get to make 1/1s, and whenever we hit somebody, we get to goad their creatures. So we get to smack people, and we get to smack them so hard that they don't crack back. It's $1,800 mainly from drip. That's honestly perfect for fairies. Collection of shiny trinkets. So here's our additional ramp. Yeah, this is really good. She bad as hell. Huh? I mean, sure, fairies a mana dork now, whatever. Who cares? It's fairies. You're going to get it done. Reality Trip is interesting. So we have 26 instants. The more cards I can draw, the less I have to think. Zrestriel, I'm begging you to consider how opposite that is for most of the population. 10 cards in your hand, no thinkies, just dopamine. Oh, true. Are these all just woods? Is that the secondary theme? Is all of the humanoid arts have to be immediate smashes? Oh, no, can't be, because that's a child. So no, we will free you from that consideration. Fairy together strong. So Flash Enabler, some soft banners, which is very reasonable. I hope you don't mind I prompt my friends. Yeah, there's the extra turn spell. This is the one extra turn spell I'm not going to take too much umbrage with, because if you get to cast this, you probably kill people. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. That's a very cute tag. Paper cuts between toes. Oh, Throne of the God Pharaoh probably gets truly fucking awful. Okay, and then here's all our instants. Bluster Squall is tremendous. I want to call this terrible. I'm like, fuck, this is probably good. This is probably good in this deck. More flash, more good card. Fuck you forever, bro. More good card I can play whenever I want. Pioneer based. And then just this thing. I struggle to believe that this can be technically correct for you. I'll be honest. I feel like this is good card syndrome only because at any realistic mana value, the only person whose dick you are shooting off is probably your own. Notorious Thong was my nickname in high school. I got a story for that Chad is not getting today. Like, I think as far as I play it for the 2 for gain and drain. Okay. I will allow that for the time being. Target opponent chooses and buries a number of creatures he or she controls equal to the number of creatures put into your graveyard from play so far this turn. So you go like chump block with 4 1/1 fairies. Nice going, dickhead. Sack your board. I think I'm gonna kiss you, bro. It has Oracle text. Yeah, sacrifice a creature of their choice for each creature. This is such good spite play. This is delicious fucking spite play. Want to see that again. Okay, boring card that goes in every commander deck. And then, what the fuck are we illusionist bracering? Do we have activated abilities? Maybe like a Yara or Fairy Mastermind. Do you have tech here? Or are you just like, damn, he got that shit on. I want my commander to have that shit on too. Okay, I like Hippocamp. I am surprised that I don't see any of the like 4 mana when I hit you draw card. I'll leave it for the playtest to be totally convinced, but I think a lot of your okay, we have Mew Yanling at least. So we have at least one of those. No Glen Elendra does seem a little bit wild. Maybe, I mean, hey, maybe they're playing just against fucking stompy players, and it doesn't have flash. So let's see how this actually goes so far. I have a counterspell, 2 lands, and I have one of my setup pieces. This... Ooh, we have Emeritus, but we don't have combat damage draw? Somebody's a fucking Izzet player at heart. Somebody's a dirty little Izzet player, I swear to God. I think we have to mulligan this one, so we'll free mull. Okay, 3 lands, looter, setup. Okay. So we'll play Gloomlake Verge. And then we go to turn 2, we Likeness Looter, go to turn 3, Reality Chip, go to turn 4, shocking our commander because I'm an idiot who doesn't realize what lands are in my hand. We play our commander. So we have a fairy, so we goad something. Next turn. We have Path of Ancestry. We have our free counterspell. We flash somebody with our fairies to quench something for 3. We get to make a fairy rogue. And we're holding 2 mana up. So maybe we play like Illusionist Bracers as well at sorcery speed. And now we have land drop into a Yara. We're looking like, see, and this is where I'm like, why don't we have a pet kitty? Because this is a hand that is empty of entirely our own design. Like, we have bimboified ourselves for no reason. Oh, we have it in there. Okay, then I just missed it. Oh my god. I hate you. I hate you. Oh, you bitch. We're running goddamn 3 wishes. We're running bad expressive iteration and Rhystic Study. Ugh. Sauceless. I deem thee sauceless. And then we said the bracers were for something lionfish. Mango, play the PBS music. Mods, smash Zestriel's penis with hammers. Let's all have a moment of peace. Let's all have a moment of peace. All right, so we're cutting the bracers for presumably, like, I think it's coastal piracy. Nope, coastal pirate. It's not. I think it may be reconnaissance mission. I think, like, at minimum another one of these effects, or if we even ran like Diabolic Tutor or something like that. As with every Kindred deck, I think the greatest danger... One sec. I think with every Kindred deck, the greatest danger you face is you slap down everything in your hand in the lead up to your commander, and then because your commander doesn't convert to card draw, you are on like draw go for the rest of the game. Which I think is what is currently happening. Because we have like, okay, we have Stinging Lionfish, which I think is like, this is very cute. This seems like sticking a finger in somebody's mouth just to do it. I don't think tapping down I doubt tapping down one additional thing is as valuable as either like another piece of ramp or another fairy like Glenalendra. Like if you're playing at a table, I take back what I said about Glenalendra, because if you're playing at a table where Rhystic Study is the right choice, then Glenalendra also pretty like factually has to be the right choice, because this effect is so good at stopping people's combos. And so we play this, we don't feel good about it. We go to turn 3. We can play this, but we wouldn't feel good about it because we really, really want to play that after we've played our commander. Look through what you considered. I apologized in advance. Brother! we have 2 more decks in considering. So I'm gonna go off of categories alone. I think for stuff that you're doing at instant speed, it's basically all meta calls. Right now, the things that I see you dealing with are instant speed are mostly you need to counter a spell or you need to remove something. I don't think negate is meaningfully different from like Swan Song or Spell Stutter in this particular deck. If you want to bring the power level up, right, like Muddle and Mixture can act as a soft tutor. However, it's just, this is my second copy of Rhystic Study. Like, there's not a lot of stuff that is crazy tech. I don't think you want to be on Pale Moon. I think this deck wants to play, as fairies tend to, like a political deck where you are stepping in with important pieces of interaction to like save the table. And then, oh my god, I just happened to go to you, bro. What happened? Talion is again a Rhystic Study. I mean, Zrestriel, the thing about like I'm avoiding tutors since it's just Rhystic Study, that is the worst of your 2 solutions, because it doesn't change the fact that your deck is warped entirely around the presence of Rhystic Study. All it means is that like now it's hot potato. I'm I am always of the opinion that your deck is like, you are either about your Rhystic Study bullshit or you are not about your Rhystic Study bullshit. And if you're about your Rhystic Study bullshit, the deck should be built to resolve Rhystic Study as reliably as possible. Like, Rhystic Study is the worst piece of dessert possible because it's a tasty treat for you that shits in everybody else's mouth. And so, like, either the table can handle a card like that resolving. Plenty of tables can, in which case, play to it because it is the single best card in your deck. If your table is, like, begrudgingly accepting it, then I would just play fucking Coastal Piracy. Because Coastal Piracy, like, even though it's win more, most people at my table pay for it. Then this is like your most important tax piece in the game, and you should be playing around tutoring it as much as possible. Because otherwise we're just living in like a fantasy land where you pretend to not be a stinky blue player, and then every once in a while you whip it out. I'm not confident that things like Geyser Drake are necessary. What I'm honestly most worried about is the card draw. Like, more than anything, I think what this deck is going to be a victim of is, okay, I play Magic, and then very soon, like right here already, like if we don't get our mana set up right away. Oh no, I'm not pretending, which is why my Bant deck had such little interaction since I was trying to hold myself in check. Right, so I mean that in the more figurative sense of, if you're playing really good cards, just rush the really good cards. Like, I think trying to be having a if it happens, it happens approach to black hole level universe warping cards like Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study is actively bad to understanding what your deck's play pattern is. Okay, so let's see what we probably take that. And now we just kind of like land drop into Reality Chip, into Prey. We probably would have played this over Throne of the God Pharaoh. Even though Throne of the God Pharaoh is cheap, it feels terrible to play this before our commander, because all it does is it's a big flag that tells people, hey, never let me get 5 fairies. So we play this turn 5. Yep. See, and now it's Rhystic Study time. I think I'm sort of reconfiguring what I dislike the most about this deck. What bothers me the most about this deck is everything feels bad to play before your commander. I don't know if that's solved by even more artifact ramp, or if there are better setup pieces at 2 mana and 3 mana. But like every single thing I have in my hand that I can play at 2 mana or 3 mana, I'm like, man, I would so much rather play Talisman of Curiosity and play a Layla a turn sooner, because so much of my deck is held up in this like flash bullshit. Which, not bullshit in the sense of it's bad, but bullshit in the sense of like, it's not, a lot of it doesn't feel particularly productive without our commander. And we probably like draw a discard just to see if we got anything cool, because we have this thing to throw away for free. Like, now it's turn 5, and now we're playing Magic. Nothing we've done until now is worth a goddamn. which I think is really tough when you're meant to be the cop. And like we have Mischievous Mystic, which we can, I don't think, trigger. Well, this time we can trigger it kind of reliably. But like I think for the most part, this is like a deck I would even, I wouldn't actually play this, but I want to bring these up as examples of how bad the curve currently feels, that in most of the playtests we've done, I would have rather played Sky Diamond than have done any of the other turn 2 plays available to us. Like we don't have anything that is more compelling or even equally compelling as, well, what if I cast a Layla quicker? Because pretty much every turn has to be like, I have to untap with a Layla until I am allowed to have fun. After I untap with a Layla, haha, I am allowed to play Commander. And then like 3 Tree City just goes and fucks up this whole playtest. Just straight up unkeepable hand. And like it's not because you don't have the like total density of lands, but we are kind of desperately low on ways to refill our hand after we've played Commander for more than a second. Like this guy fucking sucks to play. We don't want to use our flash thing before Alayla's down. We can use this if we need to, but we really don't fucking want to until Alayla's down. This is fine because it's the promise of future ramp. And then it's like, okay, land drop, turn 4, we tap out. Life begins turn 5. And life begins turn 5. Not a place that blue-black wants to be. Not a place that blue-black wants to be when they have to be the adult. Like you are the one with a bunch of screaming children at your commander table, and you are taking a dad nap that is 3 turns too long. Now the trouble you get into with that is like at some point it's too much ramp and like all you do is flood. But I do think, like, I think things like Paradise Mantle, we could be a Sky Diamond. Helios, things like Changeling Outcast are totally playable on the deck, but for the reason I just mentioned, this guy fucking sucks to play before Alayla. Like, yeah, you get 1 goad, but the thing you care about with Alayla is casting on their turn. So, like, if we were to play... This would, like, even the second half of the card, fucking blank, who cares? This would be a card we cared about having on board. Then we play Alayla, and then suddenly all of our mana rocks can be played on other people's turns. That's something that makes us less sad. Like, the flash enablers are really good setup pieces, but the combat triggers, I doubt... This is, again, Zrestrial can make their own decision about it, but I doubt Goad 1. I doubt Goad 1 is sick. Is giving too many cards on purpose, like Max Z and Yu-Gi-Oh, a thing against Rhystic Study? Ben, no. In in Magic, there is no worthwhile counterplay to handing your opponents a bunch of cards. They do just win. You can't really like punish them for it. There's no card that allows you to like gain as much as they're gaining. It is just if you let the Rhystic Study player draw a bunch of cards, they lose. So I think this has to go into This has to go into greedy mechanic, because the mechanic is certainly fairies. I think you're hitting... Like, you're hitting what the commander wants to do, but it is just abject insanity to say, yeah, I'm going to skip 4 turns as the Dimir control player. Because you have to be the control player. You're not going fast enough. You're not going fast enough to be the aggro player. You're not on combo because you're not all the way in bracket 4 or CEDH. See, like this, you would rather have it be a mana rock. Like, if you could say every game, I fell asleep until turn 3, but on turn 3, I got to tap out for a Layla, and I can't respond to anything before that, I think you take that deal. I think you take that deal every time, because right now the deck is just doing that until turn 4, but it's telling itself that it's not. Have we found the deck for Final Word Phantom? Honestly, I like this guy. Honestly, I like him. I like him. But what if your deck revolves around making other players draw and discard and punish them for drawing cards outside their turns? And then Dynamo asking about wheel decks as an archetype. Like, I think that is pretty concisely covered by there's a reason no group hug deck or any wheel deck has ever won a CEDH tournament. It's a thing that is fine when other people are all mutually agreeing to play dog shit. As soon as one person goes, hey, I think I'm going to play good cards today, letting them draw just loses you the game. But as long as you all have a spoken word agreement that every card in your deck sucks, then draw and discard and like punish people for draws is totally valid. What's up, EV Catcher? Welcome to the stream. Also, oh yeah, the medallions as well, Zestriel. These are other things where that's going to make both the turn 3 commander possible, and it's going to make all of your flash plays much more doable in future turns, particularly if you ever need to like chain spells together. So like I would kind of fuck it up with these and then go all in on like combat damage refills my hand. And then you keep like the banners and everything. Cyborg, I also unfortunately think, are we able to reschedule you to tomorrow? Because I am already late to the next collaboration thing, as both Ian's collab went long, and then each of these deck roasts went, I think this is like the longest we've ever spent per deck. I think since I don't have many flash enablers, that's why I stayed more toward instants, but if I put more in, that opens up sorceries to me. I agree with that. I also think, like, you want to be cunning. You want to be a little tricky bitch. I would do more tutors, more flash enablers, and then you can tutor for a Ristic or a flash enabler as necessary. And then I need to jump into this call with them and open up World of Warcraft. Yeah. My girlfriend was just coming to get me now. This would be tomorrow's stream starting at noon, but we could fit you in anytime between like noon and 5. I appreciate your understanding with that, Cyborg. Thank you.
Follow.
What's up, you fucking losers?
Hello.
Let me make sure everybody can hear you. I also need to retitle the stream now.
Do I have things to sell? How much gold do I have? None is the answer.
There are so many quests. I hate this.
Yeah, so should I sell the cloth I have since I can't trade it to you anymore?
Well, keep it for bandages and such.
Oh, okay.
And also, like, my other character will be leveling up to catch up to you guys.
Yeah, I just remember you said you weren't sure if that was going to be Taylor or not.
Yeah, it doesn't make a ton of sense for it to be. But I don't know.
Do I have Ratchet unlocked on here? I don't think I do.
You definitely have the flight path
Hell yeah.
to Ratchet.
Okay. I think I've saved
Damn,
everything.
she looks cool.
Damn, they got that shit on.
Yeah.
Damn.
Z, I'm gonna promote you to leader so you can invite Mauld.
That's irresponsible. I should never be leader.
We will all be chasing plants forever.
Exactly.
We will never ever be free from plant. All right, so everybody on my stream, we are now switching gears to hardcore classic with MTG Nurd Girl, my girlfriend's Z-main character, and Nurd Girl's mod, Yanks. If you haven't played World of Warcraft, this is the time where we're going to turn on the custom card review redeem, and you can ask me to look at your terrible, terrible custom commander cards. Or laugh at my impending death. Your choice.
Yeah. Although I will say I've out-leveled you guys a bit, so you are less likely to die.
Oh yeah, because you're a little sneaker.
Well, I logged in early before you guys, so I started leveling my priest or my druid, my heal druid, to try to start working on catching you guys.
Oh, your heal druid. Okay. Oh yeah. Because we're doing resto druid now.
Yeah, next week that'll probably be the thing that's caught up to you guys.
Oh no, Relic! Thank you for, let me see, the 6 months in a row with tier 1. I didn't even realize I was at my 6-month anniversary. Neither did I. Next month is my birthday, so I hope you're ready for a great month. I am, Relic. Thank you for your generosity, and happy early birthday. Let's go to Recursive Mauld real quick. Here's Recursive Mauld. Okay. I am on the Goon Liege. Ah. Alright. I am in. I do have one custom card review to do. So I'm going to be in the
Already?
shouting at how people wait. People wait for it.
Oh, we have yet to dock.
Oh yeah, let me do the stream together thing so that we can all dock. Everyone remember to be muted in the dock. How do I invite people over here, Nurd Girl?
Oh, I might need to open a window so I can actually dock.
Okay. All right, I've sent those invites. Let me know once they are accepted. There's Z. Nurd Girl, are you docking today, or are you dock free? Type shit. All right, first custom card.
She's talking, but we're not hearing.
Right, that's what I figured.
Oh,
That's what I figured.
yeah. I'll dock you.
Come here, you
I
little
muted
shit.
like a good girl to talk to my chat.
Yeah. Bank Plank Boy, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Fucking simple as. Okay, we do that. Nurd Girl, your doc invitation should be in the Twitch browser.
Oh, that's right. It's in like a weird place. Never mind.
Yeah.
Found it. I was like waiting for it to pop up.
Okay, there we go. All right, we've been forcibly docked. Everybody smash together, hold hands. Thank you, Bank Plank, and thank you, Sturmfire, for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, I don't hear any echoes, so we should be good. Porpoise is unknown. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And Bank Plank Boy, thank you for the Twitch follow. We can work it at a different time. It's sufficient. Yeah. I can cut it down to just Z's face and then make them bigger, and then we can figure out cameras another day.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Can we? Okay, I'm off mute. Still have. I'm gonna start inviting everybody, and then Nurd Girl, what character name are you playing with right now? Oh, invite me.
Z's going to invite you.
Okay.
You're the one
Yes.
that's late.
You sound crazy.
Yinks and I are just going around killing birds.
You sound crazy.
Uh-huh. Are you even logged on?
Yes. What do you mean? I'm running around in. The fucking crossroads. Am I even logged on? So are we just 4-man and RFC today?
Yeah.
I'm tempted.
I mean,
Why
I feel like
not?
there's no reason we can't.
I think I probably need one more level, because otherwise I just won't be able to hit the final boss. But if I'm level 15, it doesn't seem like it'd be too tough if I got a shield.
I feel like that's maybe a good goal for like the tail end of this bit.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
do a little bit of leveling, and then try it. Cyborg, yes, that would be great if that works for you. Thank you so much for rescheduling again. I am sorry about that. That is 100% my fucking fault. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me enter my mind palace real quick. Yeah, so what I think type shit. What's up, Captain? How are you doing, my friend? Okay. So going into my... Please, the Mind Palace. Am I muted right now? I am. Are they? Okay. I muted myself. We're going to do the custom card review since I'm muted anyway. So we have Siege Walls. 3 mana. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent half that damage, round it up, then put a burden counter on it. If there are 3 or more burden counters, flip it. Whenever you would lose life, you lose 3 times as much instead. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you gain 1 life, and this creature gets a +1/+1 counter. That has to be fair. I feel like there has to be like a 2-card combo that breaks it, but I lose 3 times as much life to put a counter on my guy, which I believe is like a 2-mana draft common effect. That's gotta be fair magic. That has to. I refuse to believe that's not fair magic. So, Captain, the deck roasts are done via Ko-Fi commission rather than just stream submission. Yeah, I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Okay. So, why am I still fucking... I'm still muted. God damn it. Okay. So, like, Mind Palace, good things we could do would probably be to try to do either Raptor Horns or try to do Miner's Fortune and Samaflange. Now the problem with that is that Nurd Girl appears to already be done with those. But that's the only real issue with them.
So Samaflange, I'm behind, I think. Oh, wait, no.
You're ahead, probably.
So all I did was get the first thing, and right there, when you do it, it gives you the next thing to grab all the little valves. I stopped there.
Okay, then can we meet up with me in Crossroads? I believe I have solved the calculus equation for the best way to map this, because we're going to go from Crossroads to the northwest, which will allow us to do 1 round of collecting Centaur Bracers, Then we can kill harpies, which we have a quest for. Then if we cut straight east, that will get us both raptor horns, plain strider talons, and then we will do Samophalange. Then there will be an escort quest we can pick up on the way to doing Miner's Fortune. And then we hearth, turn everything in, hit Ragefire Chasm. Math!
Yeah.
Vine Boom. Didn't play. Vine Boom. Nisa Flamecaller and Why Is My Rum Gone? Thank you both for the subs. Thank you for that prime sub, Why Is My Rum Gone? Welcome to the dog home, my friends. Then we have another custom card redeem from Whitebread. Go-Goat Herd Leader. Naya 3/3 haste provoke. Whenever this attacks, you may have target creature defending player controls untap and block if able. Go-Goat gets +1/+1 for each goat you control. Can only be blocked by one creature. Whenever a creature without combat damage by Go-Goat dies, none of this matters because you put menace on this and then win the game. Right? Like No. We're not going to Samophalange. Samophalange is like a halfway point.
Then pay attention. Where are we going?
The place I said cut northwest through the Forgotten Pools to the Harpies, then we cut east to the Samophalange to the escort quest to Miner's Fortune.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but that only works if you don't go AFK.
Damn, my fault.
There is no lie.
Yeah, my fault. I didn't realize laying out the plan would lead to everybody immediately going, okay, but what about not doing that? I should have been aware.
That's the bad thing about being the planner, is that you then have to stay on top of the plan.
Do we all have the quest that cares about... No, I think that's just Nurd Girl and I. Well, I'm going to kill this cat anyway. Baby, you have...
Keg?
Yeah, the keg. You have Zevrahov quests, right, baby?
Mm-hmm. I finished Beaks.
Okay. So
Yanks should also have the keg as well.
Yeah, I'm the only one that didn't get keg.
I did not get
No, only
never
me
mind.
and
Yanks,
you got keg.
you and I got it when we logged on for that extra little bit.
Well, we didn't end up getting it. We ended up not getting it.
What?
If I remembered right.
It doesn't
We literally
always drop.
killed and went in and got the thing. Did you just not pick it up?
No, if I remember right, we were going to, and then we got distracted and did something else.
Hell yeah. So right now, this is Operation, like, kill everything we see. I don't think we necessarily have to focus on, like, one mob at a time since there's 4 of us, but between the 4 of us, we all need to kill Plain Striders, Zebras, Raptors, and Centaurs. So we're working to the northwest, but if something enters range, every gun we have should fire on that thing. Why do you not have pants on? Oh, they're just shorts.
The spice
okay.
must flow.
My fault.
I got booty shorts.
I got spandex on. Yeah, we just need to be a like roving field of death as we walk through the barrens.
Raptor.
Oh, I didn't realize
Get
the
it.
woolies were ancestral. That's my bad. I did not recognize your game. I'm body pulling the raptor. Don't let me die.
What do you mean? I'm already here. Oh. We have gone 2 different directions.
Oh my god, renew, insane. Oh baby, did you see a plant?
No, I saw a raptor.
Real.
Damn, are you making assumptions out here?
Always.
Damn, that's crazy. Can't
There's
believe you'd
a
be like that.
the one camp here of Tauren or centaurs or whatever. Probably good to
Okay, yeah.
murder
Yeah.
small villages.
Yeah.
And a plant.
I'm multi-polling for maximal rage generation. Hey, dipshit, I said I'm multi-polling for maximal rage generation. Come back here.
There it is.
How dare
Yum,
the
yum.
enemies not cooperate?
Plants.
Stop dodging me. Okay.
Oh yeah, good work, everybody. I say as I only went to go get plants.
I don't even remember the last time I looted a corpse. OJ, I'm not on my priest because this is a different group than the Saturday group. So in this group, I play a warrior. So the priest is alive.
Yeah, I logged on to a druid for literally, I got to level 3, and I had like 4 people be like, oh my god, did you die? I was like, no.
Okay, we got like 1 million dudes in this fight. So if I could get a renew RQ.
You're fine.
Yeah, until this motherfucker casts lightning cloud. Oh, never mind. I'll just get netted and lose aggro. My fault. Don't pay attention to me. Just kill me.
Damn, that's crazy. Hey, a bracer! This is gonna take fucking forever.
Yes, that's why we're just pathing directly through here. We're going to pick up our bracers over the course of like...
Briarthorn.
Nice. Over the course of like 3 different quest loops. Whitebread, I will need to take another look at the card when I'm slightly less active. Yes, that's Varog the Dervish, and we'll want to do that after we do this quest loop.
Damn. It had Swift Thistle.
Damn, somebody fishing here. Thank you for coming by, Shadowfire.
I super almost died. I took the wrong path in the undead like Stardy area and accidentally, instead of going left to go get the final Scarlet Crusade quest or Scarlet whatever quest, I went right and went into Scarlet Monastery and just got like I did get hit once by one of the elites.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
And I bubbled and swiftness potioned away. It was
Those
the scary
swiftness potions are ugh.
Yeah, they're godsends.
I need to learn how to make those.
I have a quest for this Coda gizzard. I don't whatever.
Lizard wizard. And there's a raptor.
Yes, there's 2. Raptors
Hell
are kind of
yeah.
hard to find, except for in that one area where they are all big and scary.
Yeah,
their
except for
nest.
their town. Ooh, question
Hello,
for the group.
Kilala! Thank you for the biddies.
Are centaurs furries?
Oh, that's a good question.
Die. Okay, there we go.
Porpoise is
I think-
unknown says they have horse hair, which I
What
don't
have you
know.
been up to lately? Sorry, I unmuted at the wrong time. Oh, it's dead. Wow, how'd that happen?
Proto furry. I think they are.
Wait, there's.
I think like
I
they
think-
are,
What are we
but
doing?
we get it. We're going
I
to
think
the.
they themselves
Where are
are
you
not
going?
furries,
I'm
but
going
if
to
you're
the
into
plant.
them, you're a
Oh my
furry,
God.
maybe. Is that a distinction that makes sense?
I think it does. Hold on, we're diverting course because there's a plant somewhere, and so it must be picked.
Yes,
The spice.
It's a mage
The
royal.
spice must flow.
you're in my way. Get out of here.
I can't be in your way. You can walk through allies.
I was talking to the raptor.
Ah.
Don't take everything so personally.
Good times, good stuff.
Yoink.
We're pretty close to the Samaflange.
Yeah, but it's much better. We all have the Harpy quest, so it's just better to do the Harpy quest first, because otherwise we're going to be doing like a lot of walking back and forth.
We all have Samaflange too, to be clear.
Right, and so like, but if we do Samaflange first, then we have to walk to the leftern edge of the Baron, the left edge of the Barrens, then the right edge of the Barrens for the Miner's Fortune, then back to the left edge again. Please trust the GPS. I have had to do this like 5 times.
Listen, Malt, if we left it up to you, we would still be in Silver Pine or whatever on the second quest of the branch. All right.
And it's not my fault that you all aren't lucky.
Why'd you resist me? Yeah. Yeah. That's what you get.
You gotta up your game.
True.
You're not
did you
irresistible
try,
enough.
Did you try spitting?
Wow, somebody was just here. There's so many bodies.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
we gotta be
these
very careful about
Over here.
spawnings.
we this time we don't because there's fucking 4 of us, so we could handle a lot of.
Oh, they got it. They
Yeah,
tagged
yeah.
it.
This way, over to the left. Respawns are up already. Like this is an area where it being a loot quest doesn't hurt as much because they respawn at like lightning speed. Just
Stop
absolute
coming at me. Stop coming at me. Stop it.
non-stop breeding happening over here.
All right, I got Talon.
No, I'm gonna pull these things so they can't have them.
Yeah. That's actually meta. Just body pull 5 things. We can handle it. They can't. Fuck them. We're better.
I'm just gonna like wand like everything.
Yeah. We just want to tag as many as we can and then slowly work them down.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, fuck you guys. Idiots. Alright.
Mauled and Z, I wanted to ask, did you guys make level 1s?
No, but I can, on demand, delete my druid who currently has my tag and make a level 1.
Okay. Well, you don't have to. There's no rule that says you have to have the same tag.
Yeah, but I'd like to have my personal tag on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So-
have not done that yet. I have been playing ranked.
Oh yeah, Z was escaping iron. They made it to bronze today.
Yeah, if you don't have to delete something, I would recommend just having it, because what happened with me was like, okay, we can invite you. Are you on? And I was just like, oh god, and like,
Oh god, oh fuck, oh shit.
if I wasn't, then like that person logs off or whatever, and doesn't wait for me, and I like have to get invited the next day.
Got it, yeah.
Which is why I ended up sending apparently 60 copper instead of 60 silver to Yanks, because I was in such a hurry.
Porpoises, Z is not beating me to gold. We shall see.
I have so much against me with beating you to gold.
I explained to my chat the like how the MMR is currently set up and why it's just like I am not even my own skill. If I just get paired with people who are awake for like 5 games in a row, I make it.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
Z has to actually like Z has to get to gold. I have to hang out.
So true though.
Welcome to being a white man. It's like this all the time.
It makes me so
Jeez.
mad. Help?
Yeah, we're coming.
Thank you.
I have heals.
Classic. Mage runs out of mana. World's ending.
Yes. Yes. What are you talking about here? It's exactly what happens.
I bet 10 gifted subs that Z gets to silver before Mauled gets to gold. That one is interesting. I think that one is literally like we both have to make it up exactly 1 division. I'm still just different, but I do think that one is realer.
Okay, so here's the deal. I will ask Mauled to record many, many decked out episodes.
Oh,
over the
no,
next,
no, no,
like,
no, no!
4 days, Z. Mauled, I really got to get this, like, early access. We've got 5 CMC coming up for the next month.
Buzzword. I stole this tag. I stole this tag. Fuck these guys. Fuck these losers. They're a bunch of dumbass posers.
Whoa.
I've missed my last 3 attacks. I've spent the last 20 seconds doing fucking nothing in this combat. I've just
Look at all these
So wait,
bodies.
I have a question. How does betting the 10 gifted subs work?
This way, please.
If Z wins, Z gets them. If Mauled wins, Mauled gets them.
Yes, we don't share a bank account. Shut up. This is a thing you can bet on, and it's meaningful which one of us wins.
Oh, we're going.
I mean, the bragging points alone, in fairness.
Oh yeah.
Truth.
The brags.
It's resisting me. Make it stop.
Yeah. And now I think we like circle back out to the front and see if those early ones have respawned.
Committing murders while listening to R&B jazz music is next level. You know, I first was really disappointed when like Twitch reached out to me. It was just like, you've been playing licensed music and we might end up giving you a DMCA strike about it. I'm like, aw, now I have to play elevator music. And it's actually been super based.
You could just do what I do and make it so that way the music doesn't record in your VODs and you can play anything you want.
Ah.
Yeah, but I don't know how to split that between Twitch and YouTube.
So it's the same. So when I hit record on my OBS, it doesn't pick up the music.
Well, right, like I also have that for recording, but YouTube is like auto-uploading VODs as soon as I end a stream, and so if the music is playing in the stream, YouTube will auto.
I think it auto-uploads from the same thing that your VODs are stored from. I don't think it'll upload the music.
Okay.
I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh, God damn it. There's other shitheads back out here.
And then what I would do if I wanted things with music on YouTube that had copyright-free music, I would just, record, and then I would then just open it up in Adobe and then just layer in the music without any editing, and then just export and upload from there if I wanted it. So that way people hear good music, and then I have elevator music on YouTube and my VODs have zero music.
That makes sense.
Ah.
All right, how many talents is everyone at?
I'm at 4.
3.
Okay, I'm
God
also
damn
at
it.
3, so we're like halfway there. But look, we have like 9 things to kill. And I've gotten about like a quarter of a level just off of all the murder we've been committing, because these are close enough that we can just be like sprinting through them.
Yeah. And for example, right now we have my classic list, and Van Halen is currently playing.
Oh, yeah, I want that.
Oh shit, Yanks with a suck. Good job, Yanks.
I got 5 talons.
Me too.
I probably do need to find a shield somewhere before we try to do RFC. I can 2-hand tank some of the stuff, but some of the bosses I probably need a shield to not get bludgeoned to death with.
I have a crappy shield, but I can't give it to you.
Hell yeah.
Just literally just rub it
I
in your
could
face.
help, but go fuck yourself.
I can't. I get kicked out of the guild.
Yeah.
So you have you have to download a add-on that tracks all your stuff. So if you trade anything, if you auction house anything, if you
Are you mining?
literal anything, they just kick you out.
I do have mining. Yeah, I'll go get the rock.
That's-
Everyone, continue your
I
murder.
respect that.
Hold on, stand still. I have a
Fuck
terrible
off.
shield. I have a terrible
Absolutely.
shield.
Fuck off. I'm
I'm
about
pulling.
my business.
Hell yeah. Death and destruction.
Yeah.
Just use Yanks as a shield? Good point. Yanks, come back here.
Oh, speaking of shield, I should probably have my frost
It's
armor
gonna
on.
look like you're bleeding heavily.
Don't worry, I'll heal you.
Okay, white bread, let's pull your thing back up. So if we took the menace out, whenever a creature dealt combat damage by go-goat dies, make 3 goats, destroy artifact or enchantment defending player controls, distribute Jesus. These are really, really good for a creature that can force blocks. Like, straight up. And Naya, God, play 1 token doubler and lethal, right? White bread, I'm legitimately unsure because it's like no. It's so strong if you ever get the damage through, and you can untap stuff.
But up until like this week, there was 0 auction houses. You couldn't sell mats. You couldn't buy mats. You could do literal nothing.
Can I auction Strangle Kelp?
That's
You can now, but if you make your new character and join, then you would not be able to. I think, like I said, I think that has changed. But like under the current rule, when I joined 4 days ago, the answer was no. But I think that they just had like a big, like loosening up of some rules, is my understanding.
mm-hmm.
There's
And
oh, never mind. It's tagged.
Also next week, Blackwing Lair launches, or
yeah. So
no,
we gotta
Blackwing Lair's
Blackwing
already
Lair,
launched.
That I don't think that's true.
A new one comes out. I think Molten Core and Blackwing Lair are already out, and I think it's the next one is.
Well,
I don't know.
Molten Core's out. I think Blackwing Lair is what's coming out.
I see.
Because...
So I imagine they're going to have a big influx of recruiting because a bunch of fucking people are going to die.
Yeah, we have to be ready at level 60 for when everybody bites it.
Yes, you can't be though, because when you join, you have to start level 1.
Well, I'm saying, like, if we were to get in, it's like no life
Yeah.
the game to be level 60 so that next Monday, after everybody dies over the weekend.
Yep.
Where's the plant? There it is.
Oh, God. All right, we're circling
Okay,
back
it's a
towards
Nixia that's out. That's right. I could have swore I remember there being 2 things out. So thank you so much,
Oh,
Stalker.
yeah, Nixia is... All right, then we have a Zebra, too. And then I think Lions... Oh, Lions and Plains Strat. Fuck these people, man.
Why is it resisting me? You're a zebra. Excellent.
Okay, there's
Wrap
another
it, wrap it,
Scythe
wrap it.
Claw.
Unknown. Unfortunately, those sounds only go onto my stream. We still have yet to hook them up to molds.
Oh, yes, I am an idiot and also a child. So that typically slows down the adoption process for many useful things. What are these people doing taking the mobs that I was thinking about taking? We go back to the west again because we still need to... We want to finish off all the Talons before we move on to Samaflange.
I need 2 more.
All right,
One more.
I'm on 3 more. And as soon as one of us gets it, it will pick up pretty quickly. But I'm now halfway to 15 with all the sick ass grindy XP we're getting.
I'm still at 4.
That's crazy. Have you tried being
I
lucky
didn't
or?
loot this one. And it only had linen cloth.
I'm body pulling 8.
We're coming.
I'm being slain. They hate me.
Try being
I'm
able
being-
to heal.
I've thought about it, but I wanted to be drippy. I'm body pulling. I'm coughing up blood, but I'm body pulling.
It is but a flesh wound. You're fine.
Bro is
Oh, hello.
straight up resisting arrest.
I've had worse.
Congratulations, Yanks.
Ping.
Thank you.
There's not enough plants on the map right now.
Yeah. God, I wish I did damage. It would be so cool. It would be so cool to do damage.
Hey, prop warrior on the one of the most recent
I am never going prot.
mythic kills in retail was the #1 damage.
Damn.
It's kind of cheesy though, because there's anybody ever play Katamari Damacy?
Yes.
So there's a boss where that's the gimmick,
Mm-hmm.
and you like 4 people get turned into trash balls, and you have to roll around and get more. But it's always one of the tanks, and that counts.
Got it. Okay, I'm down to 2 talons yet, or 2 talons to go.
I need one more. Oh, hello.
I still need one.
My girlfriend is being slain, being accosted.
I saw the level 18 in my eye.
Have a nice vacation,
okay,
baby.
Cool. Hey,
Welcome, Odin.
damn. Well, we gotta be like this.
Ooh, hold on, rock alert.
I got the last talent.
Is it a rockalanche?
You know what?
Sorry.
You know what?
What?
Chicken butt.
I'm excited for the Avatar set, okay? Leave me alone.
I'm so excited.
It'll only be $600 a pack.
Yeah.
God.
And I will probably still buy it, alright?
Oh Lord.
I am actively saving up money.
Coming from Nurd Girl, that's crazy praise.
So, I usually don't buy anything. Like, if I don't get it from, like, you know, sponsored stuff or, like, events, like, I'll enter into, like, sealeds and stuff and get prizes and prize wall tickets, and I get my packs through things like that. But I'm not actually just, like, buying boxes. I'll draft a lot if I can, like, at local stores, or I'll buy a box to draft with people, and I'll keep the cards that I open. But yeah, the Final Fantasy and the Avatar set, like, GG. Lord of the Rings too. Like, you guys remember I was starting the Lord of the Rings cube. I'm also going to be doing that for Avatar and
Oh, yeah.
Final Fantasy. So that means I'm going to be opening like at least 6 boxes of each to make a sealed environment cube. So plan on having some good draft nights at the studio with cards you can't keep.
Okay, I'm down to my
I'm
last
very
talon, or last talon remaining.
I've already pre-ordered 3 boxes of Final Fantasy.
Oh, I should be doing that too. Fuck. Thank you for reminding me.
I think you and I have exchanged roles, Nurd Girl, because I'm usually the one buying everything, and I'm buying like none of this.
Yeah, we 100%. Like, I don't care about the average whatever stuff that you buy all the time for, you know, lifelong staples or whatever. I want to be able to play Final Fantasy forever.
Straight up, all I'm trying to do is hamstring these things so they take longer to walk to the casters, because I can't actually hold aggro on them. It's like, oh, maybe they'll go eat Yanks' butt slower. Nope. You walk a little bit slower over to that very, very threatening warlock.
Spider-Man is releasing after Final Fantasy, so you still have plenty of time for that. The pre-orders are not even available, I don't think.
Me.
Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Ooh, I got my last talon.
Hell yeah, let's get the fuck out of here.
Nurd Girl, do you have all yours yet?
I am 1 away.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can just
In
kill...
mind we remain.
Yeah, but Yanks, you're done too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we just kill on our way out to the east, we should pick up the last one.
Yeah.
Girl, how unlucky.
Someone says pre-orders are on Amazon. Don't buy from Amazon. Support your streamers. You're in Mald's channel. Use cool stuff with the Mald code. 5% off and you get a token, which is sweet. And Mald can feed his family.
Yes.
I'm the family.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna get cats. We're gonna get cats.
Also, Amazon is known for like repackaging shit, because the way Amazon Magic works is every retailer who wants to sell Magic product on Amazon sends it to Amazon, and they throw every single box into a giant bin, and then they all get sold. So there's no way to backtrack and see who fucked you on your order, and so you just get fucked. That's the way that works.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't order Magic product from Amazon. It's a couple bucks more maybe, but you're supporting a store that actually plays Magic and has events, and you're supporting a streamer.
Mm-hmm. And imagine the money that you'll lose if you do get messed over.
Yeah.
But what if you like opening all the bad cards from the set, and you hate opening good cards?
And I can tell you...
That's best in slot for me?
I can tell you right now also, Cool Stuff has pre-orders of play boosters for under MSRP. for Final
Damn.
Fantasy.
I pulled a zebra that's gonna beat my ass. Please save me. Thank you.
I
111
did my
damage.
last thing. Alley Cat, they ship to anything in the U.S. and I know the U.S. has like special deals for military stuff, so I think that should work. So I think your address is just a military address.
Don't we want to kill? Oh, well, okay.
What?
Lion.
A very big lion.
Oh yeah, lions are also valid kill targets. Then we'll pick up these plane striders as well. Oh, congrats, Nurd Girl. I have missed every attack in the last 5 business days. I love being a warrior.
This is exactly why we can't go into RFK.
Yeah, I believe that's true, that it shouldn't matter if you are...
What the fuck is a plane strider pairing me with? Do you expect me to leave one of these dumbass cartoon feet is sliding up to block my blade? Goddamn liars.
He has a beak.
God damn it.
He's parrying me with the beak? He's just going, oh, nice sword, I'll block it with my head?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Also, I'm being slain?
No, you're
It's okay.
not.
I pulled
Calm
aggro.
down.
Oh my goodness, what?
Ooh, big raid.
Woo! Oh, we love beeps. Oh, I'm being slain? I'm being slain?
Stop being so dramatic.
Literally never. Literally not once will I stop being dramatic.
I'm gonna stop healing you so you can actually say
Please,
it for real.
Please don't. Please. Please. Please, no.
And then you can level with my druid.
Okay, I'm just farming overpowers because I can't land a single attack. That's worthwhile. Yanks is being slain? Oh no, he's got
Yeah,
it.
I'm fine.
Okay, well I didn't realize you were playing a good class. That's my fault. Okay. I think we should mostly focus on spinning the block on these raptors, because the raptors, these are the only subspecies of raptor that drops the intact raptor horns. And so as much as we can, we want to pick these up because they're about to stop appearing, and then the only other place they appear is in the Southern Barrens. God, I love not doing damage. It's so fucking awesome. It's so goddamn cool to not do any fucking damage.
I love hearing you spiral out. Thank you for the follow. All of my followers are anonymous. My followers follows.
Beard Princess, as far as I know, so they have a normal group where they do some crazier shit. And then this is a secondary group where we'll probably still do some crazy shit. Oh, Yanks might actually die.
Oh, Yanks is being slain?
Well, I've got health stone if I need it.
Oh, yeah, just soulstone. You'll be fine.
I am not going to bother learning.
Oh,
that.
no. I lost aggro.
And I'm gonna keep on climbing.
It's fine. I tank better than you anyway.
Facts, I believe it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Beard Princess is the drama. Okay, we have 3 more raptors we can pick up. Happy birthday to us. THC Stalker, our priest cannot receive those 22 healing pants because our priest is in OnlyFangs, which congrats to them, but it means they have to stay broke.
Yep.
They are not allowed to trade with anybody. So they will have to watch in despair. Please stop parrying me, Raptor. Thank you. We can't. Oh, Z Inscrutable on YouTube. Z has muted when they're just talking to their chat to not distract from the group as a whole. So that's why.
I thought you were going to level a druid. I did start to level my druid today. That will catch up to this group and be my new alt with these for this gameplay session every Tuesday. But right now I was still within like 2.5 levels of this group, so I decided to just stay on my main. My priest didn't really outlevel them much, and they'll actually catch up because I'm a few quests ahead, and they also have a week's worth of blue that I don't have. So like they're gonna catch me for sure.
Rayon, what's your beef with OnlyFangs? Because the only people I've heard so far say bad things about it are people who are like hardcore pirate software defenders. And even that is like the most overblown streamer drama thing I think I've seen in my days.
Might have been.
Please.
I mean, too much drama is like, that is the point of the guild. Like, that's why people are watching it. And like, half the drama, I definitely agree that some people in it are children. But again, most of... Ooh. Yanks gets something.
There's so many things.
I think like 2 or 3.
I need
Zebra
one more.
feetsies.
I don't think I have that quest.
Give me your feet.
I had finished it. I think you might have as well, Yanks.
I don't even have it yet, so I think only Z has the Zebra Feet quest, because I still need the Plane Strider beaks, and I think you get the Zebra Feet.
Ah.
I think so. I still need to get birds and then raptors, and then I can get.
Yeah.
I'm all turned around right now. Where are we? Oh, I see.
Raptor.
Raptor!
I don't know. Cassius, I haven't had a lot of drama that I've seen. The people I know in it aren't super drama. A lot of my old Hearthstone friends from back in the day, a lot of them are in.
This is like bar for bar what I already have, but it has strength instead of stamina, so I think we equip that. I think it's like just the highest visibility clips from OnlyFangs are about drama.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
probably true.
Well,
like it's
I mean,
definitely
all guilds have drama, right?
Mm-hmm. And even I remember when I was a kid, I watched this series called The Guild on
It's
YouTube.
Felicia Day.
Yeah, Felicia Day's series. And that was very much like, it was just, what if World of Warcraft was also soap opera? And that is similar to the vibe I think OnlyFangs is going for, and most people fucking love it. It's just that when you do it on Twitch, there's a much greater, and like, I feel like a thing that happens on streams a lot is people will like yes and to the bit of yes and a bit to the point of getting feelings hurt, and then after stream they'll be like, oh hey, my bad, and everything will be fine. But the viewing audience is left being like, oh my god, those people hate each other.
Yeah.
Baby, do you still need horse feet?
No, I'm good.
Okay. You all are spared the trip
I
to the
say,
glue
okay,
factory.
well, I just
Okay,
took
but
it.
you crashed out anyway?
Does anybody else need feet?
No.
no,
Oh,
none of us have the quest.
huh. Crazy.
There is Peace Bloom, though.
Yeah, I'm going to go get it.
Real
He's
Housewives of
playing.
Azeroth. Oh my goodness.
Source, I'm Australian.
I'm gonna fuck up this Plane Strider, though.
Lance.
I'm body pulling to the Raptor. I'm next level. Oh, backpedal, backpedal, backpedal.
These
think
these
I have
raptors
these.
don't drop what we need anymore, right? Or are you guys still on heads?
I'm still on Raptor heads.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these raptors only drop half of what we need. Okay, now we're
Only
almost...
things beef I feel like on a whole are like beefs in wrestling. Most of the fake are overblown for views, but there are some very real ones. I can share that sentiment. I mean, inevitably, when you get a massive
I
group
am
of people
actually
together,
being
people will
slain.
get upset.
Oh yeah.
I am. No funny business being murdered by a hyena. Thank you. Very kind of you.
Mauled is the boy who cried wolf. I just like don't think he needs heals. He's like, I'm being slain. I'm just like sitting there still wanding something.
I have DPS to hit. Thank you very much. I need to parse. Okay.
Also, please forgive me if anybody hears my very loud stomach growl. Oh, people just cleared the shit. If you guys want to come grab it.
Oh, beautiful.
What is it?
I
The
actually had to turn
Samaflans
around
quest.
from this.
So
Yeah.
we need to.
I haven't done this one yet.
So
So- Yeah, you just touch it and then like you get the first one done and then it gives you the second one, which is what I'm on.
Yeah, we're gonna interact with the console. Then we have to interact with a series of valves around this one little building, and then we have to go kill the guy in that house over there for a key. But all of the turn-ins will be back at this little valve place.
Okay. So.
Indigo, the spawning mobs is not 100% of the time is the thing.
Hey.
We do have to watch because sometimes there is a chance that when you interact with the valve, it will spawn 2 goblins.
Like these two over here?
Yeah, like those 2 over there. Look at that. These guys also run like no other.
That is why I stopped doing this quest and had to like chill out because I was actually doing this quest at level like 11.
Oh
11
god,
or
yeah.
12, yeah. And so I killed enough to get to the console. And then when I got to doing the thing and I was like, "Oh yeah, with how much they run," and by the time I had cleared to the console and gotten it, the first ones that I had killed behind me had already respawned.
Yeah, fucking okay, we should be able to turn it in because the valve turnoffs count for everybody. But yeah, absolute fucking death trap by yourself. I've done this above level alone and it was still one of the more tense parts of the leveling experience for me.
And I was doing it 2 levels under the mobs, so I was just like, ooh,
Maybe we shouldn't.
Okay, these guys are already camping the boss.
does it spawn inside the house?
Yeah, it spawns inside the house. So there's another quest we can do a little bit more to the east if we want to wait until these guys are done. Because otherwise we're just going to be sitting here until they finish.
We could steal it.
We could try to. If you think you can steal the... Oh, are you going to start an OnlyFans beef live on stream?
Are they in OnlyFans?
No.
No. Then
It's
fine.
not a beef. I mean, they're standing right on top of it, so best of luck.
Yeah.
Well, we have a mage. Just get in there, mage.
All right.
I don't know. The respawn timer might actually be insane.
It's not insane, but it's long enough that it's just like... Because we can do basically anything because there's 4 of us, I rarely find it worth it to...
Yeah. They also have Searing Totem out, so Z would have to be real fucking quick on the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's too late.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
gone.
did they get it?
Yeah. I was sitting there dancing, waiting to see if they'll do anything and got distracted.
Oh my gosh. Z, you had one job.
I can't help
There
it.
weren't even any plants around.
Yeah. That's on me.
There's also the dark knowledge that every quest is only worth as much
are
as
you
like
here?
10 mobs, and so anytime we spend waiting to do a quest thing that is not mob murder grates upon my soul. My sword must be bathed in blood at all times.
I'm sitting
While
here
simultaneously
standing and
crying
oh,
for your
you are
mommy.
all leaving.
Yes. Yeah, we're leaving to go do the other quest next to it, and then we'll circle back. Like, at minimum, we should just go clear all the other mobs in the area. Because we either spend the time standing there for no experience, or we spend the time getting, you know, some level of experience.
Yeah. The XP must flow.
And I would love to get through RFC today.
Yeah, what level are we looking at?
If I'm at least 15, I think we can try it. Like, with 4 people, the only real danger is if I get stat checked by a boss, and if I can find any type of shield, I'll be okay.
I gave you a cracked buckler.
Shut. Yeah, you did. You did give me a 60 armor shield. That's on me for not appreciating your contribution to the team.
Hold on, I need to make some water.
Okay, I'm
my
losing.
inventory's full.
I'm
Oh,
losing my
didn't.
1v1.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That buckler is insane. Yes, it is. I agree. Doing Ragefire Chasm with this buckler would be insane.
Insane.
100%. Okay, now we can begin looping back around to start checking for the spawn again, because at least the other goblin should be up for us to kill.
Some people over there already.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've been waiting since the last one.
Then we just go and then we're just gonna go and do the other quest. But yeah, like the #1 cause of people getting impatient and dying is they burn all their patience sitting for a quest mob spawn, and then they cut corners elsewhere instead of just keeping it pushing and getting grind experience. All right, we're going to this weird little like oil refinery thing over here.
Okay.
Islor, no, I'll pull your card up now while we walk to the next quest point.
Fucking eat my dust, loser. Not you, Yanks. I was talking to the goblin that was poking me in the behind.
But also you.
There.
There is a quest giver on site here that we will receive a quest from. It will first be a quest to kill a guy in a tower, and then a...
We don't actually have anything before that.
No, which we should not... No, we do not have the quest right now. All right, Islor, your card. First and foremost, goddamn, I'm not...
Things, but...
No, it's most efficient to kill literally everything you see. If the difficulty of that is because the level spread is so high because you're higher level, it's probably less efficient for you specifically. But for any mob that is yellow, your time is best spent killing everything in eyesight.
That's crazy.
I don't remember that being the case, but
I'm gonna.
It is like as long as you are
into Fire Mage here.
As long as you are at least like heading in the cardinal direction of a quest that you should be on, it very much is, because we can compare how much XP you get for finishing the quest versus how much XP you get for killing a thing, and then you can start comparing the times it took you to like as the crow flies to it versus the time it takes to kill as you go, and your XP per hour ends up significantly higher to be a murderous vandal wandering from place to place than it does to...
Where are the plants? You would think by some water there'd be some plants. There's not.
I mean, that kind of takes into like that doesn't give you credit for having killed more mobs at the quest for the quest, having gotten there 6 times faster, right? Like, I think your quest per hour, like the number of mobs you can kill while meandering in a direction is the same, because the time is the same as if you run there nonstop, get the quest, kill the mobs that are relevant, and the only difference is you'll have moved to the next quest, which can give you the bonus.
That is not true, and I'm happy to test it when I relevel my next character.
It's hard for me to argue with you, Nurd Girl, about like how you feel about it, because, well, not feel about it, what you know about it, because this man literally sat in his room all day with a timer and calculator out. There's Briarthorn over here, by the way, so if I die, I die. timing his XP rate doing various different things, and he's done this what 3 characters by now, 4 characters by now.
I'm sure that there are points in the game where quests take over, and I'm sure the math is also getting fucked up. Like, because we have the level split, the math is different. Because we have 4 people in the party, the math is different. I know for a fact when you're solo, and in all parts of the game I have been through so far, it is exclusively superior to if you are still heading in the like compass heading of your quest and you see a guy, you kill a guy. Because the quests just give you like so crushingly little experience and have you walk a lot further than you think.
Let's say the quest is to kill 10 guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're walking to the quest and you stop and kill 10 guys along the way. You could have completed the quest at the same amount of time because you have stopped to kill those guys. Right?
Yes, but the argument is not like it also gets changed depending on what class you are, because typically what you want to be doing is, if I'm on a warrior, I'm like walking and I'm backpedaling the whole time I'm walking with it, and I'm just doing white hits. It gets different for mages who have to be totally stationary, but when I was doing it on my priest, it was like I cast Shadow Word Pain. While the global cooldown is going, I'm walking towards the next available mob, and then I begin wanding the current mob. When it begins to run, I refresh Shadow Word Pain on it, then I wand the new mob, and the whole time you take like these little stutter steps in between everything you do. And so
you still need to do the same amount of damage, and you still need to walk the same amount of distance. So the time to walk X distance and kill 10 mobs should be vaguely the same.
I mean, there should be, and then there's the spreadsheets. And like I don't want to, I think debating the theory of it, I'm too tired to do. I'll just time it and show you the math after the fact because I know it's better.
Fair enough.
And then there's this...
Like, there's just me having done it 5 fucking times now and being like, holy shit, this is so much different.
And that's totally fair. I'm really new to the game, so like I definitely have only done this one character, so I could definitely be off.
Also, where are we going?
We're killing stuff while we path back for a quest respawn that this fuck-ass hunter is camping. But in a second here, we're going to move on even further west, because then there's a quest that can't be camped, which is the Miner's Fortune quest that we're going to try to pick up. But Cassius raises a good point of like the damage uptime during travel. Like it might take you
What spawns here?
It's, I don't know, a quest giver. He's a guy with all I know is motherfucker has that quest icon over his head. It's by the like broken down.
It just spawned.
Yeah, it spawned and the other guy got it again.
I hate hunters. I hate hunters with every fucking fiber of my being. Okay, we're walking. We're sticking and moving.
I have so much shit I need to sell. Why
Yeah,
does that
not
one seem
having-
particularly huge?
This plane stratter, I don't know. He's excited to see me.
Flossie! Thank you. I decided to go super extra today. Because it's been a while since I've been glammed up on plant.
It's also really dependent on travel time to an individual quest. Like I'm running from the crossroads to do the Quillbore quest. That is so close that you waste basically 0 time in your walking. It's when you, like the place you can see it the most is if you're leveling up an orc or a troll and you're in Durotar, you can get through the zone like twice as fast by just doing 3 quests and killing everything you see on the way to those 3 quests than you can by doing all of the starting zone quests. And it's like better for undead than it is for orcs, but out of all the undead I've leveled, it's like twice as fast to kill as you go indiscriminately than it is to beeline for your quest progress. But I'm sure that changes a lot as you get to, because I've never made it out of like the low 20s. Once you get to the point where the mob gives like less than 0.5% of your bar, that calculus probably changes a fair amount. Or if like killing a mob makes you lose so much HP that you have to stop and heal, that also fucks it up a lot.
Ooh. There's leather shoes over here.
I don't think we path up high. I think we stay this way. Oh yeah, mage AoE farming just like devastates the math on that, because they're like, yeah, I kill 10 things at once, enjoy having to actually play the game, bozos. I'm just going to
Yeah.
I'm playing an idle game.
And you got your mage AoE farming at under level 20?
No. I'm speaking about mage farming in general, not about with respect to our current characters.
Oh,
That's just funny.
You haven't gotten above 20, you said though, right? So you've not actually done that?
No, I've not actually. I've never had a
Oh,
high level mage. So I'm only familiar with like the reports of mage AoE farming. I've not done that myself.
there's plants in these hills. I know there's plants in these hills.
But I do know that mathematically that approach, although dangerous in Classic, absolutely screams through the levels.
Yeah, I mean, mage AoE farming has always been a thing for farming, but very rarely for leveling, because quest mobs, they're very squishy.
I was right. Plants. Bruiseweed and Briarthorn. Yes! Kill anybody who comes near them.
God, there's so many motherfuckers online right now. Okay, so we're going to take the risks these people can't afford to take, and we're going to go into the cave that kills you. So we have a quest drop to get, but I think we only have to make it drop once, and it will drop for everybody. Which
Where's
is a like
Bruiseweed?
specific diamond
There it
off
is.
one of these guys.
Yes!
Sounds like the name of a cave from Holy Grail. The cave who kills.
What do you mean failed to tap? Also, I'm very far behind Olio. Bruiseweed!
Nice.
That person has a flaming sword. Why is there so many people?
Because it's after 5 p.m. on a weekday.
Ah! I hate it.
Okay, so custom card. Flying First Strike Vigilance Wither. Holy fuck. If you've revealed cards from a player's hand or library this turn, that player can't block the commander. Whenever you look at the top X cards of your library, put that many counters on Valine. Whenever you search your library, each opponent loses 1 life. You gain life equal to the amount of life lost this way for each card you searched for. If you search your library for a non-land card, reveal it, and each opponent loses 5 life for each card revealed instead. This is broken as fuck. Go into the cave. Lord, there's no saving that commander card. That is immediately the most broken thing in the fucking world. May God have mercy on your soul.
What? He resisted me.
Yeah, they're all orange mobs, and so that's gonna... But that should at least give Nurd Girl some grind XP while we're in here, which will be useful. But we gotta stay in a really tight pack, because respawns are also very active in here.
I don't need the grind XP. I have, like, pile O green quests.
Okay. Oh, I can mine this fucking tin. Holy shit, I'm so back.
So are we staying in here?
Yes. We still have a we all have a quest for these
Chest.
guys.
There's a chest here.
Do I? Uh-oh.
Yes. You have... Oh, wait, why... Okay, hold on.
I got an 83?
Real shit? Hold on, let me roll 99. Damn, you actually get it. You did it.
Get fucked. I finally get one. I finally get one.
Yay.
We just got. Where did we get Miner's Fortune from?
I shared it with you.
Spellbinder vest?
It's the quest run
Plus 5
in here.
intellect?
Ah, yeah.
That's actually so real for you. You got a relevant drop too.
I am so happy.
No, I'm about to tell this guy to fuck off. Stole our fucking.
Hey.
I
somebody's
hate
on
this guy.
Is this the guy that took the?
Yeah, this is the guy that stole the quest mob from us. So if we can find a way to get him killed, that would be just fucking. I'm kidding, but also fuck this guy.
I'm kidding, but also not real.
I'm kidding, but no, you're not. You can't play with us.
So baby, invite him if you feel like it, but also I would love if he died in a fire.
Okay.
Nurd Girl, there's 2 bolts of linen cloth left in that chest if you want them.
Yeah.
I am good, thank you.
Wait, did he ask for an invite?
He did, yes. That is Yank's behavior.
I have so many things in here that I can sell.
Yes, Terrence, although we have gone from competitive commander tier listing to deck roasting to now World of Warcraft. He's being slain actually? What the fuck is this guy doing?
Where is he?
I don't know. He's back there being a dipshit. He's back there being a hunter.
I was looking at my bags, trying to like make room.
God, this
Maybo,
motherfucker
it's
hits hard.
possible my curse has been broken, but I am skeptical. I think it's trying to give me hope.
Cassius, a little over or a little under 3 hours would be the standard for this group currently. I think the goal is to try to get everyone to 15, find me a shield that works, and then try to do Ragefire Chasm.
What level is everyone at right now?
I'm the only 14, so we need me to hit a
That's
level,
funny.
and then we need. Oh shit, we pulled 3. Okay, most of these are green or yellow mobs though, so that's okay.
Fine.
Yeah. Well, it was 3 more 18s. I would start to get a little.
Why do I have so much aggro?
Because you're healing, which generates threat, and I miss all my hits because I'm a little dumbass. How about you fuck off?
I need sippies.
Okay. We don't care about boss copper plug. So we can start going back out to the front and seeing what has respawned. Oh, there's more guys over here.
You?
Are we in here for a quest, or are we just murdering?
We're in here for a quest. There is a drop from the enemies in this mine.
Of how many? One thing or?
One thing. It is a low drop rate, but once it drops for one person, all of us will be able to loot it. So we just have to make it drop one time. It is not like the Talon's quest.
Okay, thank God. Money, money.
While we're in here, I'm gonna switch to my like healing bar. It's easier.
Okay, nothing fucking back here. Malda, you're gonna do Night Rain when it comes out. I might try it. I'm probably not gonna do a lot of it just because I have so many other variety things I'm already trying to do content for.
So many bodies.
Yeah.
Yanks, are you leaving cloth on bodies?
No, it's me because I can't carry anything else.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
left
I'm
some
like-
because I'm completely full.
Yeah, I've had to leave a few as well just because I'm out of fucking space.
I'm just double checking that you guys aren't leaving it for me on purpose because someone else is getting them, you know?
Oh yeah, because the hunter is robbing us. For sure, for sure. Excellent, excellent. Break them on the rocks before us. Okay, he disarmed me. I'm useless.
I can't carry the wool. The wool, I say.
That makes me sad.
Ah!
I mean, hopefully it just means I get to pick it up, but the hunter will yoink it.
Where's this drop, man?
It is a low drop rate. Like, this is typically a quest you do want to get into a whole gaggle of goons for. I'm being a little bit slain.
I got you.
Thank you.
I'm not doing any damage. I just switched to my healing bar.
God bless, God bless. It dropped.
I
Hell
figure you
yeah.
guys don't really need me.
All right, now we're done here.
Leave.
Kick that hunter. Now we're gonna go. We're gonna
Where's Leaf?
cruise. Nice. We're gonna
need it, I need
cruise. I need it.
We all need it. Oh, hey, you pinged. Congrats.
Where's the turn in for this particular one?
Cat's Eye Emerald, I think, is Ratchet. Yeah, it's in Ratchet. So we're gonna spin back by that swamp and see if that quest that this fuck ass
help.
hunter. We're coming.
I went the wrong way.
Baby, I would back away and frostbolt. Back away and frostbolt.
I got you.
Just keep running, yeah. Okay.
Rose weed?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where? There. I found it.
Okay. Yeah, so we see if that swamp quest is still up, and then we go back for our next attempt at Samaflange, and then if Samaflange is still being capped, at that point we just have to like wait in line and play patty cake because we don't have anything else we can spend the time doing.
Yeah, Cassius, I did almost die. I'm not gonna lie. Wah! Why me?
Probably because you're doing spooky magic shit.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why are you doing that?
You didn't almost die. I was there. It just took me a little while to run to find you. But you are doing it very right, saying, oh no, I'm in trouble, so that way I can like look up and then try to find you.
My chat, we also have to hit another manual ad break as we travel time back to this quest because I have the Twitch automatic ad manager set to minimum, so I promise you're not missing anything good, but I appreciate your patience.
That is actually going to get Maultown killed because I just won't look up one time.
Yeah, but then I can blame it on you, so it's all gravy. That way nothing's ever
God
my
damn it.
fault.
That's okay. I don't mind. It'll give me a good laugh to watch you die. I feel like that's worth a little bit. And plus your chat will probably like, you know, gift subs in my channel because they'll find it's funny. Let's be
Cheering your
honest.
channel. Then I can
Literally everyone wants to watch you die, I think.
Then I can pull out yet another spreadsheet to prove on yet another class how good it is to grind farm. Every time I die,
Maultown will
back
just
to the
over and
Google
over-
sheet.
Maultown will just over and over prove how quick it is to level to 20 and then die.
And then get
While I'm
killed.
just, you know, chilling over here raiding.
Oh yeah, Siren, I'll get your card in a second. Let me go on mute while we kill everything in sight on the way to the sludge fen. Captain Bright Noah, 4-mana Jeskai, 2/3. When it enters the battlefield and whenever it becomes tapped, make a 0/1 white creature token with this creature cruise vehicles as though its power were X, where X is the number of other vehicles you control. Whenever a vehicle you control becomes crewed, you may have Captain Bright Noah become a copy of that vehicle until end of turn, except it's a creature in addition to its other types. I like that. I think that's fair. Very distinctly different from 6 mana, everybody can go fuck themselves, crazy with the crazy horny elf art. I don't mind that. I don't know what that's a reference to, but mechanically, I don't think that breaks anything. I think it's decent for vehicle players. Like, it lets them key jangle a little bit. It gives them chump blockers.
And they have it. I'm gonna see if I rejuvenation potion. Make a couple minor healing potions. Allegedly.
Okay, got me a
Nope,
raptor
I have a
head.
full inventory, so I can't do that.
Ooh.
Mindless hair sells for silver, so I'm not getting rid of it.
I feel like ornery Planestriders must not drop the beaks because we've killed so many and I've yet to get it. I think I've gotten 1 beak from the Planestriders we've killed, but not even from the higher level ones.
Huh.
Oh, and this shit ass isn't here. They don't want us to win. They do not
No.
want us to win.
I'm pretty sure it's my luck in World of Warcraft that's dragging us down.
It's a
World of
different
Warcraft
troll
hates me.
hunter.
Troll Hunter is kind of redundant.
I'm so... God, I don't have anger management problems. I'm totally restrained and normal about this.
I'm gonna see about going to get the console key.
Okay.
Okay.
How you doing over there?
There's Rock. And this
Yeah.
is my birthright.
Pulled him out of range.
Bro bit me on the ass while I'm trying...
I
God.
just saw you get dazed.
Nerd Girl's being
was so
slain. If we
funny.
could begin running towards her.
Ay, Dios míos.
No, we're fine. Life is a resource, Mold.
Yep. Especially in Hardcore Classic where, you know, if you die, just run it back. Oh, I got
The
so-
difference is one of us knows how to
dumb.
manage that resource.
Oh, I look dumb.
I know exactly how to manage that resource. It's by spending all of it. I'm just the irresponsible Necropotence player who dies to a lightning bolt.
Huff Dud, it's going really well. I had a really big win streak this morning, so I'm halfway
Z.
through bottom of Barrens. Yeah.
These are my sexy pants if you want them.
Yes, after I get this Briarthorn. Briarthorn.
God, there's so many fucking mobs here. The dude is here though,
Okay, chill.
Where'd it go?
but there's like
There it is.
18 trillion mobs.
Yeah, but Warrior and Priest are together. Our karate is unbreakable.
Why is everybody here?
Because people finally stopped camping the fucking spawn so they didn't clear everybody out.
Oh, careful. Don't face check like 40 of those.
I'm a face check 40 of them.
Well, my
He's here
fear
testing
is
your
not necessarily
skills.
for you. It's for me because you can't hold aggro, and the second I heal you, I will also die.
Nah. You sound crazy.
Gotta make sure that guy's dead.
I have taunt. What do you mean? Look, I got aggro. I'm crazy with it.
Smitty, that is a great idea.
I'm sundering. Look at how much aggro I'm holding. You sound hysterical.
What's up, dude? I got him.
Chill.
You didn't get
Oh my
distracted
god,
this time?
I stole
No.
aggro? Oh my god.
I was having a pleasant conversation for a moment, and then I remembered. God damn it. Does only one of us need
No. We all need the console key, but then you can go turn the quest in back at the Camouflage.
Yeah, everybody should be able to pick it up. Yeah, there you go.
It's more of an inventory management.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Plant. No.
Well,
that's
eventually
the
we'll get
thing.
to a point where we can turn in a quest, I hope, and then you guys can sell.
Yeah, after we turn in Camouflage, we should Hearth, and then we can go do all of our disparate quest turn-ins. Wow, look at all this aggro I'm holding. Oh my god. I didn't know I was built like that.
Where are you going?
He
Damn,
says,
that is
as something is wailing
sprinting.
on the priest.
Oh, I thought you were the... There's another undead priest who's not in our party, and I'm like, yeah.
Were you holding aggro for someone else that's not in the group?
No, I was holding aggro for our DPS casters. Like a hero. Anyway, it's gonna look like I'm hearthing. Oh my god, there's a shield quest reward. Holy, oh my god. Bye. Goodbye.
Yeah, all of this is to go to Ratchet.
Or just
Oh, it all needs to go to Ratchet?
No. Some of it has to go to
I was
Crossroads.
about to scream.
The harpy quest goes to the Crossroads, and then the rest goes to Ratchet.
Yeah, I just meant the one that we just finished will be
okay.
will end
Right,
in
right.
Ratchet.
Good.
I think I need this one-hander.
Wait, actually, let me sell all this shit. Hold on, I did this inefficiently.
And then Yanks, you still need you still need my stones in your hands, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, let me just smith up 25 copper. My stream is gonna look like an ad break's happening, but you sound crazy.
Goddamn.
Pong4293, thank you for the Prime sub for the second month in a row. What's up, Mauled? I know nothing about WoW, but I love the content. So here's my monthly offering of Bezos bucks in exchange for shenanigans. Punk, we're going to have shenanigans for you. It's a fun game. I think if you didn't like it as a kid, you probably won't like Hardcore Classic now. Hardcore Classic WoW is basically the slowest roguelike you can possibly play. That's how I would describe it. Because there's a lot of just dying and going again. Oh, Cassius, no.
Doing blacksmithing?
I am.
Okay, lovely. I have a recipe for copper
Oh, is
chain
it the...
dust.
Yeah, I passed on that because the item it makes is dog booty. So do not worry about
Money
saving
for
it for me.
me.
Yeah. Thank you, though. Oh, I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
We only had the one quest to turn in here, right? I think.
The harpy one is up on top of the tower. If you haven't.
Yeah,
seen
I think
that
that's the only one I had.
Oh, okay. I had a couple.
Oh, you had like beaks or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, beaks is one of the ones I had done. I've done the hooves, the beaks, those are all turned in for me.
I had the harpy, the beaks, and the rafters.
Is someone laying claim to Maldhound's chair?
So Ratchet. Oh yeah, people. Oh, the chair. Yeah, let's
Is
put it
Mal-
up for sale, y'all.
Is Maldhound selling off his setup?
No, this chat always tries to sell off everything that they can see whenever Moldhound leaves to go to the restroom. I gotta start putting more things in the background so we can make more money. No plant. Say less, I'll do it for 5,000 bits. Briarthorn. Oh, I'm immediately running over there. I will get it. I'm going to get the Briarthorn.
Oh no.
All right, we're back. Nobody can have my chair. Everybody can get shit on. Let me... What can I make? Time to make 1,000,000 pairs of copper bracers. Nurd Girl, do you have any of the RFC quests?
I did them.
Okay, good. You did them already. The rest of us,
If you have
So
any
there's 2 in Thunder Bluff. There's
one in
One in-
Undercity, and there's one in
Yes.
Orgrimmar. So what's probably most important is the most individually important one is like a toss-up between the Undercity one and the Orgrimmar one. I think we should divide and conquer. At least one person goes to Thunder Bluff to pick those up and share them, and at least one person goes to Undercity to pick that up and share it, because those aren't part of a chain. Then we meet in Orgrimmar, do the quest chain real quick to get the Orgrimmar dungeon reward, and then we rip the dungeon.
Okay,
Somebody
yeah, so
take the
I've done
point.
all of those except for the chain one, so I can join in on that.
Sick. The chain one, it will be very helpful to have you there, because there is like kind of a death trap dungeon that
There's actually 2, so I think there's 2 in Org.
yes,
Oh,
yes there are.
or-
In the cave
yeah.
we're gonna go into, we're gonna get another quest item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I
Mold,
did-
I'm sorry to say that your chair is indeed sold to Tuscan Fury for 10 Briarthorn.
That's not
for
happening.
Me saying
That's
so.
not happening. That's not happening.
Nobody needs to go to Undercity
Why?
because I still have it.
Oh, perfect.
I haven't turned. That's the one I haven't turned in yet.
Oh.
Okay.
And I was gonna save them all for you, but I had to turn in the ones in Thunder Bluff because I didn't have room to get quests.
Yeah. Okay, then
Well, do you have any extra of the copper bars that you made?
no, I have one I can give you
Okay, just because that's an ingredient I need for one of the skill.
here. I'll give you this. I'll
I'm not gonna
start.
do it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll save more for you in the future.
No, I mean you need to
I just-
level your stuff up too. So
Yeah, but your stuff's definitely way more important right now. I think blacksmithing will make me some amount of stuff. Okay, then gang, we should all run to Thunder Bluff to try to defend each other.
Do I need to fly back to Crossroads?
Yanks already has the flight path.
Oh, then Yanks fly to Thunder Bluff.
I'll
But
go.
also, there is a quest there for you guys to run to Thunder Bluff that I've already done, so you guys might just want to do that.
I don't have that quest because I haven't turned in the last fungal spore.
What? Oh, I do. I still
I-
have fungal spores.
I don't know. I haven't done Fungal Spore either.
I know the quest NPC you're
okay.
talking about, and I don't have anything from them.
Okay.
Wasn't that the mushroom thing I had to finish before we ran to Thunder Bluff the other night?
Okay, so you just have to get the 4 mushrooms. So maybe you guys should do that real quick, and then that would be a good opportunity to complete that as well. But obviously,
Thank you for the
I don't
follow.
care.
So am I flying to Thunder Bluff to get the quests or no?
I think in the interest of time, probably. We can do the Thunder Bluff run, but it is just like 15 straight minutes of walking.
yeah.
If we have podcast style viewer audience questions we want to answer during that run, we can do it. Otherwise, I think we're better off just having Yanks go grab them and then starting the chain in Orgrimmar.
Marathon card submissions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on my
Okay,
way to
where are we
Thunder
going?
You are going to Orgrimmar.
Bluff. I am going to run to the bathroom while I fly to Thunder Bluff.
Thank you.
I'm going to catch up on this pirate quest that you guys have done and I haven't. While you guys get the quest pickup from Thunder Bluff, and then I'll join up with you guys when Yanks is on his way back.
Okay.
Sick.
Because there's nothing for me to do there while you guys are waiting for Yanks to start the chain anyway.
Yeah.
But I still need to kill like the 20 whatever mobs that were south of Ratchet.
Okay. Weren't you near Orgrimmar where there's a Zeppelin to Thunder Bluff? LOL, no. The Zeppelin goes to Undercity, not Thunder Bluff. Thunder Bluff in Classic is only accessible via flight path or running.
I still don't have any raptor heads.
That's crazy. Did you run out of bag space?
No, I just I need 12. I have 2 more than I need.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you didn't have any, so I was like, you got 0? We
Oh,
killed
no,
so many
I would be
raptors.
screaming more about that at
Okay.
this point.
Yeah, I also still need 2 more. I mean, LOL, no, that's crazy. It's not real, though.
Man, I haven't found any OP gear, Red. I wish I have.
Tough Dad, hit me with that personal question, my friend. Mauled, any plans for a mauled child in the near or distant future? And if so, we'll be raising them as a Simic player. I have a vasectomy! I have had a number of formative experiences throughout my life that convince me very much I want nothing to do with raising a child. Literally zero. It takes everything in me. I am not one of those people who thinks it's cool to be unpleasant to children. I think that sucks, and you should be nice to children. They don't know that they suck. But it takes everything in me to remain pleasant to children when I am around them. And I spend everything in me to not be rude to them. But like, maybe I get hit with the mind control that happens when you have your own, and it doesn't affect me with my child. I'm pretty sure that won't like flip my switch on like children as a subspecies. And so the closest thing to mauled child is going to be Z and I are going to get cats.
Yeah.
My fun story about Mauld's vasectomy is when I heard about it, it was when I asked if he wanted to record Decked Out, and he was like, I could sit on some ice during the game.
I'm a trooper.
You are a trooper. I was very appreciative.
Yeah, you literally had the vasectomy, what was it, day before that filming?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, absolutely I can. Can I get an ice pack?
Where in Thunder Bluff are these things?
So
Elder
when you're in
Rise.
the when you're in the
Rise, okay.
tower, it's on the one to the right.
Any idea of what the mauled cat's names are going to be? I tend to spend a week with the cat or more before I really figure out a name for them. I grew up with a lot of cats because my grandmother was one of those, like, I mean, mind you, very, very happy single woman. So she wasn't a crazy cat lady. She was just a cat lady. So I love cats. I know cats really well. I know how to train them. But we always have the tradition of waiting a couple weeks to see how their personality grows before naming them.
Mine's going to be named Socks. I don't give a fuck what they look like. I'm calling that motherfucker Socks, and he's going to be cool as shit.
I'm so excited.
What's up? This is my all gray cat Socks.
I do want a Mancoon really bad, but I prefer adopting cats.
Mm-hmm.
Puma Thurman? Okay, hold on, Gresh.
That's pretty hot.
That's hot.
I might have to make the plagiarism noise.
I really like that.
Well, if you
I really,
guys
really
like that, you would like my I always have a beta fish, and I always name it Swim Shady.
Why have we not talked about beta fish before? I love beta fish so much.
I haven't had one in a little bit. Like, I think the last one I had was like during COVID, maybe.
Yeah. They're so cute.
2 quests, right?
Yep.
Okay, I have them.
Crab,
Okay.
Maine Coon? What are we talking about? It's called a Maine Coon. Some people say Mon Coon.
No, you said the main part really fast. The first time you said it, it did sound like you said Min Coon. Only because you were talking fast and you like shortened the verbalization of Maine.
Yeah, I definitely did not hear Maine Coon.
French, let's go. Congratulations on your Monster Hunter drop.
Okay, I have the opening of the Orgrimmar quest, so if you want to meet me at the like gate of Orgrimmar, I can share that with all of us once we get there. And then we can run out into the cave. Zug zug. Who the hell's a warrior trainer, man? Time to learn no skills and drop aggro in this dungeon.
Hell yeah.
I'm killing my last little piratey thing.
Perfect.
And the quest is not terribly far. Okay.
I am flying to Overguard.
All right.
On my way back.
Time for a custom card redeem. All right, so I'm on mute. We have Relic sending in Nico's Discipline. Whenever you sacrifice a shard, you may pay red. If you do, add a form counter to Nico's Discipline, then deal 1 damage to any target. Remove 2 form counters from Nico's Discipline. Create a shard. So why did we make a token doubler infinite? Like, I think even if we call it a shard, those are like, that's an official thing, which is a token. And so this just says, if you can make twice as many tokens, or if you have any type of like artifact ETB proliferation or anything like that, we just have immediate infinite mana, infinite damage. Do we hate Restraint, Relic? Do we trust the token players that much, Relic? I don't. Oh, enchantment ETB, right. It's an enchantment token, not an artifact token. Okay, what in the fucking ain't nobody even get a sprite is that rebuttal? I talk about how, hey, wow, if we have token doublers or if we have ETB proliferate or any type of proliferate, oh, that is true. Not an easy... We need a sack outlet, too, which we don't have an easy amount of. Okay, that helps.
And then we need ports. Or somebody will be like, free enchant on X, Y, and Z. Free +2, free +3. And then I'm like, hell yeah. Aha.
Holy shit, I can shout in a demoralizing way. I'm so back. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's happening. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. I bet you I can get to 80.
Speaking as someone who's been a token degen for almost as long as I've been a Magic player, you cannot trust us to be reasonable. You know that happy brain itch you get when you draw cards? We get ours when the number of tokens we control gives the nearest mathematician an aneurysm. Yeah, it's... I don't know if it's too easy to break, but I don't like... It immediately activates... It activates the, like, ominous horror movie stinger in my head that if we had a sack outlet into token doubler, it's just instantly infinite. I cannot wait to get parried the whole time I'm in this dungeon.
Is it useful for you, Mauled, if I have Voidwalker out to help tank stuff in the dungeon?
I think it's better to have damage, although if we do if any of the pulls look sketchy, I may ask you to swap so that we can have like a secondary tank.
Yep, that's fine.
But thank you for checking. I am here to share hidden enemies with you.
I shall share.
Selling Nerd Girl's chair. This is a really expensive chair.
Chat, genuinely, it is a very expensive chair. I
Yeah.
want one so bad.
I mean, Cassius, it's not the worst thing out there. I just never find them interesting to print.
Starting bid 30 then.
Yeah, I mean, starting bid 30, you're not going to get a lot better than that.
I mean, it was free to me. It's fine.
All right. Nerd Girl, are you on your way?
I am just around the corner, still in the flight path, but I am close.
Most excellent. Oh, we have a Nixilis head in town. That's cool. I love Dragon Head.
God damn it. Oh wait, I can also. Oh no, wait, no. My dyslexia got me. I got excited because I thought I was able to level up my herbalism because I was 105. I'm like, oh, I'm at 150.
Yeah, the chair is really nice. You'll like it. It'll be the best 50 bucks you've ever spent. They're very good.
Where are you going, Yanks? You doing engineering stuff?
The engineering
Yeah,
trainer
yeah,
quickly.
really.
Oh wait, are we going into the dungeon now?
Nope. Not true.
Oh.
Well, we're gonna go get the questy quest and then go in the dungeon.
Where's the questy quest?
I'm going to share it with you if you come meet me at the gates.
Me to the gates.
Yeah.
I'm a very good listener, as you can tell.
I'm landing right now.
I'm just gonna plan out stuff before stream and then just macro a bunch of like raid leader messages to pop on
Yeah.
everyone's screen.
Listen, you can simplify that by putting a plant down on the ground, and I'll just
True.
Instead of breadcrumbs that Z will follow, you just have to put plants down.
You just have to put a bunch of leaves.
Okay.
All right, I am almost there.
There's one.
So is the bid up to $100 for my chair? Sweet.
All profit.
I have quite a few extra like
Hello,
DX
Lord.
racers too, because I used to be sponsored by them. So if anybody wants to bid on that, there's like 3 sitting in my hall right now.
I'll bid like $3 on it.
Bid tree fitty.
I will bid not for getting anything at your house the next time Z and I are over there.
And what happens when you forget?
I'll take the over on that.
I don't know.
Then you pay full price.
No!
Wigan, thank you for the sub. Now we're gonna go die.
Honestly,
Like how my options is I pay it or I pay it. Nerd Girl, is this shipping included or are you paying for the shipping? Option C?
also,
Yeah, it's gonna cost
if
a lot to
we-
ship that damn thing.
If we
You saw
die
through the
in the
plan.
non-elite cave to pick up this quest, we do all just deserve to uninstall.
Okay. We're gonna go do this gray quest, right?
Yeah.
Are we ready? Who
It's
are we
gonna
waiting
get-
on?
Me,
Yanks.
I'm making
Because
my way
Yanks,
there.
Yanks went to go learn how to make dynamite.
To be clear, I am not selling you guys my $2,000 chair.
Nurgle, where are you going?
I don't know.
Come back here. We move as a unit because we have to share quests with each other. Because Yanks still has, and we still need your Undercity quest.
We can do that in the dungeon.
I am going to, I swear I'm going to attach leashes to all of you.
Go.
Alright. Move out. Move out.
The next time you see us, we'll all have those little leash backpacks.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Also, if we see Earthroot, we absolutely gotta pull over.
That's not true.
So true. Also, how does anybody have lesser healing potions?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't, but I can't get any from you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't even think I'm
and
allowed to take
seethe.
water from you.
That's crazy.
That's hateful.
Yeah. They were saying that I could give, if I was a mage, I could give water out, but I can't get water.
That's hardcore.
That would be like that seems a little weird. That'd just be like if you were in a group with a priest, you couldn't get fort from them.
It's a little different, right? Because you can bring your own water.
Yeah, but it's
Versus, like-
it's just like a group buff kind of thing. Being able to make
Yeah.
water.
I can see how it like introduces a line of argument they don't want to entertain, where they go like, okay, well, if I have a cook in the party, can they trade me food buffs?
Yeah.
And it's just like example after example after example of other things that you should reasonably allow versus them just being like, nah, fuck you, we're gonna make you suffer for content. Which is, I think, objectively correct.
Yes, it is. What is happening?
Z pulled over for Earthroot,
Plant.
And you just started like
and I had a stroke.
running up and down the same mountain?
Yeah. You think I'm looking at the screen when I play WoW Hardcore Classic? I have-
Someone's
Base Royal.
asking if your guys' OF characters die.
We don't have OnlyFans characters. If you mean our other characters, no. But this is just a separate group we play with Nurd Girl versus the group we play on Saturday. Okay, now we charge headlong into the cave.
Yes.
All
You
brave-
guys did have a death last week, though, right? Didn't someone die?
No,
The week
I had to
before.
re-level the week before. This week went off without a hitch.
What level are you guys now?
I'm 20, they're like 25, because I wasn't able to. I didn't have the time to level all the way to like 22 by the time the stream started. I only got to, I think, like 18 and a half. So this is another, the quest item in question is going to drop off a random mob, but then we're just each going to randomly get it. There's another thing that's going to drop from, we actually want to run ahead of these. I'm going to body pull everything because the mob at the end of this line drops a important, oh, fucking ass, bro. God
This hunter.
damn it!
Let him die. He pulled a lot. Don't touch any of the stuff.
Yeah. Stop swinging.
Unfortunately, I think a bunch of it's on you guys.
Yeah, because I had body pulled 2 already.
Yeah. The boss is here.
I fucking hate hunters so much. Every last one of them. At least there's a rock.
Oh yeah, box. Oh wait, we don't have the quest for box yet.
We can't, it's a warlock quest.
I don't have the quest for that either.
That's the one that gets you your Voidwalker.
Oh.
And Voidwalker's at 15.
No, I have
10.
one.
Okay.
10.
But
Oh, it's at 10. Oh,
I
and you
think-
didn't do this? Oh, you probably did it in the undead.
Undead probably have a different way to get it.
Yeah.
Can we
yeah, I
all...
could do.
I jumped
something
down the
originally.
cliff. If we could all reconvene with me, because it is very like there's a very real chance
Should I
that I
just-
could be slain.
Should I just kill this quest mob that is respawned?
Yes. Yeah. Kill him again. I'm platforming my way back up. I'm back up here. Fuck this guy. Kill this guy. Idiot. Dumbass. I missed twice. All right. So he
got the
had.
eye?
Yeah. So after we loot the eye, you right click that, and that is the other quest line we need to have. Now, jump down, kill everything you see. Because the other quest drop is just off any random enemy in here. I hate.
Is the eye that we just got the one for RFC, or is it the random drop?
The random drop is also for RFC.
There's a chest.
There's
Smash
really?
Yes. It will take us to Niru Fireblade, and I think he will then give us a quest to like
Yanks
kill
rolled a
2
72?
guys. I only roll hundreds. Crazy. Kill me.
Into the water with you, Yanks.
Where is it? I never even saw it.
It's in the water.
Oh, there I see it.
Nurd Girl raid.
Woo!
Oh, yeah, she's got it.
Shit, this guy stole the freaking quest mob.
Why is every god?
Guz is up again?
Yeah. Alright, we should navigate into the other chambers to just look for anything that has respawned.
Okay.
Should we? You guys don't want to chill for the lieutenant?
I think chill
The-
for the lieutenant because they're spawning pretty quickly.
But the lieutenant doesn't matter.
Oh.
It says she has a lieutenant's insignia.
That will drop
hidden-
on, yeah, lieutenant's
drops
insignia
on-
will drop off of
Oh,
anybody.
that. Never mind. That hit. Okay. I thought she was a named mob, so I was confused.
No.
Okay. You guys are running around.
Anubian, yeah, this group is about to take on its first dungeon, but we have successfully cleared Wailing Caverns in hardcore, period.
Yeah. Thank you, Yanks.
Yep. That was part of what's in the was in the chest.
Don't
That's
see these
hilarious.
guys yet. Just gonna put on a two-hander.
Luckily, they die pretty quickly.
Yeah, this cave is a death trap if you go in at level, and then over level, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Are y'all anti-add-on? It's not that I don't have anything against add-ons, but every story I've heard of somebody getting killed by a disconnect error has only happened to people who also report that they were using like 4 or more add-ons, and I've never I've just never felt like one would be particularly helpful, although I'll probably get one to map my questing out once I get past the level ranges that I'm already familiar with.
You will have to have an add-on if you join OnlyFans.
Do they need it?
Yes.
Invite for what?
They're because they want to look for the same quest drop that we're looking for.
Sure.
Yeah.
I fell.
My dad shared with me a story of him soloing Wailing Caverns as level 50 Dark Elf when he played forever ago. I thought I'd tell you because it felt relevant. I wanted to hear your reaction. That's how I played WoW for a long time. Is just being super high level and like comfort clearing low level content for vibes.
Yeah.
So I'm with that.
I'm an achievement whore.
And yet you were the one that got me started raiding.
Yeah, rating's fun.
I think there was like a brief period of time where I thought I was going to be an achievement hunter, and then 24 hours went by and I was like, that's not true.
I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours, like, you know, punching snakes in the forest to level up my unarmed skill and bullshit.
Oh, Lieutenant's insignia.
Oh!
Hell yeah.
Woo! Oh god, this one's not shared. We actually have to get 4 to drop, I think. At least I think, because I don't see a lootable body for me.
I don't either.
Neither do I.
Oh,
It was this one right here that I'm not.
Jiminy fucking Christmas. Yeah, we gotta get 4 to drop.
Oh, that's... I hate it here.
And behind us.
So should we kick this guy out?
Yeah, we probably tell this person to go fuck themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not realize that these were all going to be individual drops. Or more appropriately, did not remember. Where's my healer? Oh, I'm going to die now.
Oh, shit.
I'm lost. I don't know where you guys are.
Okay.
Where are you? Where are you?
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy
no,
shit!
I'm just dead.
Oh my god. No!
Oh no 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 no! I'm coming! I'm coming! Where are you?
Holy shit.
Oh,
I broke
God.
aggro. I'm the fucking best, actually. Never mind.
You guys, I ran by your bubbles. I cannot find you in this cave.
I'm with,
Oh my god!
I am with Z and
I
Yanks.
think I found you. I found you. I found you guys.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god! Dear
I'm
Lord.
getting the fucking leash out on.
I'm so...
Everybody right click follow. We're gonna kill mobs one at a time.
My heart rate is in unacceptable avenues right now.
I'm chilling. Normal everyday warrior shit. We live. I just chose to live. Yeah, I don't know how much health that was at, but that was like damn near 1.
Yeah.
It was probably the lesser armor potion that kept you alive.
True. Thank you,
Oh, yeah.
baby.
You're welcome.
And I did use my minor healing potions as well.
Good.
I didn't even use the lesser healing potion.
I can't believe you.
Why would I need a lesser healing potion
I
when I have
can't.
aura?
I can't
Yeah, get rid of the
believe
minor
you.
one. It's more efficient.
In fact, hand it back to me so I can make more lesser ones.
Nah,
Please?
you sound crazy.
I am crazy. Now give it.
Crazy for me.
Hold on. Take those. How many lessers do you have?
I have 3.
I take this back.
You've paid for the HP. Why not use all of it? There is an elite in here, Blinken, other than Gaza's. But Gaza's, there's an elite called Fellweaver Scorn. We all in this room? All right, I'm jumping off the cliff.
Dude, my heart rate is not settling down.
I was just looking forward to those spreadsheets. I like started to freak out, processed that I was alone, and I just accepted death, and I was like, what am I gonna roll?
What am I going to roll? If you make it a tour and we can level together.
I don't know, I mean, I believe the statement before entering this cave was if we die to the precursor cave, we have to uninstall.
Oh, true. Yeah, we deserve to uninstall the game. I don't know if that's we, though, because that was me in a room with a lot of guys. Holy shit, where is this insignia? I mean, I could play a hunter and I could, like, redeem the species.
Bro, I'm tired of these caves.
Be like the first sapient hunter in WoW Hardcore Classic existence. I'm Googling what this fucking quest reward is.
Is it on the fucking dude?
No, it's not on. It is not. It is not on the named mob. It is a
No, I got it
random
from a
drop,
random.
but it can have an incredibly fucky spawn rate. We are just being terminally unlucky.
This thing hates us.
Okay. Hidden enemies.
I'll be down in a sec.
Okay.
That's so fuck. That's so much. That's so much fucking. That's worth it.
It's a 5% drop.
And 10% from apprentices. Ugh.
10%'s not bad though.
Yeah, 10%'s not.
But-
10%'s only awful because there's 4 of us.
Yeah, 30. You gotta
But
kill
the-
30 mobs.
But the chain reward is like so much better than what I'm currently using. Like, I think the quest chain reward is gonna be a like 50% DPS increase for me. Holy shit, I looted an 8-slot bag. I'm the GOAT.
God damn it.
Nice.
That's your reward for almost dying.
That's what, yeah, for my bravery. This is my purple heart. I mean, Blinken, if we'd passed the mob that had it, we've gone through this cave like 3 times through. I think we would see the looting body.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, Yanks. I'm gonna. Oh fuck! I have to loot. Damn it! I'm gonna go follow for like a quick sec. The food just got delivered.
Okay.
Try not to jump up anything for like a minute.
Okay, then we're gonna walk the long way, Yanks, instead of dropping.
I'm pulling a mob that can't do anything about me being up here. I have the high ground. You look dumb down there.
Has it evaded yet? Did you get it?
Nope, we just got XP, so I'm guessing it's.
There's the evade.
It evaded.
Hmm.
Don't look at me.
That's gonna keep happening.
Don't look at me.
That's gonna keep happening.
Nope. It's gonna hit this time.
It's not.
Nope.
It's not
It's
a
gonna hit this
percent.
time.
If it's evading, it's a 0% hit chance. to prevent people from cheesing mobs.
What the hell?
With the, so you have to be standing in a place, yeah, where it can come hit you, and eventually it'll. If you hit it too many times, it will despawn.
That's.
Celestial, yes, we have the quest. We have hidden enemies. So this is the jump we've done before, where you come here, baby. Nope, not right there. Over here. Nope. There you go. And now you got to jump on this little rock. And then from this little rock, you jump
Am I
up
doing
here.
it the first time?
Yes,
I'm
you
doing
are.
it?
You're the best.
I'm doing it.
You're the best.
Hold on.
Leap to me. Oh.
All right, hold on.
You got this. It's gonna look like I'm eating soup. I'm watching intently.
Shut up. Fuck.
You got it.
No, it's. What do you mean?
Yep.
Why is it like this? Hold on, show it to me again. I'm doing it in the exact same place.
I'm sure you are.
I'm so angry.
Like right here. Yep.
See?
Uh-huh. Listen, I saw.
All right. Hold on. All right. Yep. Why?
Yep.
Hold on.
Type shit.
Yep.
Yeah! All
First
right.
try.
Mm-hmm.
Why did it resist me? I'm tired of looking at these. Ah! Hello.
Please. God damn you.
I'm dying.
Yeah, you are being slain. I am. Okay, that's Gaz's. There is a heated internal debate happening in my mind about how worth it a 50% DPS increase is. 'Cause this shit is so ass. All of my spreadsheets about XP per hour are being dismantled by getting put
One behind this.
Oh yeah.
Why are they getting dismantled?
Because we're being put in the fucking dumb baby cave for 45 minutes to start this dungeon quest.
I have the nicest roommates. They were recording in the studio for some content bits, and they brought me home one of the $5 McDonald's bags. It's great.
Oh.
I was so hungry.
Fed.
Oh, we're not leaving the cave, Nurd Girl. I hate to say.
Down here?
Yep.
Get them. Jump their ass.
Yeah, Will, dumb baby cave for people who don't die and weren't going to die and definitely had not accepted their death. Holy shit, I got it? And by got it, I mean linen cloth.
Oh my god, you made me excited for no reason.
Are we still on 1?
Yeah, we're still on fucking 1.
Do all of us have the quest?
Yes. I know it doesn't feel like it.
I am doubting it right now.
I can see in my quest log that you are on this quest. Beeps and I had the exact same experience. We went through all the stages of grief where we were like, oh, obviously, like, the quest is bugged. It thinks that it already dropped for all of us when it only dropped for one of us. And then, like, 2 mobs later, we got it. The drop rate is just low enough to hit the worst loss streaks you have ever experienced. Yeah, we
like
could. Yeah, baby, try setting it to.
Oh shit.
What's happening?
Are you good?
Probably, as long as nothing else aggroes, we'll be fine.
Oh, yeah. Classic. Nothing else will. Okay.
I was like with you guys, and a bunch of stuff just like as you guys ran through this like open corridor, I was like lagging behind because I'm trying to eat this like double cheeseburger, and and a bunch of stuff just respawned like on top of me. I was like, oh,
Z, could you set it, since you're leader, could you set the loot to free for all, and then we can just have like you loot everything until you get the insignia, then Nurd Girl loot everything, then me loot everything, so that way there's like
You
no.
can.
Thank you.
that way I can focus on my cheeseburger.
You can focus on your burger, and
Hell
we can
yeah.
make sure that no like inventory space problems are stopping us.
You got a battle axe?
Real? There's a chest. I rolled a 99. Get shit on.
I rolled an upside down 99.
Roll a 100. I believe in you. I believe in you, baby. I love you.
I
That's
hate
my
you.
chest. Nice. Nice. Okay, I got loose chain bracers.
How's everyone's elixir of minor defense going?
Mine's almost over.
Okay. I'll make 3 more.
I can't get one.
No. I keep forgetting about that.
I am so deeply sad. At this rate, we're gonna fucking level up off 4 experience kills.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I only need 7 more of them.
That's disgusting.
We
We're gonna
just
get to
have to
Ragefire
stay-
Chasm and all be over leveled at this point.
We just
You
have
need
to
what?
stay
Stuck
in
here.
the forest killing boars.
7 more of these 4 XP kills to level up.
Oh, nice.
Did you switch it to free for all? Oh,
I did, yeah.
Nice.
I don't know at what point we just give up. Personally, I'm getting close.
Oh, you got another one spawned right on top of you.
Thank God, dude. Thank God. Please, drown me in mobs. I'll always live. Okay, I'm gonna climb up for Gazas.
Not this again.
I know if anybody got me, Yanks got me.
But how is everybody? Oh no, I did it. I'm the best.
Never mind. Never mind. I'm heat. I'm heat. Congratulations, Yanks.
Oh, Will, are you fighting a briar? I got a short cracked bow.
God. I'm tired, boss.
I
This
can't
shit
believe
is
it's like this.
so... Like, I can believe we haven't gotten all 4 yet. The fact that we are stuck on 1 right now... I got one, of course.
Okay.
Right
The
to that
moment
point.
the moment you're about to break.
Mm-hmm. That's how the quest goes. That's how the fucking quest goes. All right, halfway there. Whoa, we're living on a prayer. I want to Makara every fucking other person in this cave. Just to open up some goddamn spawns. Okay.
Oh, willpower. Briar loves a Samira.
Yeah, Samira is
you
Briar
are lunch food for her.
Uwu, an immobile AD carry? Or an AD carry that can only go in? Okay, so now just Z and Nurd Girl loot everything until we get y'all twos. Night C, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home for the 17th month in a row. True.
Exactly.
I'm at peace now. I'm at peace now. I got mine. I know I got an axe of Orgrimmar with my name on it.
I think if there were plants in here, Z would just be happy to stay in here forever.
Oh yeah. No, I would. You know.
Oh yeah,
move
we just have to
around.
stay in the forest killing boars.
Man, the respawn's great though, because like I'm following you guys and shit like spawned behind you.
Yeah, the respawns are really, really quick, which is another thing that makes this like a death pit for solo players. Because you go into the cave, you're like, oh great, I'm getting through it, and then 5 people surround you.
I got a withered staff.
Real? That's what they called me in high school? Sorry.
Ah.
I
Whoa,
haven't-
is there a cave down here?
I'm trying so hard to play one-handed so I could eat these French fries.
Hey, yo! Oh, fuck, I forgot.
Eh. Hold on, I'm stuck in the water.
I'm gonna go pick up this enemy as well. God damn the hunters! God damn them all to hell. Oh, ha, idiot. I already tagged it. Nice try being helpful, you fool. You absolute rube.
Bro, what are we supposed to be? What are we supposed to do about this? This is... I want to start fighting the walls at this point.
Yeah, I mean, so for you guys, so the staff you get is going to be 4 int 2 spirit.
God damn it,
Which
that's
is-
worthwhile.
Mhm. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice stuff.
I am in a rubber room.
Okay.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
I know if anybody got me, Yanks got me. I'm gonna body
Yep.
pull 8 people.
I don't got you.
Notably, I did not say I know if anybody got me. My priest who thinks I'm a little fibber got me.
Well, your priest is like elbow deep in some French fries and some
Yeah,
chicken
some
nuggies.
grease right now.
So, I'll
got
get you
it.
in like 5 minutes.
Okay, okay, okay.
Maybe
That's
like
enough.
3. I'm almost done.
Please let me get it. Please. This is how I crack. This is how I go insane again.
Okay, Gaz's is on the little mini cliff here. Oh, real shit. I love having DPS. Holy fuck. Fuck that guy.
I got the guy down there.
Real shit. Evade, 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 evade.
Nope, nope, just resist.
Okay.
Still nothing?
Oh my god. They actually cannot keep getting away with it. We're gonna start having chests respawn before we have 4 of these drop.
I have so much linen cloth.
Okay. How many times have I been in this cave in total since starting hardcore? I think this is only like the 3rd time. I've skipped this quest on a fair number of characters precisely because it's either like too dangerous or too onerous. Because some characters I think my latest priest, I've never done Ragefire Chasm because I had to try to speed level to get up to dead mines, and it was faster to just grind on my own because I didn't have a group ready to go. Oh, there's a chest. I'm the fucking goat.
I
I'm the
was
I'm the fucking goat.
All right. I'm switching to hitting with only staff now, just because of that.
Type shit.
I'm mad.
Just wait. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you the insignia, and it's gonna be so perfect and wonderful, and you're gonna be so happy thinking about your new staff.
Oh, I had yesterday.
I mean, Nurd Girl rolled a 2. Oh my god, I can't carry any
Are
of this
you?
bullshit.
My
Still-
bags are getting full from being in here.
You guys should really try some chicken nuggies. It'll make you feel better.
It
Oh.
would. We have home chicken nuggies.
Oh, we do have chicken nuggets in the freezer. We could turn the oven on if we were maniacs.
No,
just
air
like-
fryer.
Oh yeah, we
At
could
least
air
we're-
fry 'em.
At least my skill in defense is increased to 69.
Nice.
That's my only comfort right now.
Abhorrent, they're not dino nuggies, they're like air fryer specific chicken nuggies, so they're lower fat than normal chicken nuggets. So the
Got another
macros,
worn cloak.
hell yeah.
There's no way this can be like this.
Okay.
I'm about to like hit follow on you so I can make us chicken nuggies.
Okay.
And then I'll come back and Nurd Girl will still not have it.
Mm-hmm. True.
Has this?
Yes, but if Z is hitting follow on me, then I can't jump down.
Okay, I can.
Well, we can jump down
Z,
for now. And
Z,
then...
if you want to follow me,
Okay. Hold on, let
true,
me...
I'll loot and take the long way
There's
around.
also
I
a body
literally
off in
just
the distance that I haven't looted, apparently.
Okay.
finished my last chicken nuggie.
Yanks is
over-
being
over
slain.
here.
Yanks is being slain.
Yep.
Yeah, what is happening?
Casters are happening.
I'm being slain?
No, I was.
Well, you are now, but I am trying to heal you. But you keep not. Oh God.
I'm fine.
I initiated heals on you twice, and you kept running back out of line of sight because I was on top of the cliff.
That's awful.
So every time you ducked closer to the cliff, it would cancel my cast time, and I was like, no.
Still got it.
For real?
Okay. Mission accomplished. Finished eating.
Okay. Nurd Girl, I'm following you.
All right.
And
I'll
I'm
be
gonna go
careful.
make some chicken nuggies.
I'll be careful and not let you die.
Oh, the pain in my heart. You know, if the universe was funny, it would drop one just to piss Z off. I say, desperately hoping we can get a drop for any reason. Please.
Also, when Z gets back, I think Z should take over looting, because if we get the one, I'm fine to leave without it, because I'm higher than you guys anyway.
Oh, true. Like your gear is gonna get. Yeah, yeah. What do you mean by that, Crab? What do you mean by that?
Assuming there's a really bad card coming your way.
It's going pretty well, Celador. Thanks for asking. I mean, getting this quest item is not ideal.
Yeah. Getting this quest item is for sure just straight teeth pulling. Oh
I
shit.
mean, at least you guys are getting XP off of them.
That's technically true. I'm getting
Yeah,
3 EXP or 4 EXP per enemy. True
I think
statements.
whenever we kill Desix, I get like 20.
Yeah, it's better than 0.
I do love being technically correct.
The South Park episode. Yeah.
That's what we are living right now.
Oh, nailed it.
Oh my god. Lord have fucking mercy. One more. I know if anybody got me, Yanks got me.
I'm here.
Last
I'm done with my
one.
nuggies, so.
So now we just need.
How are we doing?
We got,
I got it.
Nerd Girls.
Oh my god.
So now we're back to you looting.
Okay.
Mhm.
Of course it drops when I leave.
Celador, you got a Cocker Spaniel because you were watching the stream. So there is a Twitch drop situation for WoW right now where you get after you watch I think 4 hours of someone playing and you link up your WoW account to your Twitch, you get a free pet.
What?
That's
Yeah.
cool.
What?
It's from the new patch dropping.
Yeah, it's been going on for like 2 weeks,
Yeah.
something like that.
My inventory's full. Also, there's a vein for you to loot. Or
Oh, beautiful. Hey, Crab, don't tell lies. All right, you know how I feel about liars? You know how I feel about little... Oh, a gases that somebody else pulled? What a fucking
Yeah.
dipshit.
yeah.
It was like another mob, and like 2 of the like idiot void walkers or something.
Anyway, Crab, you know how I feel about liars? Shit ass. Shit ass, bro. Don't come in here and say that bullshit. So real? No, I have a like green quest reward shield. No, I have a green quest reward shield. So my shield is better
Is-
than the gray.
Okay. Rusty hatchet. Super cool. Normal.
I hate this, man. I hate Boombaclot. I hate Wide a Buddy Prague. I hate Battle Axe. I hate all of them. I hate every last one of them. There's a
Where do we
chest.
turn? Where do
God
we
damn
turn
it.
this part into?
We go back to Thrall. He tells us to go
okay.
talk to what?
Do you get it again?
No, Yank's got a 98.
Oh, never mind.
We go back to Thrall. He tells us to talk to Niru Fireblade. Niru Fireblade sends us back to Thrall. Thrall sends us into Ragefire Chasm to kill bosses. Then bing bang boom.
I don't want to necessarily jump down there.
I'll jump down there. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Hold on. Let's make sure Nerd Girl's with us.
I'm coming back. I was continuing around the loop. I didn't know you guys were.
Cowabunga!
All right, I'm.
You're in sights.
Blinken Logs with a personal question. What's your dream commander pod? Probably like comedian, veggie wagon, and my girlfriend. Like dream commander pod is 1% the actual commanders and 99% playing with sick people And those two and me could just torture Z.
Go, you said you were going to
There's a-
start
there's a
smashing your head against
lootable-
the wall.
There's a lootable enemy over here, baby.
Coming. Nope.
The pain in my chest. I swear to God, we better not get a single piece of caster gear in this dungeon.
If I am going to absolutely just throw my PC out of the window if our nuggies are done by the time.
Oh, they will be. I have another lootable body over here.
Yes, that has a hatchet in it.
Oh,
That
sick.
I can't pick up. There's some patchwork armor in here. If anybody wants that.
Welcome back, Iconoblast. It's good to see you.
Okay. Nope.
I think we have seen Gaz's live and die double-digit times at this point.
Nope. Is that chest back?
Please, God.
Hey, chat, do you think it'll be on the next body?
Please,
Hey, Gaz, this is
God. Okay, I'm gonna drop a prediction to see
it!
how many.
I got
Oh
it!
my
I got
God!
it!
Oh my God!
Did you really?
Yes. Let's
Hell yeah.
leave.
Thank the Lord in heaven.
I'm done with this place. I don't want to see the walls. I don't want to see nobody. It was on the next body. Everybody here? Everybody's here.
Yep.
I'm excited for us to die in RFC and then have to come back here when we reroll.
I
Shut
will
the
cry.
front door. I swear to God.
I die. I don't care. I don't want to see them. I don't want to fight them.
All right, now Nurd Girl, I'm gonna say something vaguely controversial, but my health bar is going to matter inside the dungeon.
I will be more serious in the dungeon.
As will I.
Sharon, how are you doing? I love the emotes you throw in the chat.
Z, do you have polymorph yet?
Yes.
Oh, ease baby shit. All right, we win. Dungeons, baby shit for babies. Okay, so we're gonna go do a round of selling, and then we're all gonna follow me to Thrall to Niru, back to Thrall, or Thrall to Niru, maybe back to Thrall, or just straight into the dungeon.
I might
Don't get me
also
started, I
run
will
by my
cry.
trainer before we run in because I think 18 was a pretty like iconic
Yeah.
spot to get like some sick spells or upgrades.
18 gives you the first like big heal, so instead of lesser heal, you'll get just flat heal, which is
I
really-
already got that at 16.
Oh, that's at 16. Then I think there's something. I can't remember what it is, but yes.
I think it's just like a pretty big wave of like upgrades.
Yeah, I guess I should probably check. Put a couple levels since I've checked.
Must be fucking nice.
Thank you for the hydration check.
It is actually. Thanks for asking, Malt.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm fine, by the way. I'm fine. I'm not twitchy. Have you guys read Harrow the Ninth? That book's crazy.
Is that
Oh
the
my
book
God.
you like binged in
Hold
a
on.
night?
No, I binged
Gideon.
the thing. I binged Gideon the Ninth. Harrow the Ninth is the sequel,
This book.
second book in the trilogy. It's
Fucking good.
very gay. Parentheses positive.
Did you guys see all of the stuff coming out from the Department of Defense like today or yesterday? It was today actually, because yeah, today's Monday.
What fresh hell?
Yeah.
So they posted a big thing about a bunch of stuff that they're gonna scrub from the like Department of Defense like websites.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
And so one of the planes that, you know, dropped a bomb on Japan was called Alenda Gay, because that was
Enola.
Enola Gay. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the guy's mom. He named his plane after his mom, and they're gonna scrub it because the word gay. Someone literally like Control F and then searched the word gay, and they're going to remove. There's actually a current like standing lieutenant in the military whose last name is Gay, and they're going to delete his photo. It's like the most absurd shit.
I can't. I hate it here.
That's just like that is like idiocracy levels of dumb.
Oh, sick.
Oh, we
Perfect
got the
timing.
blessing.
Oh my God! Blessed run. Okay, we
I
win.
fucked up and I.
Did you right click it?
No, I just forgot to figure out where to go to turn this thing in. Is that where you're going right now?
Yeah. We have to walk
All right.
all the way to the Valley of Wisdom. We have
Great.
to walk all the way to Thrall.
So anyway, that's really funny. So like, what are they gonna do? The plane still exists. Like, are we deleting the plane? Are we getting rid of it? Are we?
Oh, my heart. Do you still need linen cloth, by the way?
They can't take
You
it
can't give it to me.
Oh, that's right. I'm
So
making
now-
bandages.
now. Yeah, now
I
you
told
get
you
first aid.
I told you yesterday, Nurd Girl, you're gonna have to remind us several times.
I actually thought it was funny. There was a couple of times people like wanted to trade me water, and I opened up the trade window with them, and then I was just like, oh God, no. Like, I don't know how strict they are on like accidents.
I think it's also just like so telling that all of these dipshits who said that they, weren't supporting Trump for social issues because that was all overblown and they cared about the economy, and now we're trying to redact the word gay in every single context from fucking planes who can't be like. I hate him. They all play hunters. I know it. And sorry
No,
to
they
any.
don't actually play hunters. They just they pay someone else to play them and then pretend that they pretend that they do.
Yeah, they buy level 60
Elon
hunters.
definitely has a boosted hunter.
Yeah, 100%.
Anyway, I thought that was very funny that they're just gonna start deleting.
It's like the other South Park episode where they convinced the Japanese that the U.S. government has framed whales and dolphins, and that they were the ones that dropped the bombs on, and that it was actually cows and chickens that dropped the bomb.
Okay.
What?
They're trying to stop the Japanese from basically they're whaling, and the reason they do it is because after the war, the U.S. government showed them a picture of a whale and a dolphin flying. Flying the Enola Gay.
Okay. Where do we take this now?
Now we're going to Cleft of Shadow to talk to Nehru Fireblade.
Yeah.
George wants to know what.
Oh, I had to go to Thrall first?
Yes.
I'm gonna get the fucking leash mod. I'm gonna get.
Hello.
I need an add-on that lets me type in raid warning in party. How do I convert this into a raid group?
Did anybody get Aya Shadow?
We don't actually want this to be a raid, right?
No, but this is how I communicate now.
Oh, I deleted it?
You deleted the
Wait, no, Celeste, there's no way.
What did you delete?
I thought it was the
quest
Goblin Gem for
item.
some reason.
the quest item.
You
Not-
deleted the quest item?
There's
Not
no way.
Lieutenant's insignia, but the
There's
burning
no
shadow.
way.
So that one, thankfully, is just bonus experience.
I hate it here.
So after we turn the burning shadow in, we have to go back.
This is how I communicate.
That's what I thought, but the quest didn't pop up.
Oh, I thought it was like a right click thing and then it opens it, and I'm just like, oh, why did I get another one? Hey.
Oh, maybe I didn't go through the dialogue tree. Wait, is it down here?
John's fucking. John's gonna have a burst freaking eye at the end of this.
Okay, I completed it. All right, now the question mark popped up. It's fine.
Here, let me just click. Let me just get rid of the insignia. There's these strange pop-ups that keep on happening on my screen. I'm pretty sure the insignia is bugged. I have to get rid of it, and I have to delete it.
You can ignore this, baby.
The demons are speaking to you.
Yeah. Celeste, Maul didn't know that.
I'm breathing. I'm vibing. I'm breathing, I'm vibing. I'm breathing, I'm vibing, I'm good. I'm breathing, I'm vibing, I'm good. I'm breathing, I'm vibing, I'm good.
You got this. At least you can't die in here.
True.
I hate the hiccups when you're streaming.
Oh, that's... I'm running back. No, after Thrall, we get chicken nuggies.
Oh, true. Gilmain, we're not going back to Skull Rock. What Z has just... That 700 experience, Z has just lost out on, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, that's fair.
We will kill 10 extra plane striders.
Which is hilarious, because I'm pretty sure that 700 is actually going to come into play as to whether I ping or not.
Skull Rock.
That was the cave we were in.
For like an hour.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have been this level.
You deleted
for an hour
the pink rock. Then,
yeah, the pink
not
rock. Yes, not the insignia. The pink rock.
Okay.
Oh, so George the Hacker wants to know, if I got drafted into the War on Canada, what role am I going to take? I'm going to take the role of declaring I have bone spurs, because apparently that's patriotic now. That's me doing my part, is lying about bone spurs.
I mean, that's how you become president.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I assumed I turned in that pink quest. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't delete it, but I don't know what happened to it. Is Maul dying?
Maul's dying.
I'm good. I'm good. Where are we at, though?
I think I turned it in. It's probably fine.
If you turned it in, that gets rid of it, so you probably just turned it in when you talked to Niru. When you talked to Niru and had not done the dialogue bubbles, you probably did the dialogue for that quest, turned it in,
Yeah.
got the experience, job done.
That is what happened. I did turn a quest into him, and then nothing else popped up. That's why I got confused, because I had
Yeah.
finished. I didn't know that he had two quests, one of which was the dialogue, which confused me, clearly.
So we should have 4 Ragefire Chasm quests, right?
I've got one more for
Yes.
you when everybody gathers up.
I'm having one for you.
Oh
I need to
yeah,
get rid of
Nerd Girl
another
has the
quest.
Undercity one for us.
I need to get rid of another quest, because my quest log is full.
Yanks, is there anything life-saving you could make if I had bronze bars for you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine then.
Okay, hold on a second.
Iconoplast, the raid warnings work. They work. No, there's no way we lava skip because we want, like, all of the experience is relevant for most of us, and we're not jumping the lava.
Everybody but Z cannot accept my quest because their quest log is full.
Yeah,
Oh.
I gotta find something to get
Oh
rid of.
yeah, hold on.
Why is my quest log?
No, I said
you
everybody
can.
but Z.
Oh.
I have abandoned one. I mean, Will, you want an A on a 80 carry, you got a CS. You want an A or an S, you need your CS, I think, has to be higher than 7 a minute. No matter how good you do otherwise, or unless you go like 30-0.
Do we want to four-man this, or do we want to maybe invite a 16 who happens to be in OnlyFangs?
If there's a if you have a guildie, we can invite them. Especially if they want the quest XP.
I shall return because our nuggies are ready.
If it's not someone we're doing a favor for, then you get a like 25% additional EXP for doing it with 4. But that's
I'm fine to do it with 4. They might not even want to. They might be AFK. I don't know. I just thought I'd open the chat and just see who was on.
Check for them, yeah. If they have, because if they want to do it and we have all these quests we can share with them, that would be, that would be helpful.
Can you share that again, Nurd Girl?
Thanks. Good looking out, Iconoplast. I keep doing that.
I was literally about to ask you why everyone keeps calling it RFK. What is RFK?
Razorfin Crawl.
Yeah, Razorfen Crawl, which is like peak enemies 32.
Got it.
Good night, Will. Alright, yeah, well, now we have to wait for Z to get back with the nuggies. So I'm going to refill my water while they get the nuggies, and then we can rip.
Nuggies!
Maul, does your answer change if the guildie is a hunty or as a hunter? I am not missing the chance to flame an OnlyFangs hunter and start immediate internet beef. So that just becomes a faster yes if they're a hunter. Do I have any type of thrown weapon? No. Who even needs range DPS?
It looks like they are AFK, so it does not matter. They were a shaman, also. Okay. We did it. We're about to do the thing. With an hour to spare.
Hour to spare, 48 minutes on the buff that matters, perfect timing.
Yep.
Some of these pulls are going to be a little bit scuffed because I don't have a ranged weapon, but fuck it, we ball.
There you go. You can throw dynamite at them.
I cannot because you have to have engineering to use dynamite, but thank you.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, a lot of the engineering stuff requires minimum engineering 1, typically requires scaling levels of engineering depending on how good the thing is. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Alright, let's get goofy. Z just dropped off my nuggets. We can definitely walk into the instance now.
Alright, so you know how I was distracted in that cave of like gray mobs? Let's maybe you guys should have a few nuggies before we actually get the ball.
Honestly? Probably.
Nope.
I'm pulling?
Did you all
Nurd
leave
Girl.
me?
We're just in the dungeon, yes.
Jerks.
Walk in! Nurd Girl, do you have enough water? Nurd Girl?
I don't.
Okay, we should probably go get you some. Go buy some. I'll go find a gray bow so that I can range pull, because we do not want to be waiting for like MP5.
Okay, the answer is no. I just double checked. When you asked that, I was literally typing it to see if All right, who's got water for me? You are a mushroom vendor. That is not helpful.
I do not have bows or guns trained, Celestial. So I guess...
Well, why can't I ranged pull?
You can, but if we ranged pull a group, it can make the aggro really sticky.
Oh,
we'll figure
Z,
it out.
I don't know if you're interested, but there's a wand merchant right outside that has... Oh, yeah, a wand for, like, 30 silver.
I should probably do that too.
Yeah. So if you guys zone out while I'm questing for my water...
I'm eating my nuggies.
There's a rope trainer in here.
I am about to run into this earthworm and die. Just to feel something.
Poison vendor.
So wait, the smoldering wand? Yeah, because I can't throw that.
Nah. Fuck that shit, Celestial, we ball. Justin Chase, would you ever consider writing a book? Probably not, unless I get crazy famous. If I'm like so famous that it's a like memoir type deal and I just make millions of dollars, I'll probably consider that. Otherwise, I'm probably better off making a video. What if I threw myself off the flight master post? That's me. That's your boyfriend. That's because I love you.
Love you.
I'm glad that they made the exception for mages, people playing mages, because if you were in a group and you couldn't give out stuff, that'd be
Oh, they would
That
just
would
drop
be-
you. They would be like, "What the fuck, dude?"
Okay, so this, in retail, this is the inn. It is currently not the inn.
Huh.
This also does, oh, I found an innkeeper. Yes. No, you only have,
There's a bartender in there. Maybe that has it.
yes. Whew, okay, sick. Oh, nice. They have melon juice. All right, I'm just gonna get 2 stacks of that.
God damn it.
All right. I am returning with the juice.
God bless you.
Hey, Yangs, do you need water?
No, I have some. Thank you.
Okay. You're supposed to say yes to make Nerd Girl angry.
Yeah, what the heck, Yanks? I didn't know you were unchill like that.
Yeah. I'm sad, but, you know, here we are. It's still fun. I'm having a great time, honestly. This is the most fun I've had playing, honestly, like anything, streaming in like a long time.
Yay! That makes me very happy. Get
Yeah,
the fuck!
I love this
Sorry.
shit. What was that?
Oh, I was gonna yell about starting the dungeon. I'm pulling.
I'm not there.
I'm pulling. That's crazy.
All right, well,
No, no, no!
we'll see you at level 1.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be slain.
Everybody's good on their lesser healing potions, right?
Yeah, I've got
No.
3.
Yes.
Oh, shoot. Z, trade them a lesser healing potion really quick.
Oh yeah.
All right,
Yeah, let me-
I'm here. Party time.
Okay, we pulled 2. Stay on the skull, and I'm just gonna sunder the other one enough that it doesn't lose aggro.
Oh wow, this is taking a while.
Yeah, when we did it,
I'm a little spoiled. I'm not gonna lie.
Why?
Because the last time that we did it, we were just ripping through these fools.
we were also over leveled.
Yeah.
Well, not over. We were at the max level for the instance, and like Beeps was doing it. I mean, fuck it. Yeah, let's see how it goes. I'll do the like, because Beeps was 2-hand tanking, so that they had, they also did damage.
I need sippies.
That's not true.
Okay. You gotta be aware of my sippies needs.
That's, I mean, you can just sip through. Like, if you just start sipping, you can just not join in a mob when we pull it.
Yeah.
The DPS checks aren't going to be so tight. Like, outside of bosses, you just sip whenever you need to.
I like being part of everything.
That's honestly too bad. for
So this is
for
this is where me not having played back in Classic. Why can't I use my wand?
You need to, in P in your spellbook, under General, there's going to be a thing called Shoot. Shoot is how you use a wand rather than attack.
I was like, I don't know, you should be able to, and that like, it just didn't even occur to me that you.
Well, I put the wand on the bar. I didn't think I would need to.
Yeah,
Nurd Girl, do you have a wand?
I do. That's what I'm using.
Okay.
I'm not helping with DPS spells really.
Whoops.
Oh hey.
I'm coming to get that guy. We'll make that the skull.
Because I am
I
trying
feared the
to.
other one away for now.
Perfect.
Thank you. On every pack after
yeah,
this,
let's-
please don't do
Don't
that.
do that.
Oh, okay.
Because it will bring...
Unless we're actively going to die and we're running out of the tunnel,
Yeah,
please don't
'cause it
do that.
will-
I did. There was absolutely nothing in sight.
Okay.
That's why I specify on the packs
Yeah.
after this. For this
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
it doesn't matter.
No, if I had seen something earlier ahead, I would not have.
Still not worth a risk if we can avoid it.
Yeah. We just see several dudes
after
running
this, the
over the
dungeon-
horizon.
After this, the dungeon's gonna be like
And having
all blind corners, and so yeah.
Yep.
It will get nefarious. Okay. So priority order is always going to be skull kill first, cross kill second. Z is catching up. Yanks, could you wand skull, and then I
Yep.
will get them off of you as they approach. Pull back a little bit because these are going to. These guys are going to run for the hills after we. Okay. And we're just going to walk them back. When we get into the groups of 3, baby, do you have sheep yet?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to set up. It's going to be squares polymorph again.
Okay.
And we'll probably just polymorph the one that can heal and kill the others.
Okay.
Did you want to leave loot on free for all for this?
We're back on group loot.
Oh, we changed it. Oh,
Oh! Imagine if I could use axes.
Thank you, Celeste.
Yeah, I still haven't trained staff, so I need to figure out where to do that at.
I think you can train those here.
Yeah, I just have not looked into
Oh,
like
yeah.
find place to do thing. I've just like kind of not cared. The upgrades have been so minor.
Right.
I am not with Theo.
Yanks, wand that man. Welcome back.
Good thing I found the wand trainer.
Yeah. I'm going to try to keep us moving pretty sprightly, because if we can get to the final boss before this War Chief's Blessing wears off, that is going to, like, carry us through the entire dungeon.
Okay. Immediately sheeping, right?
Not immediately. So Yanks, wand, skull once. Everyone start running back. Keep running back, keep running back, keep running back. We're not running back at all.
We are.
All right, now baby sheep square, please.
Okay.
Maul, you have to do that thing where you like you run backwards while dealing damage. It saves you so much time.
I will convert us into a raid right now.
Wait, why did he unsheep?
Someone dealt damage to him.
Maybe an AoE?
Oh, Yankers, after this poll, could you get your imp out just for DPS?
Oh yeah, I don't know why it wasn't.
Oh, he must have died.
Oh, he resisted? Come on.
Oh,
Oh,
that might have been me. I thought X was dead. I don't know what happened.
Polymorphing again.
Blunder Crush, if we can get the dungeon done in 4, you get 25% more EXP to run it as 4 versus running it as 5. And most dungeons just don't demand 5 people. Like, unless there's a compelling reason to have a 5th, we just don't want to be competing on the loot table as much.
So the shaman did just get back to me and would like to join.
Oh, yeah, we're still in early enough.
Yeah.
Can you toss me lead?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ally who wants in is a compelling reason to go to 5.
Yeah. A guildie who also doesn't compete on the loot table, right? They're,
Yeah, that's perfect. That's
they're leather, so we'll be fine. I think we keep fighting. We're not
Oh
really...
yeah, what am I
Okay.
what am I doing? That's my bad. That's my bad. Yanks just fucking yank that guy, please and thank you.
Nurd Girl got it.
There we go.
I'm gonna promote you again. I like having my tank at the top of the list.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Same thing.
Same thing. Yeah. Pull skull, walk back a little bit, and then as they get to us, grab Okay, good miss on me. Oh fuck! I hit square. Please sheep again, baby. That's
Okay.
my bad. I did tab targeting, and I pooped it. Okay, now X. Oh, and we have this little fuck ass imp. Fucking beautiful. Oh, crazy murder to interrupt the heal. Amazing.
Hey, zombie magic, yeah. I wonder, after we turn all these questions, you guys are probably pretty close to 16.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm like one pip.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I'm halfway to 16.
halfway to 16.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need
Okay.
drinkies.
Yank this dumbass.
Why can't I click him? That was weird.
Nope, we pulled another.
Yeah, that's fine. Just get the skull first, and the other will fall in time. Oh, they're
wondering if-
demoralized? They feel like idiots? They feel like clown losers?
I wonder if we can get a Wailing Caverns attempt in
0% chance. I need to be like 20 plus.
in the next 20 plus in the next one? In the next
there-
game session? I don't mean tonight.
Oh, I mean, the thing is, there is one particular boss that is known for turning under-geared or under-leveled tanks into smears of paste on the wall. And so, like,
Yeah.
90% of the dungeon, it's like, yeah, whatever, easy shit. But there's one boss in particular where I'm just gonna get turned into sand.
Careful behind you, Yanks.
Yeah, and then walk back into this part because there's a patrol coming. I'll pull X in a second. I'm just trying to get the rage up.
Is the other person not in here?
Not yet. They're still in Orgrimmar. Do they know that we're in the dungeon, or do they think that we're like meeting?
No, I told them we were a few mobs in.
They might
Don't
just be
die.
doing something with chat or something.
Yeah.
God, my DPS
did,
is so
zombie.
bad.
I'm having to get my wanding up.
Yeah, it's like every time it goes up.
Oh, okay.
that's
That
true.
makes
Rolls
me
here.
feel a lot better.
I was wondering why.
Let me.
Which one are we doing?
I marked.
Okay.
I marked skull. Whee.
You're tempted to get into classic, but are you tempted to get into hardcore classic?
Yeah, there's classic, and then there's
Yeah.
the fool shit we're doing. Because classic has stuff like Season of Discovery, where you just get to be classic but power fantasy versus this. Let me bind taunt and just tank and I have to be
Yeah.
in defensive stance to taunt. That
I'm wanding
sucks.
when there's only one person just to get it up. So we have it towards the end.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, now we're only getting resist on every other.
Oh, huge.
If you're trying to level your wand, what I would recommend doing is burn a couple of spells on the mob, so that way your mana is ticking back up. So it'll keep the dungeon running smoother and stop you from needing as many sippies.
Okay.
Oh yeah, like just yeet one or two fireballs out.
And then wand, and then you'll level your thing, but then we'll be able to move on to the next unit, and you'll have all of your mana.
Heartfelt scene.
Okay. Let's see. Is there a shaman? Yeah. If we could get me to full before we pull, yeah.
You're good. You're
thank
good.
you.
I got you.
I'm
being very,
triple pull. We are gonna walk them. Wait. Oh fuck.
Sorry, I heard you say
They're right
jump
around the
thing,
corner.
so-
It's fine.
No, there's 4 coming. So baby, please sheep the square.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that guy's fucking blind. Never mind. Okay, good. The extra guy is straight up blind and hates his teammates. Dude, he's like, fuck Steve.
Oh,
That
here we
guy
go. There's our friend.
that guy cheated at Magic the Gathering last
hello.
week.
Go back to being a sheep.
Yeah, think
Sleepy
sheepy
sheep.
thoughts.
Nice.
God
Z
damn it.
saves the day.
I think tab targeting got you, baby.
Yeah.
We're just taking him out of sheep mode now.
Okay. I won.
I love not having rage because I don't do fucking damage. Get fucking shield bashed, loser, dumbass, fool, bozo. I'm just gonna pull these 2.
Which one are we hitting? One that just
I've
shielded?
marked skull.
Damn, look at all these fucking balls flying in the air.
Dude, I love balls flying. So Yank, this time it's I believe a double pull. We're just gonna kill the shaman first. Please wand the X to pull. And then walk them back, and as they walk back, I'll pull X off you.
Well, it.
No, keep walking back. It's gonna come as we break line of sight on it. Come here, dumbass. Okay, he's sad. He's very demoralized.
Damn.
Please focus skull. Or yeah, don't. That's cool too.
I'm focusing skull. What are we talking about?
There we go.
Piece of cake.
All right, and then from the times I've done this before, it looks like you'll pull the boss. These guys are blind and hate each other. Please wand skull and then break line of sight around the corner. All right, everyone around the corner. Yeah, they are blind dumbasses. Please stop running backwards. I'm going to try to save Rage, and I'm just going to run straight onto the boss so that I can have Rage built up to use
You're good.
meaningful abilities on him. Come here, bitch! Get sundered on! He fucking dodged me. Uninstall, go next. But this should be the...
What's your next game?
I don't know. Destiny 2, I guess. He keeps fucking dodging me, man. Okay, but this should be Lost Satchel turn in.
Yeah, talk to this idiot.
Leveled.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Great. And then we're going to clear... Oh, let's see if... They have hidden enemies. Oh, fuck. I forgot to...
Forgot to.
Oh, Cassie has done the Trog quest already. All right, we need to pick up 2 more shamans. So we're going to go to the left instead of to the rest of the dungeon, because the rest of the dungeon won't have any more Trogs. Ah, speak of the fucking devil. Die! Then we're just going until we find one more shaman.
Yeah, there's one at the back of this tunnel here.
Oh, there is?
Every time I've done this quest, I've needed to come this way.
Oh, that tunnel. Okay. I thought you meant the main tunnel, and I thought we were very lucky. Oh, there's another shaman right here. Okay, there's 2. Do the Trog first. They are marked. I've taunted the other one.
Frog first or shaman first?
Shaman first. Shaman first. Good job, everyone.
Oh yeah.
Piece of cake.
Baby shit for babies. Alright. Now we can go to the rest of the dungeon.
Those.
Yes.
Whee!
There's no plants in here. I hate it.
Bad dungeon.
Bad
Dead
dungeon.
game. Fuck this place.
I think we'll manage to make it. Oh, hello.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, I didn't even see you there.
I think Cassie just assumed we were gonna keep probably assumed we were full clearing. Or got caught by like a patrol or something. I'm coming back for the earth borer. Focus the elemental first. There we go. Alright. Should be baby shit now. I've taunted it back.
My mom's not home, so her dog's in here with me. And she's a tiny, tiny little applehead chihuahua, and she snores so loud when she sleeps.
Yeah.
So through my headphones, I can hear her snoring.
God, it's such a sweet little dog, too.
She is. I still don't think she's real though.
Oh, battle stance, charge. I'm the goat. Oh, I don't even have battle shout on. Holy fuck, dude. Just uninvite me. I'm sorry. That's my fault.
It's okay, Maul. No one noticed.
No, on the internet, no one knows you forgot to battle shout. Oh, my Cool Stuff Inc. promo code covers the buffs, so nobody knew.
Making it even cooler stuff.
We're just gonna see what aggro's when I charge this. Okay.
Okay.
Elemental first.
I got a snake on me.
Yep, got it.
We are doing fine. I have not been pressed for mana, not once. And I've been basically just wanding because the healing has not been intense. So I think you can be a little bit careless with your charge-ins as opposed to what we have been doing if you want to try to beat this before the dungeon buffs over.
Yeah, I'll try to go from like pole to pole more. I think the problem is like it doesn't look like our DPS can go a lot faster because Z and Yanks are running close to anyway. Like, we could be tanking. We just don't have any, like, cleave damage.
Yeah.
So, like, hoo boy, we have these 2 extra mobs. And I'll just try to chain pull a bit.
And we don't, I mean, I wasn't saying we needed to go apeshit or anything. I just meant, like, I am not feeling under pressure, so
Yeah, I'd like to
be less
go...
cautious when you would like to.
Okay. And I would always like to.
I have not had to drink. I've been just... I'm wanding like 80% of the time.
Yeah. Yanks and Baby, if you all can get into a like decent wand rhythm to MP5 in between mobs, it will be much better if we just kind of do this where I like get one most of the way, body pull the next.
Yeah.
Wow, these elementals are blind and hate each other. Yeah, none of the elementals are on speaking terms. God, I just keep missing everything. Let me loot. Oh, it's not even an upgrade. Never mind. Fuck me. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, vendor loot. Cool.
I can't even like jokingly need from you and give it back to you anymore.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
my instinct
yeah.
when you went, oh, was to like instantly
Take
need
it.
Just because I would get a giggle out of it before then trading it to you. But then, like, I caught myself because then I would just fuck you out of the loop because I wouldn't be able to give it back.
Yeah, you can't give it back. God. Okay,
So I'll try not to forget.
Oh, this shaman's real as fuck. They're stone skinning for me. Holy hell. That's a sign of a true team player when they drop the stone skin.
You say as they just stand there for a second?
I assume they're streaming. They're probably talking
I
to chat and
actually
stuff.
would like a quick break real quick.
Okay.
We're about to go off of our buff.
Or
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
fort break. Okay. I'll start marking up the next one. I don't think...
And we're back in the Stone Age, so fort takes like my whole fucking bar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Baby square is just going to be polymorph as they get to us.
Okay.
Yanks, as you are ready, please go ahead and wand that dumbass skull mob and then break line of sight on the cave.
I am the ready.
Okay, they're not blind. They don't hate each other. So, baby, please sheep.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Real shit. I'm going to move them away from that so we don't tab target. Like I just did. I'm so fucking smart. I built around my own incompetence. So real of me. Okay, we're just going to keep it pushing.
Yeah.
Easy shit.
Yeah.
We got this. Wait, what? Where are you going?
I'm stutter stepping to the next pole. What do you mean?
It just, you broke the line of sight for me.
I know, because I'm a little gremlin. Okay, we're going to the right. We shouldn't need to pull that pack. Okay. This one, if they're not blind and hateful, will be a little bit problematic. Yanks, please yank the skull. Baby, please sheep square. Hopefully we don't get those two on the bridge as well. We do not. They're blind as shit. Amazing. So yeah, Z, just please sheep that dumbass.
Got it.
Thank you. You are so beautiful and so skilled and so good at the video game.
Careful behind you too,
Yeah,
Yanks.
yeah, yeah. Okay. We're going to have the Pat come into us. Oh no, he turned around because he's stupid and he doesn't care about being good at his job.
He doesn't get paid enough.
I mean, who does really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, now
We have two more coming in. Baby, I'm replacing square. Please sheep the other square.
Yeah, got him.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
I thought he was gonna hit your pushback bar. Yeah, just hit him again. Thank you. Wanted to be over eager rather than under eager.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, oop.
It's fine. Are you gonna be able to resheep?
Yeah.
Tremendous.
Oh.
He broke. That's fine. That's fine. Everyone else is dead, so we just taunt and murder him. Kill son of a Rugal at the end of stream. Yeah. Another victory lap. There's a pat.
Was that the name boss in the
No, son of a Rugal is the random like level 25 elite wandering around Silverpine that was haunting our nightmares.
Shit.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
For this boss, we will wait for Sippies just so you guys can dump your mana bar into him.
Yeah.
I think I have to back him up, but I don't think there's any tech for other people.
Yeah, he'll stay focused on you, hopefully. I'm staying on the
I
bridge.
haven't had too much trouble holding aggro. Okay. Ready?
Ready.
Yep.
What?
Okay, I'm sundering. Okay. We have a pat. Can you, baby, can you sheep the other guy? Thank you. Thank you.
Adam? Delightful.
Oh shit, is there a plant down there in the lava, baby? I think I see bruiseweed down there in the magma.
Actually, this is fake magma.
Alright, I'm jumping.
So if you jump down there, you do not die.
Please don't. Please. Please, Nurd Girl.
Well, it is actually true. We had someone fall in earlier.
Should I need that?
It's good for all the casters. Best,
I don't need it.
It's best for healers if they don't have spirit gear yet, but it's good for all casters. I'm just gonna body pull these assholes. Come here.
I have I think it's slightly better for me upgrade-wise, but I have a green cuff already, so.
Yeah.
Ow.
I would rather not switch out one slightly better stat for another and keep Z on grays.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've marked up the next pat. I think I'll give like 3 seconds for Sippies on the Shaman and the Warlock since we have a lot of enemies. And then baby just sheep the Warlock at your convenience. And otherwise, ball out till there's fallout.
Okay. Sneaking back there. I got him.
Thank you.
Sheep is the best meta in this fuck-ass game.
Okay. I'm reclaiming aggro. I'm shouting in a demoralizing fashion. I'm roasting them. They're getting sad.
Didn't priests used to get something? Am I thinking? What am I thinking?
You're probably thinking of Fade, which is a taunt dump, if that's the type of thing.
No, I'm thinking Shackle.
Oh, I don't know priest well enough to know.
I think it's because it's higher than level 20.
That would make sense. Okay. Same soup, different bowl. Wait for this pat to go through, and then I will pull.
Chat, tell me if I'm right.
Oh, he's gonna
is Shackle
run.
a thing?
Oh, he's coming this way.
Yeah, he'll run into us. That's fine.
Shackle Undead. I think that sounds right.
Yeah, this gives time for Blood Rage to respawn or refill anyway. Okay, I'm gonna pull while I still have Rage, and then baby do the.
Iconoclast, I think you're right.
Got him.
Tremendous! Baby shit for babies! Oh wait, did Nurd Girl roast me? I fully blacked out. I'm just in tank mode. I'm like, holy shit, I'm so good at this game. I've just only played good classes past 20. Get shield
quite
bashed?
surprised that she did not start
Absolute-
immediately.
absolute
screaming at me.
idiot.
Oh my god.
We definitely don't have to. Do you guys want to do that pack just to be safe?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather be safe than sorry in this fucking. Damn, get fucking sheeped on, you
Get
dork.
fucking turned into a sheep? Get forcibly persona'd?
I like get sheeped on better.
I don't know. They seem like pretty roughly equivalent to me.
Perfect timing.
Oh, I mistimed my shield bash? I'm so bad.
Never mind.
I'm fucking terrible. My fault. Okay.
Ooh.
Holy shit, a cloak that's better than a level 7 gray. Put it in my mouth. Please deposit the stamina strength cloak in my mouth. Okay, I'm just gonna walk to.
All right, we're getting a little swirly here.
That's
Who
fine.
are we hitting?
I've marked skull.
Okay.
We have 9 minutes left. The boss is right around the corner, right?
Yeah.
That's not the last
Oh, well.
boss, so we'll probably like do the final boss without the buff, but the final boss is literally just a level 18 elite who does vanilla melees and has no mechanics, so we'll be...
Okay, that's fine. That'll be okay.
I don't know, like honestly just... Are you guys blind? Yeah, you're blind as fuck. Okay, good to know. Vision, can I get a vision check on the mobs?
These two have been talking shit about this one back there, and he's like, yeah, you guys deserve it.
When they roam away in sheep form, are they on the lamb?
God damn it.
Oh dear lord.
God
And
damn
y'all
it.
can't even hear the vine boom.
Yanks, don't encourage it.
Yanks encourage me.
I enjoyed that.
Yanks, I thrive on encouragement.
Ew.
Nice iconoclast.
Time to stop healing Mauled.
Wait. Okay, I was like, if these guys are so blind that we get away with both of these pulls.
Who are we hitting?
X.
Ay, Dios mío.
In absence, if there's only one marked target, then it's always the one marked target.
Yeah, so that means if it's only the sheep target, hit that one.
Yep. Yes, if there's only the sheep motherfucker, yeah, hit him.
No, but if there's multiple mobs but only one.
Yeah,
Mark.
then we deserve to die because I failed too badly on the marking.
I'm not dying for your mistake. Oh, yay. I finally got Spell Shadows.
Oh yeah, I still don't have incantations from the Nether. What the fuck is that about? Hello, game? I am unsure that we can avoid...
I think we can.
Yeah, hey
Just-
Yanks,
oh.
fucking wand that guy.
Pull it.
No, Sacrificial Warlock wand that man. So
Okay, Square
fucking
hates
blind,
them.
dude. So fucking blind, man. Still kill Skull first, just for managing the DPS. Oh, nice immolate,
Wait,
bozo.
resisted me? Truly embarrassing. Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, Nurd Girl. Good job.
I think there were a few bets that I would die before getting to 20, so I got 1 level to go.
Oh, real shit.
So let me die. My chat would probably appreciate it.
Holy fuck. Relevant item? No, please let me equip my items. Thank you.
No equip, only fight. We have 6 minutes.
Oh, true. No equip, only fight. My fault. Come this
Alright,
way.
how are we gonna...
No take, only throw.
Oh,
Don't
there's
fall
a
in the lava,
body
you
back
will
here.
die.
You actually won't. Like I said, we had someone fall in there earlier today.
Oh, and it's fake. Okay. I'm just gonna
And
run up there and
they-
crash out.
In fairness, they couldn't get back out. They had to hearth,
Where did you all go?
but they did not
We
die.
went up that little like climb up the wall to get up to the higher level, baby.
There's a plant up here.
There is a plant up here. We are telling the truth.
I don't know.
Mald, if your next gift to Z is not just like a little plant sapling, then I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, so correct.
True.
I hope you mean sapling.
No, sapling works.
Little fungus.
Yanks, go one skull. Just fucking act crazy about it. Oh shit! Relevant caster gear?
I'll leave
Baby,
that.
we've got square coming. Please sheep that.
Keep that full.
You sheep the Void Walker, not the square.
God damn it. I'll sheep you too.
We've unsheeped square for some reason.
What the fuck?
I
Back
think
here.
I think the imp's on
I
it.
think my imp.
Yeah.
Did it. It's not
Okay.
on anymore.
I got the Void Walker back on me. Dude, this guy has no armor? Oh good, we killed him at the exact same time. Excellent damage splitting. Nice spell, dumbass. Tell me more.
Hey, hold up. How come I was...
Fuck it, we ball.
Hell yeah. I'm getting the caster.
No, we're focusing the caster.
Oh. You can't change up my job on me.
I can if it's marked with a skull. I can do whatever I want. But was it marked with a square? Look at what I'm doing. It's a diamond now. Do something. Do something.
Maybe case. I think I
Anyways.
it looked like they weren't able to die down there. They played around with it a bit. And
gonna
maybe
go
it was
jump in the
only
lava.
this pocket here because of this like run up ramp thing. So maybe it's not the whole dungeon.
Just that one random pocket safe.
Well, that's because it was the pocket you have to go over to run up here.
Ah.
So I think it might be like the game was being nice to people who fell down there. But I think if that was the case, you would have made it so that those people could get out. But they weren't able to. They had to hearth.
Hey, so who we shooting at?
The skull, obviously.
Uh-huh.
Diamond means let me Makara the mob.
I'm
2
tired of
minutes.
having only gray.
Piece of cake.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
yeah,
and
the,
they're blind. The god.
yeah.
Oh my god! They really do just hate one another. He's
Yeah, they
just
don't give a
standing
fuck.
there.
I don't know, Clark. Maybe you shouldn't steal people's lunch out of the employee fridge, which we covered is not communal. Yeah, Celestial, we got them. We got everything. Or the only thing we're missing is I don't have the other book for Power to Destroy.
That's crazy.
Did you get both?
No.
Okay. Damn,
Okay.
no loot? Oh, okay. He just didn't hit fucking loot table. So I
the
still
hell?
need. So that means we still need to kill just like random cultists.
Wait, did he not really drop anything?
Yeah, he just didn't drop
Nope.
anything good, which is
God,
not.
that's stupid.
Yeah, it's not unheard of for this dungeon.
Yank's got 3 linen.
Fuck yeah.
Didn't even have the decency to drop wool.
I'm
Bastard.
disgusted.
Okay, I'm going down to this pack.
Yep.
So is it just like an item that we're trying to drop?
I'm.
Yeah, there's a like a book. We should have gotten one already, Spells of Shadow, and then Incantations of the Nether is another. And once we combine all the pieces of Exodia, we turn it in and we get a quest reward, and it's very cool. Please. Yeah, fucking bully that guy. Fuck him. Ah, this warlock had it. Huzzah!
You know, I'm
Dunzo?
gonna say it. I'm disappointed in the loot in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's mostly
That
meant
was
to
rude.
be. It's mostly meant to be like a quest dungeon to help give you like a free level or two. As you get into this part where you plateau in the Barrens that Nurd Girl hit, where they have to go to Silverpine, these quests can like get you the one level you need to keep doing the Barrens.
Yeah, you guys are long past that. I hit the plateau because I was 13 on the quests that you guys are on 15.
Mm-hmm.
So I was
The
like,
heck?
oh, oops.
What the heck?
And now the rewards we get will be usable at least. Like the
Yeah.
The Undercity quest should have good pants for literally all of us.
Also, the like dungeon XP quests, XP for quests is really high too.
Yeah, it's a sick amount. Okay, now everyone jump in the lava.
All right.
It's fake, right?
See you later.
You said it's fake, right, Nerd Girl?
I don't know if this one's fake.
You'd bet your life on it being fake? You said you
I would
would
not.
bet your whole life
No,
on it being fake?
she said she would bet your life on it.
Ah, my bad, my bad, my bad.
I see.
Type shit, my fault.
I'm just ready to get my next mage levels.
Oh yeah, because now we all hit 16.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
You got it. I believe in you.
I just run into a whole room with a whole other mob.
Not
Yeah.
Wailing Caverns all over again.
Classic mages get blink, right?
Yeah, they get blinked.
Yeah.
It's been like 20 years. I don't remember. I feel like that would be a good way to help get out of some dungeon deaths.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I think mages are universally regarded as the best classic class because they're the ones that were just like good in classic, and every other class got their cool toys in Burning Crusade or in Lich King. But mages, you're just like set from day one.
Hell yeah. Give me the loot.
All right, there's that guy.
Who do we turn this into?
One is gonna go. Hold on.
I know what's coming.
Our poor rando is getting this. Then Undercity? We have to go to Undercity? Ew.
And Thunderbluff, which you have to run to.
No!
It's a lot of turn-ins.
I hate it.
But if you would have ran to Thunderbluff first,
You're
you
so
could have
right.
flown there from here.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have had the rend buff when we did this. Because we probably still would have been en route to Thunderbluff or en route to Orgrimmar when the world drop came down.
That's not logic for doing it one way or the other, right? That was like lucky. What if the world buff
Oh,
had
it's,
happened?
it's hindsight.
5 minutes
It's
later?
hindsight 2020, but I'm still right. It's not sound logic for future decision making, but it is confirmation bias for the way we did do things.
The heck? He wants us to run back in? Good lord, the running in this classic
It's,
nonsense.
Yeah, it's classic.
Oh man.
Yeah, just clearly great game design. Run here, run there, run back to where you just were.
Things are, I think, a little bit more fun when you have to struggle.
Struggle, yes. This isn't struggle. This is pointless. Run back and forth along the same road. It's not.
You
struggle.
also don't get a steed to like, what was it, level 40?
40, yeah.
And it's like
God.
20 gold.
It's 40, it's a bunch of money, and then it's for a 60% move speed increase. I think retail is up to like 300% speed increases.
Oh
riding-
my
I
god.
think Dragon Riding's 300. I'm not sure what the new patch. There's a card.
Oh my god, he sends you straight back to Thrall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the new patch down in the Goblin Zone, you get to drive a car around. That's really fast.
And back we go.
I hate it here. What? Silas, what? I didn't have slang. Wow.
Was there a quest you had not picked up before we went into the dungeon?
I thought you gave them to me. You said, come here and I'll give them all to you.
Was it the one from Nehru Fireblade?
Yeah, I think it might have been the one you dropped, maybe?
No, that one should not have been part of a chain. That one. That one. Does Nehru Fireblade have a yellow exclamation point over his head as we speak?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you 2 guesses which sound effect I just played on my stream.
All right, guys, run. We're going back in the dungeon.
We can't for 11
I
hours
know.
because the game hates us. Because the game fucking hates us.
I don't need it.
It's really not.
I'm
There's
fine.
no
I
item
don't need it.
reward. It's just a little bit more experience.
I'm going to curl up into a ball.
Okay, he's finally done giving me errands. Excellent.
Yeah, now I can go learn 2-handed axes and begin the long, slow walk to the Undercity.
Yeah, the long, slow walk outside Orgrimmar to a Zeppelin that drops you.
Shut the fuck
in
up!
front
Shut the fuck up!
of
Shut the fuck up! I'm going by foot! I'm earning it!
You're going to go by foot to Undercity without taking the Zeppelin.
Time to
right.
unlock my persona, NLE Choppa. Because I'm going to have a
Maul down
big
is taking the
fucking
Zeppelin
ass.
both ways uphill in the
I
snow.
can't use these. Yes, I can. What am I
What?
talking about?
What are we talking about?
The staff? Wait, hold on. Nope, I got it. Excellent. Okay, hold on. Nope. Shoot. And I don't know. No. I don't wanna. Fine.
The weapon masters are up by me in the Valley of Honor.
Oh God. Okay. I hate it here. Why does it
Your
have to be
pain
like
brings me sadness. I am sorry.
No, it's... I love this game. Just holy shit.
God, that sword looks badass. I wish I had it.
We'll get there.
Okay. Okay, we're almost there. At long
James,
last.
I get what you're saying, but they're not really like competing in the same market as much as like Arena and Hearthstone, right? Chat is asking whether or not Magic would have a WoW crossover, and someone said that they don't think that would happen because Hearthstone exists.
Yeah.
And then someone said, but there's Final Fantasy as a gotcha, but like I don't think that's exactly comparable.
Final Fantasy totally gave up on their card game. Hearthstone hasn't given up yet.
Wait, these aren't battle harnesses. What am I in here for? Who am I looking for?
There's a
Somebody way in the
NPC
back
called
out
a
here.
Weapon Master.
Nope, this doesn't seem like the way. This seems like the way. They're still
Excellent.
releasing expansions for the Final Fantasy game? That's actually crazy.
Yeah, they just keep printing it. Over in here, baby. You talk to, I believe the troll is the guy who can teach you staves.
That was a lie?
Oh, wait, you have staves already. So what were you saying you can't use?
That I can use. They just smack people.
What do you think a staff will do?
It's
Please.
something else. It has a bobble on it. I thought you like some sort of wizard.
Oh God, I'm dying. Please stop.
You know, like some sort of "you shall not pass" kind of shit.
I can equip it, but I thought there was more.
Yes.
I thought I got a special ability. You thought it was like a Path of Exile weapon where it came with its own move?
Yeah. I'm supposed to be a wizard. Why else would I be able to use these things?
You have to spell it right, Mauld.
I'm gonna vomit. That has
yeah,
to
what
be.
Icon said, staff equals magic shotgun.
That has to be where we close for tonight. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody who's. Let's find
Wizard.
someone who.
Good night, friends. I'm gonna complete this little round of quests, and I will see you guys next week.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
Are you going
absolutely.
to keep streaming? Because we can raid into you if you're going to keep going for a while.
I am gonna keep going for a bit, but feel free to raid someone else too if you see someone. That's
Nah,
okay too.
good shot. My chat, hit them with wizard staff, please.
Yeah.
that's the same for me. Absolutely. Anybody who is in mine. Wizard.
But yeah,
With
we will
sparkles. You can't forget the sparkles.
see you
Okay.
next week. Fucking beautiful. Good job, everyone. Good night.
Bye, guys. We didn't die.
Bye.
YouTube, that's just going to be it for us. We'll be back tomorrow.